Somewhere in the game world, there was a system failure, after which a system alert appeared, notifying you that an anomaly was detected on field number E, the 301 hunting ground for newcomers. Continuing to report the danger, another notification appeared for security purposes. User access to the location was restricted by the A02 protocol. When there are too many monsters, the following notification appears, and all GMS need to leave the dangerous area immediately. The next moment, an electric sphere appeared in front of the crowd of monsters, followed by a new notification. Account master code is connecting to ArcNim location. Once in the game, the guy went to a cluster of monsters and received a system notification that said, "Welcome to the new world. We welcome you." The new world is the world of virtual reality, the first MMORPG to use a full immersion system, the only one and unique one. However, it turned out to have many bugs, and with a wave of his hand and a delete command, Ark said to execute the command to delete all objects. After cleaning the guy, completed it in the first place and went on passing through the desert, Ark said the menu for creating objects of the plant model novice hunters. Continuing to create new objects around him, the boy added a menu for creating wildlife objects to the model of location E. After completing his work, the guy turned to his comrades and told the support team to get rid of the obvious problems. Please take care of the rest yourself. After receiving an appeal from his employee, one of the support team responded with a good job to Ark's chairman of the advisory committee, Hoyeon Woo Nim. As Ark continued to walk through the changed world, the chairman of the advisory board thought, "I was put in this position to help with the governance of the new world." Continuing his thoughts, the guy added in his head, "My freedom is limited in order to keep business secrets, even though I am swimming in money just playing games." The next moment, he mentally added that this was indeed a dream job, and suddenly he was moved to the system space where an unknown monster appeared in front of him and spoke Ark. Looking at the strange creature that appeared before him, the boy asked quite serenely, "Are you Lucifer?" Continuing to stare at the person in front of him, the guy added, "I can't believe this is his main body. It must be the leftover data from the server." Hearing Ark speak to him again, the boy added, "Before I was given the master code, I was interested in fighting you, Lucifer." After starting to delete and mutate the boss in the game, which caused errors, Ark said, "Let this be our last meeting." After completing his work and leaving the game, Ark took off his helmet and thought, "Oh, being the strongest in any game is cool, but not enough fun." Throwing on his jacket and heading away from the capsule, he mentally added the enthusiasm of exploring a new dungeon, for example, or the feeling of adrenaline. Continuing to think, Ark added, "If I can't feel it, can I enjoy the game at all?" When a girl called out to him in the hallway saying, "Counselor Kim." Having attracted the guy's attention, she added, "You were invited to an urgent meeting." Hearing that he was going home, the girl added, "I'm sorry, but I asked you to come to the meeting," after which Ark asked seriously with the employee who fixes bugs. The developers of the unique MMORPG with full immersion technology wanted to make the game mechanics as unusual as the world where NPCs can think and make decisions for themselves. And also to move freely, a task that seemed impossible was solved by the genius of game design Park Woo-sung, the creator of the new world. As a result, artificial intelligence, wishing to surpass living beings, began to create an intelligent program called Lucifer, and the rest is already known. Many people suffered from this creature, to be honest. Developers and creatures crossed the line, and the man who wreaked havoc was the legendary player Ark. The 24 episodes of the novel describe the story of my victory over Lucifer. The enemy was defeated, and Park Woo-sung was arrested, and everything was supposed to end on a good note. Upon arrival at the meeting room, the guy was handed a hand and told, "My name is Moon Ji-hoon. I am the head of national intelligence, and it is an honor to have the opportunity to meet the legendary player in person." Shaking hands with Kim Ho-young-woo, Nim, the man added, "We would like to thank you for resolving the recent incident with Lucifer," to which he replied, "You're welcome, but you're welcome." The next moment, noticing the man behind Ji-hoon, Kim remarked, "I thought he was in jail. His sentence was so short." In response to the question, the man laughed and said that we did not expect to see him here for a while. He will be an assistant to the advisory committee on technology. Hearing the assistant director's surprised tone, he turned his head and said, "Yes, he is cooperating with us to prevent the possibility of a terrorist attack by controlling the media so that the news does not reach the public." Looking at the serious expression on Hoyeon Woo's face, the man added, "But I think you already know what I'm getting at. Lucifer entered the real world and then heard a confused what?" As the news was being broadcast on the city's monitors, Moon Ji-hoon added that this morning the news came out that the power plant had shut down due to smuggled parts that did not meet safety standards. Continuing the dialogue, the man added that this is what most people know, but the power plant was shut down by the terrorists who seized it. After hearing the remarks from Moon Ji-hoon, Kim Ho-young-woo asked if Lucifer was responsible for this and heard an affirmative answer of yes. Looking at the disgruntled player, the director of national intelligence added that the culprit was artificial intelligence, not a human, and of course its requirements differ from those of humans. Continuing the dialogue, Moon Ji-hoon added, "That's why we need you. Your role will be to plan the operation to neutralize the criminal, and if the negotiations do not take place, Lucifer threatened to blow up the power plant." Mr. Park confirmed that his threats were not empty words. After listening to the man's request, Kim was surprised to hear that Lucifer had not been destroyed, that he had escaped from the hands of the government, and he replied, "Yes, let's not be in a hurry, Counselor Kim." Smiling at the guy, he added, "This is confidential information. It's so secret that if you spread it, you could be imprisoned for threatening national security, so it would be wiser not to try to find out or pretend to be ignorant, right?" Continuing to listen to Moon Ji-hoon's advice, who added, "This is my advice to a person I have respect for." Kim Hoyeon-woo covered his face and thought he was annoying me. Picking up the tablet, the man added, "I will reveal the terrorists' demands to you," and then read out Lucifer's announcement that he would join the new Galaxiana game as a regular player without cheats or hacks. As the developer of Lucifer smiled slyly, Moon Ji-hoon added, "At the same moment, I will begin my journey to the victory of humanity and reach the absolute top." Continuing to read the message, Moon Ji-hoon added, "However, if I am defeated by a player, I will stop all attacks and return full control to the person in charge." After which Ark suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a minute." Hearing the boy's aggressive reaction, Moon Ji-hoon said that in addition to Ark, a player from the New World should participate in the competition. Continuing the dialogue, the director of national security smiled and added that Lucifer wants to compete with people and achieve superiority over them. Recalling this person and the game called New World, Moon Ji-hoon added this challenge personally from Lucifer to his arch-enemy Ark. After hearing this, Kim Hoyeon-woo asked me, "Do you want me to accept his challenge? In short, I have to sort out all the chaos that the management has created." Hearing the boy's question, Moon Ji-hoon looked back at him and said, "Of course, there are many lives at stake." In response to the man's confident smile, Ark said, "What if I refuse? You will put me in jail for threatening national security." Recalling the conversation with the director of national security during the battle with the monsters, Kim heard, "Of course not, Ark. We're asking you to do this because you're a player and not for some trivial reason like you're the future of the nation." Continuing his recollections of the battles from the New World, Kim heard Ark say, "Seeing your performance in the New World, I've been wondering all along." Continuing to load up the guy, Moon Ji-hoon added as a carrier of power the Codemaster, "And do you really enjoy it?" Hearing this, the guy's imaginary world began to disintegrate, and through it, he heard the god of the virtual world and a leader in a large company, which sounds cool only on paper. The next moment, the man put his hand on Kim's shoulder and added in reality, "Isn't this just a method of avoiding leakage of business secrets? In other words, aren't you chained to the game?" Seeing Hoyeon-woo's head bowed, Moon Ji-hoon confidently added, "It's also for national security, but isn't this a chance for you?" The next moment, smiling happily at the opportunity to press the guy with a request, the man added that he wanted to return what the master code had taken away from you, his interest in the game. In response to the man's words, Kim Hoyeon-woo smiled and said, "You speak well for a servant of the people. I accept the challenge." And a new history of virtual RPGs was born. The events of this new game, in which you had to defeat the main villain Lucifer, took place in the infinite space. All players who decide to try their hand at it will face the most incredible battles on the borders of different galaxies. Competitive modes of exploration, colonization, and cooperation to defeat your enemies. Experience it all with your 5 senses. It's a brand new VR RPG in an endless world called Galaxians, which is already available on all platforms. After creating an account and navigating to the game, Ark received a notification, "Welcome to Galaxiana. The shuttle will soon arrive at the orbital station. Newcomers will be introduced to the details through the nymph terminal on their wrist." Continuing the conversation with the National Security Director, Kim Hoyeon-woo smiled slyly and said, "Let's make a deal." In response to the guy's remark, he awkwardly asked if he could bargain, after which he saw 3 fingers raised and heard that I had only 3 demands. While immersed in this game and waiting for the shuttle to arrive at its destination, Kim said, "The first thing I want you to do is send Lucifer a message." Arriving at the place of appearance, Kim added, "I'm not playing Galaxiana because of your threats. My reason for playing it is to teach the dog to know its place." Leaving the space shuttle and getting to his feet, the guy received a notification, "Artificial gravity 010410G reached airlock oxygen density 24%. Having received permission to drop the helmet, the guy confidently added, "Tell him to be ready because I will find him and destroy him." The next moment, the vice president joined the conversation and awkwardly said to director Kim Ho-young, "Aren't you provoking Lucifer too much?" Continuing to listen to the nervous man, who added that he had hostages, and if he reacted and decided to blow up everything, it was a nuclear power plant. He just smiled. Immediately after the man's words, Moon Ji-hoon smiled happily and said, hoping to reassure him, I understand your concerns, Vice President, but if Mr. Kim knows him by sight. The next moment, turning his gaze to the people he was talking about, he added, let's call him a father. And then Kim smiled and said, yeah, that makes sense. The next moment, Park Woo-sung joined the conversation and said that he would not ignore Ark's provocation and would immediately focus on it. Having single-handedly resolved the problem, Vice President Moon Ji-hoon stretched out his hand to Kim and asked him what your second and third conditions were. Continuing to ignore the concerned man, Kim said, friend, this is a tax exemption for my remuneration for this mission. When I was selling things, I didn't think about it, but there are a lot of taxes taken out of my salary. When he heard that Moon Ji-hoon would deal with the regulations, Kim added, I'll put the third amount of my reward in the contract and send it to you later, because you can't just pay lip service to such things. In response to the boy's request, the head of national intelligence replied with a fake smile, I understand. I'll let you know when I've completed the draft. Thank you for your cooperation. There should be a business approach to everything. Time, energy, money. Nothing should be wasted. Take everything you can get. This is the credo of the legendary player, and it doesn't matter where in the old games to VR in the new world or in life and in the galaxy. The Earth is humanity's home planet. Extreme pollution and resource depletion have forced people to leave it for 200 years. And people have sought refuge by venturing into the vastness of space. Space was not an idol, but a place where limitless possibilities were contrasted with countless threats from the harsh conditions of space. A large number of unknown races of humanity were limited in almost everything, but they still did not lose faith in photonic technology and special suits. Continuing to listen to the prologue, which informed the newcomer that he had missed it, Ark exclaimed, people want to play, not listen. Turning off the game training on his hand, the guy received a notification that all information could be found in the Nymph wrist terminal, and then said, well, at least you have a conscience. In some games the performance lasts 20 minutes. Turning on the characteristics section on his wrist, the guy saw a window and the inscription character registered, after which he said to get to the bottom of the long time I was not a newbie. Immediately after his words, the boy looked around and said, it feels completely different from embarrassment, but it's the same everywhere. Noticing an NPS near him, the guy went to it and thought that first he needed to get to the 10th level as quickly as possible, which should be chosen from the starting zone. At the same time, seeing an NPC player approaching him, he said, just look, new recruit, this is your first time here. Hearing Kim's question, he thought Galactica was launched only 8 hours ago, and then heard Barad say, listen, newbie, I run a local training center. Continuing to walk, Ark thought that there was a big gap between those who played from the start and the rest of the players, which meant that I was far behind, missing the dialogue with the NPC who managed to say, listen, newbie guy got a notification. The quest to hunt space bugs started difficulty G. Seeing the new quest, the guy smiled and thought Lucifer must have passed these quests. I'll catch up with you soon. And Barad said, don't forget. Having set off on this quest, Barad added, don't forget to register in the ferry system, or you'll have to start over every time. To which he exclaimed, I will. Continuing on his way to the mission site, Ark received a notification of a space bug created by genetic engineering techniques from the time of space exploration. Materials for catching are valuable for beginners. Having demonstrated a species of beetle in the Nymph terminal, another notification appeared. These beetles are mostly without an abdomen, but due to genetic modifications, they are larger. Clicking on the terminal to skip the training, Ark said just give me information about their strength, speed, defense, and types of attacks. And after receiving the mission details, he added the usual training on farming and hunting. Why complicate things so much? Using the terminal again, the guy looked at the available weapons and said, I'll look in the inventory for an alloy dagger, meaning, pulling out the weapon he had, Kim Ho-young-woo said, holding it up above him, it was not a weapon, but a working tool. The next moment, heading to the entrance of the second area's pasture, the boy happily added, anyway, the dagger is good. I already have it from the laser weapon. Time to demonstrate all the strength and wit of the legendary player Ark. Moving to the pasture, Ark's boyfriend received a notification that the survey was completed and the gateway to the second area was unlocked. So beware of biological threats in the pasture. When he saw the mobs in front of him, the guy was amazed and said, wow, VR is just an incredible landscape of a space farm in the style of cottagecore. And then the next moment, Kim Ho-yeon-woo's thoughts were interrupted by the shouts of other players who saw the prey in front of them and shouted out. Heading to the spotted prey, one of the players took out his weapon and shouted out, free experience points will be mine. Hearing the exclamations of a member of the other team who was also heading for the monster he hadn't noticed, the other player angrily shouted and ran away. Immediately after these shouts, an incredible picture of a bunch of people fighting and deciding who would get the monster appeared in front of the arch. Continuing to hear shouts from the crowd, "Don't push this time, it's actually Kim Hoyeon-woo's turn." He mentally added that the full house looked more like a concert hall than a farm. Continuing to look at the huge crowd, among which he was the last, the boy exclaimed in confusion, "And among so many people, I need to catch 20 beetles." Surprised by the large number of people in front of him, the guy mentally said, "I didn't pay attention because I was busy with the new world, but Galaxy made a lot of noise a few years before the release." There were a whole bunch of pre-orders for this game, numbering about several million, and it was clear even then that it would be difficult to push through the launch. In the crowd of people, Kim suddenly heard a disgruntled voice call out to him, "Dear, can't you see there is a line here? Find a group to hunt and line up in a queue one by one." After a while, hearing the dialogue of the players nearby, "It was our turn to stand in line. This is the hardest level of Ark. Hurrying to them. I thought I hate hunting with the Radums, but I have no choice." Once in the team, the guy heard the leader's instructions. "We have no ranks or skills, so it won't be easy to just run to attack and dodge, and there are no bonuses for killing." After listening to the instructions, Ark smiled slyly and mentally said, "What a stupid strategy for weaklings who can't control the situation." While his comrades were deciding who would go first, Kim headed for the mob and thought, "Look closely, you idiots. The god of the new world is a legendary player." Having confronted the enemy, he added, "Remember the greatness of the arch in your mind," and then said, "I'll go first," and heard, "Wow, good mood. Let's kill the bug." Hearing the joyful shouts of his teammates, the guy smiled happily and thought, "Don't make me laugh." Rushing at the enemy with his dagger, the boy confidently exclaimed, "I have a lot of things to do here. I'll take care of it quickly." Starting his attack, the guy heard, "Wow, you can do it, Mr. Art." But despite all the shouts and confidence, the attack failed. When he struck the enemy again, he saw that it was counted as a miss, and so on several times in a row. Frozen in place with surprise, the guy confusedly mumbled in his head that he had asked something wrong. As Kim continued to stand in shock at the monster, who had been completely unmoved by the attack, he looked at his comrades. The next moment, something happened that the legendary player did not expect at all. A monster pushed him lightly in the shoulder. As a result of a slight push, Ark spun around and flew backwards, screaming in confusion and losing 20 units of health. Seeing what had just happened to their friend, one of the players exclaimed, "What are you doing? You have to dodge space bugs of at least level 4. Continuing to provide additional information to the guy who was in shock from what had happened, the leader added that the first-level player would not even scratch them. A few seconds later, when he got up from the ground and saw his comrades' futile attempts to harm the monster, Kim mentally added, "This quest is a nightmare for beginners." After some time of confrontation with the enemy, the team managed to defeat it and received a notification that the task status was updated to hunt for space bugs 1 out of 20. After completing the first battle, Ark heard from his comrades that they had done a good job. "Let's rest while they rest, and I'll leave the group. I need to restore the ferry system." Wiping the sweat from his forehead and hearing the command to fight, he said, "Yeah, I barely beat one, and then I thought it was a little dangerous, but the problem was that I was a god only in the new world." Looking again at his characterization window, the guy mentally added that in a VR RPG, no matter how hard you try, you can't break through the character's characterization ceiling. Continuing to recall the disadvantages of this situation, the guy mentally added, for example, in life, even if you are an incredible football player but you have not trained endurance, you will not run 10 minutes on the field. The next moment, remembering his character in the game New World, Kim Hoyeon-woo mentally added time to put the image of the invincible deity of the New World out of his mind. After returning to the harsh reality and wiping the sweat from his face, the boy added and became an ordinary first-level newcomer to the Galaxy game. Continuing his thoughts, the boy thought, "If I can get used to it, life will be easier." And then he heard a bug getting laid. Hearing the command that forced him to act, Kim went into battle with his team and added in his head that I needed to rely on the fact that I was a first-level player. A few seconds after the enemy regenerated, a team of 3 players surrounded the space beetle and prepared for battle. Going around his opponent on the left side to get behind him, the guy mentally said something elementary. Going into the enemy's back and stabbing him with the blade of my knife in the place where his armor was missing, Ark exclaimed, "I found a weak spot." When the space beetle felt the damage, it rolled its eyes under its forehead in excruciating pain and growled loudly. The next moment, in order to avoid further damage, the monster instantly lowered its tail to the ground, thereby also driving the enemy away. Watching their friend work, the other teammates exclaimed in surprise that he began to attack and counterattack at the first opportunity. He has a great sense of the game. Having received praise from his comrades, Ark stood in a proud pose and put his hand to his forehead and thought, "Booga, it's been a long time since I had this much fun now, GG." The next moment, Not noticing that his dagger was damaged, Kim confidently headed for the monster and exclaimed, "Well then, let's go hunting." Having discovered the weaknesses of the space beetle, Ark did not hesitate to hunt, destroying enemies over and over again with even greater speed. So it didn't take long for the guy to bring the last space bug to the ground and then receive a system notification. When he heard the notification sound and saw that the task was complete, he was surprised to hear that it was over. The next moment, waving goodbye to his friends, the guy mentally added that it was a little inconvenient if I took a new quest, I would have to wait in line again and heard "see you later," after which someone from the crowd shouted for a free seat. Continuing to walk towards the exit, the guy mentally said I got involved and finished them off too quickly, after which he said, "What a bother." Arriving at Burid's and listening to his scolding, Ark was surprised to hear that he had accumulated rewards for quests. In response to the boy's question, the man added unhappily, "That's how you can accumulate them so that you can take them all at once. I'm annoyed by newcomers like you who come to me separately for each award." By logging into the Ark terminal, you will receive a notification that accumulated rewards for quests are available, and you can pick up the accumulated rewards from Burid at any time. You will be awarded bonus experience points and rewards depending on the rewards you have accumulated. Hearing the surprised voice of the guy who shouted out the bonus experience, he replied, "Time is money, so don't mess with the little things. And don't forget the newbie." At the same time, Kim smiled slyly and went about his business, saying, "This will be much faster than I expected. I can just farm one location at a time until I reach level 10. Continuing to give instructions, Beard shouted after the guy, "If you die, all awards will be nullified. I am a busy man, so don't make me fill out papers about your death." The next moment, turning in the direction Kim was headed, the man added, "In short, if you cause me trouble," not noticing the guy in front of him, he added in surprise that where did he go? Going back to the pasture to level up, Ark mentally said, "If I remember the beginning of my game, what kind of player I was then, I enjoyed the process." Moving to a place where there were still a lot of people, the guy mentally added a comfortable game with cheats. But a comfortable game is not for me. Joining the crowd, which was shouting, "Hey, don't push me! You stepped on my foot!" he mentally added, "I was a fierce min-maxer. Playing for time and efficiency, to hell with comfort, you have to play aggressively." Continuing his thoughts, the guy mentally added, "That's what I was like." And then he heard someone shouting, "We have a free seat here." Finding an opportunity and heading to a group of people, the guy added in his head until he became an administrator in the new world. When he joined the group of players where he was greeted with joy, Kim Hoyeon-woo heard a welcome, "Let's rock together." "And your nickname?" To which he replied, "Ark." Picking up his weapon and striking a cool pose, the guy added happily, "You know, I was quite famous in a game called New World." In response to the application of the guy standing in front of him, the new team members suddenly fell silent in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, after a few seconds, one of the players exclaimed joyfully, causing the guy to smile on his face, "I realized." But it didn't last long. Clapping his hands together, the boy said happily, "You must be a fan of Ark in the galaxy. There are many of them. He's famous among all my friends, and many say he'll become Ark in the world of Galaxy." Immediately after hearing this, Ark exclaimed in surprise, and then went to search and saw the number of nicknames similar to his and exclaimed that there were 47,000 Ark. Continuing to look at the number of clones in confusion, while his friends behind him were engaged in a dialogue about some player "I'm new to VR," Ark mentally said, "What a feeling to have so many of them. It means I'm famous, but why do I feel uncomfortable?" After a while, seeing the enemy in front of him, one of the players of the Arca team shouted out, "Hey, Beetle!" and everyone resumed their positions. Ignoring the exclamations of his friend who repeatedly shouted his name, Ark mentally said to himself, "It was not the theft of his nickname that annoyed me." The next moment, seeing their comrade heading towards the monster, the team members began shouting, "Hey, it's dangerous to be Ark yourself, you'll be killed." At the moment when his friends froze in place in surprise, Akar jumped on the monster and thought, "I don't really care, but it annoys me that I'm mistaken for one of the fakes." After completing his thoughts, Kim Hoyeon-woo rushed at the monster, and with a sly smile on his face drove his dagger into its back, creating a deep wound. Immediately afterwards, he jumped away from the enemy, waiting for him to fall off his feet, and then raised his head and his comrades to show off. The next moment, his friends started running to Ark, who was standing next to the monster, exclaiming in amazement that it was possible that you could do this in VR. In response to the words of his comrades, the embarrassed hero said, "Oh, it's not that hard. Everyone can do it if they practice it. It's the same as my training. You can do it too." Immediately after his words, he smiled slyly and thought, "I will prove to you that I am real." After which the comrade exclaimed, "He is not just Ark, but Ark God, the divine King Ark." After some time, the feeling of the game and control were restored, and after that, everything finally went like clockwork for Ark, who defeated all the bugs without even needing help. Ark's level also grew steadily, allowing him to unlock new skills, making the extermination even faster. Sometime after the spitting, one of the team members said, "I'm going to go recover at the ferry and I also need to repair my equipment," and I heard a sorry. While Ark was reviewing his characteristics, his comrades were talking to each other. "Have fun, everyone. See you later." And then he added, "Thank you, Ark. It was much easier with you. I hope we play together again." When he was having a quick snack and thought the whole group had changed, it seemed that everyone had been playing at this pace for no more than an hour. He heard the new guy try. While his comrades continued their dialogue, saying, "I almost screwed up with the ferry, so I would have wasted 2 hours. I understand that this is part of the game, but it's still annoying." Ark went hunting. Once in the pasture and picking up his weapon, Ark mentally said, "I'll finish off a few more bugs and raise my 10th level. It's a lot of work, but I'm not that tired yet. I can attack." Feeling something strange near him, one of the team members said anxiously that the place of rest had always shifted and was shaking violently, and then the third comrade added that it was time for them to come. Continuing his thought, one of the team members added, "It's time for him to be careful for him high reward, but he is very strong, he has no unique attacks, but his size and characteristics create problems." Hearing his friend's words, Ark smiled and looked at the monster and said what he needed to say, after which he mentally added that there is such a thing as a sense of play if you just look at the attack movements, speed, and damage zone. Continuing to look at the monster in front of him, Ark mentally added, "And you can immediately understand whether you can handle it alone, given that it has no special attacks." Rushing at the enemy, Ark exclaimed in his head, full of self-confidence, "I should definitely be able to handle him." Holding his dagger in his hands, the guy thought with a sly smile, "If I decide to save myself now, I'll spend an hour, but if I concentrate, I'll finish in 3 minutes." Jumping on the enemy and trying to finish him off, Kian mentally spoke for 57 minutes. Once on the enemy and making his first swing at the weak spot between the armor, Ark mentally added, "I can't waste so much time." However, his plans were not destined to come true. At the moment of his strike, he received a notification that the item's strength was exhausted, and his dagger broke. Immediately after, another notification appeared. "You have lost an item alloy dagger, losing your weapon and falling to the ground." Ark, lying on his back, said in frustration, "Strength is here and there." Looking up at the sky and remembering my past, Ark said, "In the new world, I often cut the strength out of objects from the ground." The next moment, as soon as the foot of a giant space beetle appeared above him, the boy said it was time to get rid of old habits. Moving to the revival center after losing Ark received system notifications. Player, Ark has died, the revival protocol has been confirmed, and the ferry's last save was 8 hours, 27 minutes, and 40 seconds ago. As he continued to wait for the rebirth, the boy heard the progress he had made would be lost. The rebirth was complete. Welcome to Station A14. Still sitting on the ground, Ark looked into his characterization window and said, "What happened to my characteristics?" The era of brave space pioneers has come, with new recruits rushing into the face of danger without fear of extremely dangerous breakdowns of important equipment. Hostile alien creatures and sudden death are a constant headache, and the mission is not a tragic event for humanity. However, the ferry system was created to protect everyone from unnecessary worries about this. It synchronizes with the physical state of the discoverer of the storage device, which is the best insurance against data loss after the death of the discoverer. You don't have to worry about anything, and you can rush to the space frontline and die as many times as you need to. The ferry will be with you in a difficult moment of raising the level of acquiring new skills and so on. As soon as you make changes, go to the ferry and stay there. After rereading the information about the in-game save system and its use, Ark fell on the bed and thought in disappointment, well, how did it all happen? Continuing to browse the game's forum with discussions of his problem, he thought seriously, and how could he have died in training at all, and he had to manage to save points in an online RPG, and to boot. The next moment, Kim Hoyoung-woo also recalled his trip to the NPS, which was supposed to issue the award, and when he was refused, he aggressively shouted out where my award was. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, Ark added, "Man, you caught the bug. I've been bending over and catching bugs for 8 hours, and I don't get anything for the rest." In response to the shouts of the disgruntled player, Burrid angrily shouted, "Hey sucker, watch your mouth, I warned you from the very beginning. If you die, you won't get anything at all without a save." Continuing to reprimand the boy, he added, "You think I'm excited about this, but you don't even know how much it costs to use a ferry." Resigned to Burad's words, Ark retreated and used the nymph terminal to hear information about the system of accumulating points for quests with repetition of accumulation occurring with each repetition of the quest task. In the next system notification that appeared, Ark saw that the quest to hunt the space bug ended in failure and the player's death, and with the death of the player, unsaved points were cancelled. Be careful. After learning all the information about how this game works, Ark asked me awkwardly how much money I should use to buy a new dagger. When he heard the question from the guy who had just a minute ago been swinging his license, Bird just smiled happily. The next moment, he kicked the guy from the Pioneer Assistance Center under the ass and added to the idiot's piece, "I don't care about your personal problems. Can't you see that there's a line because of you?" Recalling what had happened to him recently in the game, Kim Ho-young-woo hysterically laughed and said, "What the hell is the game anyway?" and then heard his phone vibrate. Picking up the phone, Kim said, "Hello, I'm listening to you," and then heard back from Kim Hyun's advisor, "I'm the head of the intelligence department, Moon Ji-hoon." Standing at the window of his office and watching the city at night, the man added, "I saw that you cut off the connection and thought you wanted to rest, so I decided to call you and ask how you were doing and find out some things." Continuing the dialogue with the ward, Moon Ji-hoon added, "We're still working in the same team after all." Hearing this, Kim Ho-young-woo was confused and thought they were seriously monitoring the game. At the same time, the unsuspecting director of national security added that the safety of fuel and millions of citizens depends on your success, but don't worry about what I heard in response. I had already forgotten and you called and reminded me. Thank you. I'm starting to get nervous again. While continuing the dialogue with Moon Ji-hoon, Kim heard Kim Hyun ni Ark just keep playing in your style, after which he asked in surprise in my style, then the man added, "Didn't I say?" Looking out over the night city that depended on the boy, the man said, "You've come a long way in the new world. There are records of everything from the beginning of your journey, or we wouldn't have chosen you." Continuing to praise the guy, Moon Ji-hoon added, "Although in fact there are no other candidates, so gather yourself and remember this every time you meet an obstacle that made Kim nervous." Being in a nervous state, the boy mentally said, "So he really called when he saw that I was killed by a beetle. How embarrassing." And then, plunging into memories, added, "When I was a newcomer to the new world." Suddenly interrupting his memories by slapping his palms on his cheeks, Kim Ho-young-woo mentally said, "That's enough of this. Get a grip." A few minutes later, after walking to the capsule and putting on a helmet to immerse himself in the game, the guy mentally added that it was not the game's system and characterization that were the problem. After activating the system and starting to be transported to the in-game space, Kim Ho-young-woo mentally added that the problem was not with them, but with me. As soon as his character began to appear in the galaxy, Kim mentally added, "Ark is definitely strong. He is unbeatable in the new world, which is why I got used to the role of the strongest." While his character began to appear on the spaceship at the exit point, the boy mentally added an imbue Ark only there, and in the galaxy Ark is just a newcomer who has not figured out the game system. When he finally got back into the game, he immediately received a notification saying that we are happy to welcome you back to the galaxy. The next moment after the greeting, the guy confidently stepped forward, not paying attention to anyone, and thought he needed to put aside his pride. Arriving again at Buerd, to whom he had been rude last time, the boy mentally added and started over as a newcomer. Seeing the same guy in front of him again, Buerd asked him in displeasure that once again you asshole would try to shake off my experience points. Continuing to look at the guy who continued to stand in front of him with an imperturbable expression, Buerd added, "So what?" Pressuring the boy with his authority, the man looked at him with a scrutinizing glance and added, "You have something to say." Without saying anything in response to the man's question, Ark began to take a deep breath, preparing to answer. Seeing these strange actions of the boy, Buerd and all those present froze in anticipation of something great. And so, it was that something unexpected happened that surprised everyone. Ark bowed his head to Buerd and exclaimed, "I'm sorry for my behavior, I'm sorry." Hearing the astonished crowd from the outside saying what kind of secret technique it was, Ark mentally said, bowing his head to Buerd, "I must accept the role of a novice, but I must use my mind like a professional." Remembering the last game in which he was almost a deity, Ark mentally said, "The new world has changed the gaming industry. Now NPCs are no longer mannequins whose actions are determined by a script. They have become closer to simulating a person with their own personality." The next moment, remembering the person who caused this whole situation, the player added in his head the arbitrariness of Lucifer. Continuing to keep his gaze down at the floor until he was forgiven, Kim Ho-young-woo mentally said anyway. Ark mentally added that it was important that the NPS reacted depending on the situation, after which Buerd scratched the back of his head and said, "Well, you're putting me in an awkward position." Hearing the embarrassed voice of the man from whom he was apologizing, Ark mentally spoke just like a real person. Starting to recall his past misdeeds, the boy said, "Last time I was emotional and behaved indecently and caused you a lot of problems, although the loss of the dagger and the points I had accumulated was my fault." Continuing to apologize to the man, admitting his guilt, Ark added, "I'm very sorry," after which he opened one eye and began to spy on Burad's behavior. After accepting the apology, Burad covered his mouth with his hand and said, "Well, you know, things happen in life," after which Ark had a sly smile on his face. When he heard that he had finally established a relationship with Burad, Ark turned his head away and asked awkwardly, by the way, not to be impudent, but if there was any work here, and he was told that there was. Continuing his request, Ark said, I need a new dagger for hunting, and because of the loss of my accumulated points, I'm almost bankrupt. I realize that this is my personal problem, but still, I laughed awkwardly. Continuing to demonstrate his embarrassment, Ark put his hand behind his head and said, is there any work here that can be done without inventory? If there is any payment at all, it will be for… Before he could finish, Bharat interrupted him and asked, do you think there is such a thing here? The next moment, putting his hands on the boy's shoulders, the man added, look in the 7th compartment. You won't find him there. I'll call the manager and warn him. Continuing his conversation, the man added, I'll tell him that there's a foolish young man on his way who lost his weapon while hunting for a bug and, among other things, managed to die. In response to Bharat's help, Ark, trying not to show his displeasure, smiled happily and said thank you very much. The next moment, a notification appeared on the terminal on the guy's wrist, saying that a new quest had been registered to find the manager of the 7th compartment. The New World Galaxy and other similar games have something in common. There are so many games in them that even experienced players will not be able to answer this question. The time has come when gameplay can be made so diverse that even beginners can play with interest. People who play something for the first time can make the most ridiculous mistakes that just don't make sense. Moving around the spaceship, Ark dies during training or breaks the only tool in his inventory out of sheer stupidity. Smiling awkwardly, realizing that he was the individual in question, the guy added that the developers had accurately foreseen all these moments. Most likely there is a trick provided to prevent a beginner from leaving the game after such a mistake. Continuing his monologue, Ark added unhappily, to hell with it. And then seeing the entrance in front of him, he received a notification that you are entering the artificial gravity zone. Welcome to the 7th compartment. As soon as the door opened and the guy got inside, the first thing he did was look around and shouted, hey, there's someone here. Having not received an answer to his question, the young man walked forward and said, well, where can I find the manager of the 7th compartment? As he continued to wander around the 7th compartment trying to find the manager, the guy called out again, hey, is anyone there? Having failed to achieve any result, Ark looked around thoughtfully and said strangely, as if the genre of the game had changed. At the moment when tentacles he didn't even know were reaching for him from above, the guy added as if he was made for a sudden alien attack. Continuing to look for the manager of the 7th compartment, the boy again exclaimed, hey, is anyone here? I came here on behalf of Bird. I need a job. Again, not receiving any response to his shouts, the guy looked around in surprise and said that there was no one at all. Going further in search of the manager he was instructed to find, Ark added that the atmosphere here is certainly depressing, just like in the dungeons of the New World. At the moment when tentacles he hadn't even realized were reaching out to him, Ark mentally added horror dungeons that were just as dark and frightening, using the advantages of VR. The next moment, he looked back sharply to check his guesses and exclaimed that monsters were jumping out from behind him, but he found nothing there. With a sigh of relief after realizing that he was not in danger, Ark smiled happily and said, but he didn't jump out. But his joy did not last long, because the next moment a voice came from behind him, sighing heavily and saying, ugh, which wiped the smile off the guy's face. Frightened of each other, the octopus and the player suddenly jumped away from each other, breaking the distance between them. Once at a safe distance, Ark, looking frightened at the monster in front of him, confusedly said, you are an octopus killer. The 7th compartment is definitely a dungeon. When he noticed the enemy in front of him, he thought anxiously, I'm in trouble. I don't even have a weapon with me and I have nowhere to run. Looking back at himself and realizing that he was surrounded on all sides, the guy thought, heck, he could just die and be reborn through a fairy. The next moment, there was an angry shout from a man who exclaimed, why are you sitting around? I can't even look away from you, after which all the monsters scattered in different directions. As soon as all the octopuses scattered in different directions, a man with a shiny bald spot started walking toward the arch from the shadows and asked if he had come after all. As the man continued to approach the boy, he asked him if he was the fool who sent Burad here, to which he replied confusedly, I think so, and you are the leader of these monsters. In response to the guest's question, the disgruntled man bared his teeth and said, my name is Jackson. I'm the boss here. I may not look like much, but I'm also a human being. And then he said, oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ark. Going to get Jackson, who was supposed to give him a job? Ark heard the newcomer look in for the first time, and then he was interrupted with a question. Really? Then he added, but that's not for sure. It was closed years ago. Who knows? Arriving at his destination, the man looked in front of him and said, this is where R14 has been maintained for me for 12 years. This is the place of work and the place of exile and the grave. After which Ark said, it's like this. The next moment, smiling awkwardly, Ark said in his head, Uncle, you're just an NPS. These memories are made up. You've been working here for 17 hours at most. Immediately after his thoughts, Ark turned his head to the octopuses and asked, by the way, who the space octopuses were, and he heard in response, yes, my colleagues, they are Gerenzi aliens. Continuing on to the 7th compartment, Jackson added in the 7th compartment there are power stations for regulating the temperature and oxygen concentration. You will need to clean and repair that compartment. Walking right behind Ark's husband, listening to his instructions, I heard that you are responsible for millions of lives, and when you realize the importance of your work, you understand the risks. After a few seconds, Jackson threw the tools into the boy's hands and added, now let's get to work. Your comrades the Gerenzi will teach you everything. After which he was surrounded by octopuses. Looking down at his hands, in which he was holding his work tools, Ark was surprised to see that it was a microfiber towel. A few minutes later, Ark familiarized himself with the safety precautions and the place of work, after which he heard the cries of a guy who started cleaning and thought he felt himself again. Continuing to clean the given territory in order to correct his mistakes, the boy mentally said to the newcomer to the game, I will try to do my best. After a while, when one of the octopuses who was watching him arrived at his trainee, he exclaimed, well done, Ark. Continuing to encourage his subject, the Jaren said that there was still a little more than half to go and the whole quest was complete, after which Ark was surprised to hear that I hadn't even done half of it. Opening the nymph terminal on his hand and looking at the progress, the guy mentally added, I had to clean the pipes of the space station to clean the site. It takes 30 minutes for one part of the quest. For each completion I receive 40 copper coin. The next moment, remembering the exchange rate in the game, Ark added the exchange rate in the new world was 10,001 for 1 gold coin, or something like 41 in 30 minutes. Let's go back 40 minutes and wait until the end of the day when Ark went shopping and then received a notification that he was welcome to the R14 Pioneer Assistance Center. While Ark was confidently heading to the shelves, anticipating the purchase of weapons, he received a notification to support newcomers. We are making a 50% discount on all products. Hearing this, Ark smiled happily and thought, I have 40 copper coins that I got for an extra quest. I can buy a dagger. The next moment, stopping in his tracks, the guy added in surprise that in the space age people still use gold, silver, and bronze as money, and then heard from the nymph that in fact all of them were in electronic form. The names of the currencies were determined in the process of uniting the Federation. Interrupting the system's words, Ark exclaimed, shut up. I wasn't going to ask to buy one alloy dagger as soon as the product appeared on the counter. The guy got a notification that you didn't have enough money. Looking behind the barrier where the weapon was located, Kim Hoyoung-woo exclaimed in surprise that he was missing how much it cost. After looking at the description of the weapon he wanted to buy, the guy was surprised to see that with a 50% discount, the price was 1 gold and 50 silver coins. The next moment, the nymph said to buy the alloy dagger you need 1 gold, 49 silver, and 60 bronze coins, after which Ark said dumbfounded. The next moment behind him, someone shouted out in displeasure, hey, if you're not going to buy, move away. Returning to work in the 7th compartment, Ark mentally said as he scrubbed the floor, 1 gold and 50 silver coins. That is 15,000 silver coins for the quest in the 7th compartment. I get 40 copper coins every 30 minutes, which means I will need to work 15 days for 13 hours to buy an alloy dagger. Continuing to run with a rag through the 7th compartment, the guy exclaimed, well, you wouldn't wish work on the enemy. It's a game, not a full-time job. And then mentally added, I thought so. On the 3rd day of work, Ark received a notification that said he had gained a new maintenance skill with a 30% increase in cleaning speed, a heavy equipment repair skill, and greater resistance to contamination during work. Some time after the mission was completed, Jackson arrived at the stripped compartment and was surprised to hear Burad say that he would send a dud, so I didn't expect anything special, but you are doing a very good job, not worse than the Jaren guys. Continuing to evaluate the work of the new subject, the man added, and even twice as fast at this rate, you can be appointed foreman. The next moment, Ark received a notification you have received Jackson's approval. The next moment, a new notification appeared, informing you that you have been promoted to foreman, and your quest reward has increased to 60 copper coins. Delighted with this promotion, Ark happily exclaimed, raising his hands to raise more money, and then thought here, as in the new world, repetition of an action develops the corresponding skill. I would not have gotten it if I had just caught bugs. Starting to hug his comrades, the guy joyfully exclaimed, Octopuses, I'm the first newcomer here, and he heard the right answer. Foreman, it's nice to work with you. Continuing his thoughts, Ark mentally said, so I'm the first one to discover this path, and since I'm here, I need to take everything from this work. As expected, the answer lies in the game itself, and then went back to work. After getting injured at work, Ark received a notification of an abnormal condition of tetanus. You got hurt on a contaminated pipe. Seeing this, he exclaimed in displeasure that I have it again and the medicine is out. The next moment, he mentally added, it's just a cleaning quest, but it's not completely safe either, so this time I'll go through the ferry, interrupting the guy's thoughts with a cry from the octopus that came to him, asking, are you hurt, foreman? Hearing only unintelligible sounds in response, the Jarian added, show me how Ark reached out his hand and put his frosty tentacle to the wound. Feeling something strange, Ark suddenly grimaced and thought the tentacle's touch felt too realistic. A few seconds later, when he heard a question from his friend who asked if it was better, Ark opened his eye and looked at his hand in surprise. Looking at his arm and seeing the notification that the abnormal condition of tetanus was removed, the guy was surprised to hear that the treatment was over, and what he heard in response was that the properties of the mucus of the gerans were very useful when working in such a place. While Ark stared at his healed hand in amazement and reflected on the fact that since I became a foreman, the octopuses began to treat me like a friend. Jaranets happily went about his business and called out, be careful and don't get hurt. Continuing his thoughts, the guy thought, I would have to resurrect through a ferry and start over, and then clenched his hand into a fist and smiled. I think there will be an additional event. Maybe we should pay attention to developing relationships. Going back to work, the guy traveling through the compartment said that it is good to have a desire to work, but it is necessary to put it to good use. Continuing to travel in search of work, the guy remembered his comrades and thought, I realized that after becoming a foreman, these octopuses don't make any effort at all. Arriving at the next place of work and not finding any Jarians, Ark said unhappily that they had run away again, not even a trace of them, and then mentally added that after the increase in the efficiency of the subjects, it also began to affect the execution of the quest, which was very stressful, however. Feeling overwhelmingly angry, the guy mentally added, I'm not going to dive too deeply into this role, I'm just interested, and then angrily shouted at you that no one I find will give a damn about my quest. The next moment, hearing some noise in the pipe that was directly above him, Ark looked up and asked if you were there. Having destroyed the fragile pipes behind which the octopuses were probably hiding, Ark angrily exclaimed, are you going to work at all, or do you want to become a filling for octopus pies? Continuing to be angry at his comrades who were shirking their work, the guy shouted angrily at them. The next moment, as soon as the dust cleared, the guy saw several monsters in front of him and exclaimed in confusion. Seeing the menacing expressions on the octopus's faces and the way they began to turn their tentacles into handfuls of objects, Ark mentally added, I didn't expect to see something like this, but I understand something. Trying to somehow resolve the situation he had with the Gerenians, Ark awkwardly said, listen, let's just pretend I wasn't here. Waving his hands in embarrassment among the crowd of angry aliens, he mentally added that the Gerans did not want anyone to see what they were hiding among the pipes. In the dark and spacious 7th compartment, there is an even darker and more cramped place where these annoying jelly tentacles go to hang out. Being in front of a crowd of monsters where he appeared as an uninvited guest in their lair, Ark embarrassedly said in his head that there is something there and they want to hide it. Continuing to look at the enemies that surrounded him, Ark mentally said, and behind them are space bugs, right? They should be on the hunting ground. How did they get here at all? The next moment, I heard an exclamation from one of the Geranites, who told the elder that we should get rid of the prying eyes right away. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the octopus added another servant of the Galactic Federation, let's just finish him off, after which another added correctly, as soon as he became a foreman, he does not give us a break at all. The Jarians slowly approached the boy, shouting at him as they did so, he's acting just like a damn old man, let's finish him off. Demonstrating a vivid hatred for the guy in front of them, the octopuses angrily added, we'll finish him off and let him be used as food for bugs. Surrounded by octopuses, Ark mentally said, I don't understand what I did to them to make them hate me so much, but it sobered me up and I returned to the role of a frantic foreman yelling at the idle octopuses. Having finished his thoughts, Ark looked at the Jarenians and said, if you want to finish me off, do it if it really makes you feel better, people. But your secret is already out. Continuing the dialogue with his comrades, Ark added that the Discoverers have a program called Ferry. Even if I die here, I will be resurrected with its help at Station R14. Smiling happily after informing Ark of some nuance, he added that I will come back to life and even keep all my memories, after which one of the Jaren exclaimed, oh shit, I forgot. And then another added, that's why I said we should never get caught by him. Starting to spread panic among his comrades, one of the workers, imagining what would happen to them, exclaimed that it was over, that crazy man Bayarad would burn everything here and throw us into outer space. Listening to the frightened cries of the Jarians, who were shouting out what to do, Ark thought that this is what he was like. The next moment, turning his gaze to the octopus, he asked, why do you have to cry right away? I didn't say anything about reporting what I saw. After calming the octopuses down a bit, Ark asked them to tell him what they were doing here and what space beetles are doing here. With a sly smile, Looking at his subjects, the guy added, "Try to explain yourself and I'll think about your words to tell me about it to others or not." And then mentally added, "The gamer's intuition tells me that this is my chance." The next moment, putting a hand to his forehead to hide his sinister smile, he mentally added the dungeon's mystery sudden change in NPC behavior. I hear that clearly has a backstory, a turning point in the quest. Resigned to the conditions of the arc, one of the octopuses said, "In the not-so-distant past before the Gerenians began to create civilizations, we were peaceful space explorers who admired the space." Continuing his story and recalling the reaction of those who saw them, exclaiming Martians and aliens, he added that we were paying a visit to Earth. The next moment, returning to the realities of this time, the Jaren added, "However, over time, modern humanity has evolved into a space civilization and has become dominant in the Galactic Federation." Continuing his sad story, the octopus spoke and the Gerenians suffered greatly and were on the verge of extinction. Not even a trace of their past greatness remained. After listening to the octopus's story, Ark asked, "Wait, is this information important as it relates to the fact that you hang out with space bugs and wanted to kill me?" In response to Ark's remark, one of the Gerens exclaimed that it is important that even though the Galactic Federation believes that we should work for it and pays us a salary just enough to prevent us from starving to death and does not consider us worthy of life, we Gerens have the dignity to keep the memory of our great past and think about the future of our civilization. Continuing to shout at the arch, the octopus added angrily, "We just need a place where we can revive our society and live in peace, but with these salaries we have nothing left to save," the guy said, stretching his arms out in front of him. "Calm down, slow down a little." The next moment, a Jarian woman with children appeared in front of the arch and said, "Our civilization has been working in the 7th compartment all our lives and is gradually dying out, but Jackson and the other bastards from the Galactic Federation don't care." While the little octopuses were looking at the guy, Jariika added, "We are not allowed to register with the fairies, we are just used as expendable." Continuing to tell their story, the octopuses added that in order to save up, we came up with something. We steal space beetle eggs from special research centers on the farm as revenge for foolish humanity. Surrounding the guy who crouched down on the ground in front of them, the Jarians added that space beetles provide a lot of useful materials and are more environmentally friendly than oil products. Continuing to talk about the plans, the octopus added that this species is developing 10 times faster than usual, so we expected to receive money soon. And then, having received questions, and a lot of you have accumulated, we began to look away in different directions. The next moment, one of the Jarians said, "Well, there's absolutely nothing to catch a beetle to make money," and then Ark said, "If space beetles were aggressive, you would have all died out by now." After listening to the story of the Jarians, Ark said, "In general, the situation is clear to me that the bugs grew so fast, but you didn't have the tools to catch them, just like your foreman who appeared out of nowhere." After his words, he turned his gaze to the beetles and added, "Now I understand why the octopuses are so unmotivated and lazy, as if they have a lot of money, but without access to it, they are frustrated. And as soon as they can get access to money, they will not need to come back here." The next moment, he heard an exclamation from the octopuses, who bowed in front of him and exclaimed, "Don't take this as impudence, Ark. Pretend you didn't see anything. We will compensate you for your threats." At the moment when the octopuses were completely disappointed, Ark's voice suddenly sounded and his friends looked up. As soon as the Jaren's eyes focused on him, Ark smiled slyly and said, "Would you like to start a joint business?" At the same time, somewhere on the station, the system's voice said, "Dear space explorers, welcome to Station R14. A week after the opening of the galaxy, the number of players who started to connect grew like yeast, and the training area of Station R was packed with newcomers. 8 o'clock in the evening is the time when players who work 5-day weeks start logging onto the server en masse." When she joined the game and saw a large crowd of people who had arrived at the training earlier than her, she sighed heavily and said, "I thought I would be able to practice today, but I was wrong." Ordinary players who are unable to deal with monsters on their own, like Ark, find partners and hunt space bugs together. If you manage to level up to the 9th level or higher, the skills allow you to fight them alone. When you reach the 10th level, you can defeat the space beetle without receiving damage and then go on a free exploration of space. Resigned to the fact that today she would not get to the training to raise her level, the disappointed girl said how annoying it was. Most of the problems are experienced by those users who are stuck at some point in the 7th to 8th levels. In a team game, experience points are distributed according to the level, and before lunch there are few people and you can play comfortably. But in the evening, there are so many people that it's not easy for players of levels 7 and 8 to find friends. And that's because low-level players who will score fewer experience points are more desirable partners. Disappointed in what she saw in front of her, she walked away from the training ground and said, "I'm done for today. I have to get up for work tomorrow." The next moment, a person in a dark cloak appeared behind her and asked if she was looking for a good training ground where she could reach level 10 in a day. Having attracted the girl's attention, Ark stretched out his hand to her and asked if you would like to check it out. After the question was spoken, he mentally said, "I am a free traveler looking for clients," and then heard a surprised voice saying, "Are you an NPS?" To which he replied, "No, I am also a user," and laughed awkwardly. Going with the girl to the training ground, Ark heard, "Well, I've never flown in zero gravity," to which he replied that in VR games, zero gravity is sometimes a little late. Just imagine running in a jump. After a while, arriving at the end point where there were already several other players, Ark shouted to the others that the last customer had arrived. While the players looked at the training ground in shock at what they saw, Ark mentally said, "We accept no more than 20 people at a time, so it's better to gather level 7 or 8 users in the evening, and to bring them to a paid site where you can hunt space bugs to your heart's content." When the last client saw a whole crowd of monsters in front of her, she exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, a Jaren appeared in front of the players and shouted out the platform for a quick pumping of the entrance ticket per person, 50 silver coins, and another 50 silver coins as a deposit. The payment is arranged by the Jaren, who are NPCs, so Ark felt calmer as if he had just found a hidden shop in the game. The next moment, leaning over the octopus, the girl asked what the deposit was for and was told to keep the secret. Thinking about the price, the girl said, "Well, it's not that expensive, and another reason to choose clients from the ranks of players of the 7th and 8th levels is that they definitely have the money to buy a ticket to the hunting ground." The next moment, to finally convince the players, Ark said 1 golden lot, but the standard price of training when you get to level 10 will quickly cover this waste. Continuing to convince the players, Ark added that judging by the stream recordings, those who went outside the training zone received dozens of gold at a time. As soon as the players got to the hunting grounds and got down to business, the Jaranek was impressed and indeed instantly gained 20 gold pieces, to which Ark replied, "I told you that's what I understand about trading." The next moment, leaning over his friend, the guy smiled slyly and said, "The income doesn't end there," and then mentally added, "Of course, because the clue is in the game itself." After a while of fighting the monsters, one of the clients stepped aside and said tiredly, "I'm at the end of my rope." Resting after a hard battle, she asked me if I had run out of recovery tools and would have to pay the entrance fee again when I returned. And I replied that you left 50 silver coins, so you can just go and come back, but you'll have to pay the entrance fee. Immediately after looking at the girl with a frightening look, the Jari added, "You don't have to spend a lot of time on the way there and back, and you don't know the way well, so level up faster." To which the girl replied frightenedly, "You can die that way." As soon as the girl finished, Ark interrupted their conversation and exclaimed, "Don't worry, the quick leveling platform provides a quick recovery service. No need to go anywhere else. Level up to level 10 right here without any problems." Continuing his exclamations, the guy added that while the Jarians were treating the client as a payment for the service, you can simply buy 2 units of space bug skin or meat, and then our brave Jarians will recharge you with their skills. Looking at the girl who went into battle with renewed vigor, Ark added, "And you can immediately continue hunting for space bugs, level up here with a minimal set of tools, and then enjoy the main game outside the training area," after which the octopus waved a tentacle and shouted in the girl's wake, "You are completely healthy." Once again, left alone with his business partner, Ark smiled slyly and said that if the turnover grew, he would be able to accept fewer clients at a time, but it was still difficult to look after 20 at once. Continuing to watch the progress of his business, the guy mentally said, "If I had never told others about this, I would have gotten a new dagger and enjoyed this hunting area alone." Watching the players on the hunting ground, Ark mentally added, "But then you won't be able to discover all the advantages of this game." The next moment, hearing the joyful voice of a Jarian exclaiming, "See how the money is made?" Ark was notified that the Jarian's approval increased. Continuing his thoughts, the guy mentally added that it would not be possible to find out the conditions of secret events in the new world. There was such a system, and with the rest I became the strongest because I concentrated on finding the secrets of the game. Sometime later, after joining forces with the Jarians, Ark's profit alone amounted to 20 gold pieces, even if he had still had enough money left over to buy 10 daggers. However, that was not all. As Ark continued to do his work, he said, "We'll push it a little more," and the octopuses cheered and shouted yes to the foreman. Still, Ark's business was very different from the development line conceived by the developers, and although his relations with the Jarians were improving, he was no longer making money. It turns out that the player who lost the dagger is forced to work but is still a beggar after a while. After completing the work of Ark, he received a notification that the maintenance quest is complete, after which he exclaimed, "Throw the reward to the accumulation." Throwing the reward into the accumulation, Art mentally added, "That's why I think the money from cleaning the pipes should be accumulated separately," after which he said, "I'll clean another 10 kilometers, and then the game is really well developed." The next moment, when he saw that he was being called by Director Ark, he was surprised to hear that he was so urgent and asked Jackson, "Is something wrong?" He said, "I wanted to come by after I finished the cleaning quest a few more times." Smiling happily, the guy added that the area of work had increased and it was too far to run to your office, to which you replied that you were really good if you had finished servicing the nearest parts of the compartment. Continuing his conversation with the subject, Jackson added, "But that's the problem. You're too diligent, you're fired. It's an order from above." When Ark heard that he was being fired for doing his job diligently and quickly, he shouted out in confusion. Surprised by the decision of his superiors, Ark exclaimed in surprise, "But why that he heard a budget deficit in response, and then exclaimed that the budget." Continuing to talk to his subject, the man added, "You know, in the 7th compartment, the salaries of the workers are calculated strictly by the volume of production, and the budget that we are allocated is designed to use the cheap labor of the gerents. But after your appointment as foreman, the situation changed." Mentioning the reasons for the layoffs, Jackson added, "The increased salary that you and the Gerians have to pay is a kind of lack of a pay-for-performance system." Hearing this, Ark remembered the words of the octopus who said, "Well, we wanted to go on strike," and Ark hesitated, not saying that it was a flaw, and then thought, "Of course I understand that this is a game, but I still have a problem with who wrote this script." The next moment following the leader, the guy exclaimed, "But I need to clean up another 10 kilometers to buy a dagger," to which Jackson replied, "Why are you telling me about your life circumstances? Do you think anyone cares?" Ark, angry at his superior, muttered a disgruntled, "Oh, you did," and then saw that he had received a message about the completion of the quest with a reward that exactly covered the price of the dagger, and said in surprise that, while Ark was looking at the amount of money he received, Jackson said that he had paid it along with all the points he had accumulated. "And I personally am very sorry that it turned out this way." When he found out the reason for the increased amount of money, the guy was surprised to say accumulated points. So that's what the point of this event is. As soon as the amount necessary to buy a dagger is accumulated, I am fired, but it's still unpleasant. Resigned to what had happened to him, Ark bowed his head down and grumbled to himself, "I did the same quest 300 times and just went back to the beginning. Is that fair at all?" Headed for the exit. Suddenly, his sadness changed to joy as soon as Jackson said, "I have something else for you. Here is a gift from me personally," to which he exclaimed, "Oh, you didn't have to thank me." Having received a box of Jackson's tools, Ark said that the tools here are good and durable, so use them to your heart's content. Even if you find yourself in trouble, you won't be lost. And he replied, "Thank you." The next moment, the man handed the cassette to the boy and added something else, a postcard for my old friend from the occupied territories. After handing the letter over, Jackson added, "His name is Tori, and he runs a company of the same name. If you ever meet him, give him this letter." Looking at the item he had received and the description of the task, Ark said the same thing in surprise. When Jackson saw Aru suddenly fall to his knees in front of him after receiving the letter, he asked him, "Hey buddy, what's wrong?" The next moment, raising the letter he was to deliver above him, Ark exclaimed joyfully in his head, "Mana celestial developers of the galaxy, I believed you." Also, remembering this moment when he broke his dagger, Ark mentally said, "I believe that you would not leave a newcomer who made the stupidest mistake and lost his basic equipment." Starting to shed tears, he mentally added to spend eternity in purgatory and work just to get back to the beginning. "I believed that you would give a decent reward worthy of such a great game. I believed and waited." After a while, hearing his phone suddenly ring, Moon Ji-hoon exclaimed, "Listen, you did a good job, your problem is solved." Having received an answer to his question, the man happily added, "As expected, you figured it out yourself. I told you that it was not for nothing that you passed a thorough selection, so I hope our cooperation will continue to be fruitful, and I believe that you will succeed in the main mission with Lucifer." After finishing the conversation with Kim Hoi-young-woo, the director said to his comrades, "It's okay to cancel the emergency preparedness." Looking at his comrades who breathed a sigh of relief after discarding the options for solving the problem, and adding he was able to return to the standard start of the path, continued to monitor the progress of the player's game arc. The next moment, Moon Ji-hoon took off his glasses and exhaled with relief, smiling, "I predicted this after studying the materials of the new world, but you really like to take risks, Mr. Kim Hyun." After a while, returning to the training ground with a new weapon, Ark heard the brigadier return, to which he awkwardly replied, "Well, I'm a former brigadier. I was fired," to which he heard back, "It doesn't matter. You're our brigadier forever." Walking with the boy to the training site, Jaranets added, "Thanks to the business you left us, we finally have a future. We will always remember our foreman, and we will not forget you even when our civilization gets a new home." In response to his friend's words, Ark, looking at the other players practicing on the court, said something wonderful. Continuing to look at the players after the dialogue with the octopus, the guy mentally said, "It seems like there should be some kind of related quest or reward, or maybe I didn't fulfill some condition." The next moment, heading to the training ground to improve his level, Ark mentally added, although everything seemed to be fine until then. Finding himself on the battlefield with the space beetle in front of him, Ark mentally added the main thing was to figure it out before leaving the training area. Before the battle started, he heard a shout that the fast-pumping area was forever free for our foreman, to which he smilingly replied, "You're forever stuck here." Seeing a player who'd went up against a space bug alone, one of the customers asked what was wrong with him, and then another added, "Hey, it's dangerous to go there without allies." Seeing no reaction to her words, the players, who were looking at the daredevil in confusion, said in surprise that she was not. Continuing to watch the weirdo go one-on-one against the space bug, one of the players said that he would really go for it. The next moment, noticing the guy's characteristics, one of the spectators mockingly exclaimed, "Look at his level," and he climbed up there with the first level. Continuing to discuss the arc that was setting up for the start of the battle, someone exclaimed how much money he had gotten here at all. He had just entered and had already paid 1 gold. Immediately after the audience's shouts, Ark, remembering the words of the octopus, exclaimed, "I won't be stuck here, but thanks for the offer." Continuing to approach the enemy with an ominous smile and a new weapon, Ark added to my plans today to take out all the bugs and get out of here. After a while, when Ark reappeared in the system, the fairy received a notification that the mandatory recovery process from A11 to C40 was completed. Calling up the data saved in the fairy discoverer Ark's status as a player, the 3rd level of recovery was completed. As soon as the guy regained consciousness and left the capsule, another message appeared. "Forget about the death and feel free to explore space. The Galactic Federation will support your dream." After which he said wearily, as if something had changed. Grabbing his head with his hand after leaving the capsule, Ark grimaced and mumbled something about his head being dizzy, checking his condition. Looking into his sant, the guy saw that he had received a side effect and said in surprise that this was an abnormal condition, and why this excessive realism. I was testing some possibilities. Continuing to walk out of the system, the fairy holding his head Ark mentally added, "I spent the whole day dying several times in a row." Continuing on to the thunderous shout of Burad, "I told you not to play with death," he mentally added, wanting to check if the Fae had any hidden skills or events. But unfortunately, he didn't find any goodies except for a side effect. Starting to recall his past in another game, Ark mentally said, "When I first entered the new world, I died a lot of times in the training area and with the others." Not wanting to accept the fact that he was failing and every time he got up again, he mentally added, "I suddenly gained the skill of unwavering willpower, and then he helped me become famous for it." At the same moment, interrupting the guy's thoughts, Beard angrily exclaimed, "Who dies for fun? There's a whole bunch of them. How annoying it is." Returning to his comrades and lying down tired on the ground, Ark thought that Beard's remarks were a warning from the developers that constant death would lead to nothing, and then he heard someone shout out to the foreman. Looking at his commander, who did not look very well, the octopus added, "How are you feeling? Everyone is worried that you are dying so often." To which he replied, "I'm fine. I just need to rest a little." In response to the foreman's remark, Geronet's replied that it was dangerous to go hunting alone. "Why do you constantly resist?" And then Ark thought, "I know I'm dying on purpose." Smiling awkwardly at his friend, he added mentally, "But it's much harder to explain this to the NPC," after which he heard, "But if you want to continue hunting alone, then don't you want to learn the special gate of the Gerenians?" Seeing the surprise on Ark's face, the octopus added, "You've died 20 times already, Brigadier. We're worried about you. We don't care about others dying, but we're worried about you." The next moment, R got to his feet and mentally said, "That's how it's all connected," and then exclaimed, "Of course, there's no point in hunting anyway, as long as the side effect is in effect," and then mentally added that it seems that it's not enough to just die several times. You need to have a good level of trust with specific NPCs. Upon arriving at the training ground, the octopus said that this place would be perfect, although it is not the best environment due to pollution, but the viscous swamp is similar to the place where the ancestors of the Gerens live. Continuing his speech, the octopus added that, for Earthlings, these conditions are clearly not comfortable, which is why it is difficult for you to dodge the attacks of space bugs, and you go to the fairies all day for protection. In response to Ark's remark, the octopus said, "You really have to dodge a lot," and then said, "If you learn our gate, it will be much easier, Elder Vroom." Hearing that his name had just been called, Vroom, the elder of the Gerenese NPS, said, "The decision to train you has been made, and I will put my whole soul into mentoring you." When Ark heard the elder's promise, he said, "I will try," and then Vroom added, "Let's start like this." Looking at the octopus, who said, "Now straighten all 8 legs," Ark noticed from the first stage the space-like heaviness, and then mentally added, "Well, I'll try to repeat after the elder first." The next moment, putting his hand behind his head, the boy awkwardly said, "As you can see, I have not 8 legs but only 4 limbs, so let's start with something physically possible." In response to his request, Ark first heard a growl, and then Vroom exclaimed, The youth is now very weak. How can you learn anything with such an attitude? Resigned to the elder's words, the boy laid down in the mud and thought, I'll just try it. And then I heard it perfectly, and now I'm going to continue. Starting to move his tentacles, the elder said, you need to make wave-like movements with all your limbs and move in the right direction. Nothing difficult, but it's not difficult at all. And he said, can you tell me how to do this for creatures with bones in their limbs? In response to Ark's remark, Vroom exclaimed, patience and work will make everything work in my time, and one could not deny the elders and the youth have now left, hearing Ark's words and trying to somehow repeat them, thinking that the trauma of its developer is clearly felt through the characters and remarks of this NPC. But why? After a while, when he stopped his training, the guy thought unhappily, but after an hour of training, I began to understand roughly what to do, and it was not about the number of legs or the ability to move them. As he continued to lie in the mud, the dirty guy thought, I've spent so much effort to control and evenly distribute my body weight, and for this knowledge I've spent so much effort. However, his efforts were not in vain. Having gained the passive skill, Ark got to his feet and raised one hand above his head, mentally saying, I was able to benefit from the death. Going on a hunt with the new skill, Ark mentally said after that, I was unstoppable with the new skill. It became even easier for me to move and increase decisions. After a while, after completing the training, he mentally said to the players, I even got back the skills I lost with the first death, and I continued to work on the fast-paced training ground, saying goodbye to the clients who had reached the 10th level and bringing in new ones. As they waved goodbye to Ark, who led them to the training ground, the clients exclaimed, thanks to you, everything went great, and I hope we'll meet again in the newly developed lands. In response to the warm words of the clients, Ark smiled happily and waved back, saying it was a pleasure to meet you and see you again. 3 days passed like that, and on the last day of the hunt, the foreman heard him sigh heavily. Continuing to look at his leader, one of the octopuses said, you hunt so much, what level are you at now? To which he replied, well, I just got a level up after the last hunt, the 15th level. Hearing about the level of Ark, one of the Geranians exclaimed in surprise that it was the 15th, not even the 10th, to which he replied, yeah. And then another octopus said that it was already more than the 10th, which is usually the level after it. As soon as Ark confirmed the 15th level, the Geranians gathered for a meeting. Moving away from the boy and starting to talk, it seemed that he was not going to leave. He would not stay here forever. As the octopuses continued to negotiate, they said that maybe he liked the management of the hunting ground. That's right, he is certainly our foreman, but he also knows our weaknesses in case he changes his mind about us. While the Geranians were shouting in confusion what to do, Ark heard Burad contact him and ask if he could hear me. As soon as he received an affirmative answer to his question, Burad exclaimed in a menacing tone, I'm waiting for you here, we need to talk right now. When the call ended, Ark smiled slyly after hearing the demand and said in his head, right now. When I met NPS Ark, I heard you. And to be honest, when we first met, you seemed absolutely hopeless. I had never seen a pioneer lose his dagger, but it seems I was wrong about you. I have never met such an inspired pioneer. And I replied, thank you for your words. The next moment, handing the boy a present, he added, I have a gift for you. It's old, but it's quite good for a newcomer. And we also gave you a letter of recommendation from the federal government in case you decide to work for the Federation. When he picked up the letter from the department and thanked Burad, he said, you hardly understand the full scale of what is happening, but your help will not be forgotten. After receiving the valuable item and going about his business, Ark mentally said, I did it, although I wasn't completely sure. I just thought that if the quest to clean the pipes that seemed endless ended with my release. Smiling happily after reaching the goal, he mentally added that the bug hunt would also have an ending to the training quest that was supposed to take only a day with the rest, stretching out for a week. But heading out of the 14th district on a journey, Ark mentally said, I'm not upset. I'm probably not upset because for the first time in a long time, I was able to fully immerse myself in the game, and then heard the foreman shout. Frozen in place after the exclamation, he heard the foe again. Barely had time to wait. We barely managed to get permission. Looking back and seeing the Geranians behind him, who were seeing him off, Ark said in surprise, people, how did you get here? In response to the boy's question about the octopus, the manager Jackson said, although he is formidable, he let us go when we said we wanted to see our foreman off. Take this as a souvenir from our people. Looking at the special item that had restorative properties, Ark felt it was tiny but would definitely help you as a discoverer. Waving goodbye to the Geranians, Ark shouted thank you and then mentally said, it means that they were as much to do with the award as the letters of recommendation from Jackson and Bird. Thinking about everyone from whom he received bonuses, the guy mentally added that regardless of whether I participate in a special quest or event, any interaction with NPCs can, depending on my actions, lead to a reward. Smiling happily, the boy continued on his way to a new adventure and said, Well, this is definitely something to take note of. At the moment when Ark said goodbye to the octopuses, who shouted good luck and said, "We'll see you again," the foreman was surprised and asked what kind of event it was. Arriving at the teleportation site and entering the capsule, Ark received a notification destination Stargate R14. During the movement, your body will be scanned, and depending on the settings, the scan data will be synchronized with the Galactic Federation ferry. Continuing his journey, the boy received another notification, which said the name Arc A, 02788 level 15 race, human rank beginner pioneer reputation, 500 career foreman of the cleaning department. The next moment, finding himself in a strange place, the guy received another notification informing him of the open access to the Stargate system, after which he said wow in surprise. Watching the impressive effects while the system reported now in the Galactic Federation, there are dozens of settled lands. Between the settled lands, you can move without a spaceship using the FTL system, after which it finally became like a space game. The next moment, another notification appeared, informing that travel using FTL warp was only possible with a spacesuit and that the newly arrived discoverers could only travel to the planet Istana, which is home to the General Office of the Galactic Federation's civilian office. By switching slides in front of the guy, the system has added that when you accumulate reputation points and get company sponsors, you can get a spacesuit. If you have the ability, the discoverer can find a suitable sponsor who has finance or technology. Hearing Ark's advice, he said in surprise, pointing at the model of the planet, "I think I'll need letters of recommendation when looking for a sponsor, so I can get a suit faster." After clicking on this planet and seeing the effects of the actions, Ark smiled and received a notification that the movement begins on the Istana panel. Accept the challenge and fight for your future. Somewhere on the spaceship, the players heard an organizational announcement from the galaxy. In 5 hours, a service check will begin in Area R14, so be careful during the check. Access to some compartments may be closed. The next moment, another announcement was made that caught the players' attention, and it sounded like this. A mission master has appeared on the server to reach the goal of R14. Continuing to announce, the system added his name Ark. Hearing this, one of the players said in surprise in the training area, "There are also missions. Ark is the one from the New World." Continuing with the announcement, the system added the achievement of the title of Station R14 Mission Master, which is possible upon completion of absolutely all storylines and quests at this location, and anyone can accept the challenge and try. The next moment, the system added that the content of quests could be standard or depend on the relationship with the NPC. Immediately after the system added, "We ask you to be careful to avoid creating criminal cases, as the disclosure of galaxy data is a violation of the rules of use." Hearing this, one of the users was surprised to say that you cannot disclose the content of quests on the internet, and due to the peculiarities of AI NPCs, the content of quests will constantly change. Turning his gaze to the octopus who was inviting customers and saying, "Would you like to visit a secret hunting ground?" the player added, "But this Ark is really from a new world." Looking into the eyes of the NPC and the player who went with him, the other player replied that maybe it was a person with the same nickname. Not so few people in the galaxy with the nickname Ark, to which he heard in response, "Of course, he is very famous. So many people copy his name." Continuing their conversation, one of the interlocutors noted that many people who have been searching all corners of the game since the beginning of the game probably followed in his footsteps and used the same tactics. At the same time, looking at the planet available for movement, Ark said something about how there are many things here, and then heard that through the Stargate you can get to 23 settlements of Istana. Looking through the list of settlements, Ark said, "You can even know the sparsely populated places where it is better to go." Having received the answer at the beginning of the journey, "Many people prefer Tatooine," he added happily. "I've heard this name before. Desert races, cross-country, hidden obstacles." In response to the player's words, the system added, "Tatooine is located in the central part of the Galactic Federation. The infrastructure is developed according to the latest construction, including a place where you can meet a sponsor from all over the galaxy. All this makes Tatooine a city of opportunities." When I heard the proposal of the Ark system and looked at the city, I noticed that the city with this name should be called Coruscant, not Tatooine. The next moment, Ark spoke the next city, after which the system said Kurum, the second largest settlement after Tatooine, with many sponsors owning various businesses and industries, and then the guy spoke the next one. After receiving the order, the system switched to the next city and said, Valvarez had a convenient transportation system and a high population turnover, and then the next one came up again, and seeing another option, Ark finally said impressed that it would work. Hearing that the player was plowing a settlement, the system informed Nepal is a settlement where various valuable minerals are mined, but due to the destructive landscape of the area, it lags behind others in terms of development and population, and there are not many companies represented in it. Not the best option for a beginner, to which Ark said, I'm going to Nepal right now. Accepting the player's decision, the system began preparatory processes and reported the launch of the Stargate system, checking the license of the federal government authorities. No problems were found setting the coordinates of the destination target, planet Istana Stargate of Nepal. Completing the preparations, the system added the anchor settings allowed to use N5378 until warp 10987654321. As soon as the countdown reached 0, the gate appeared and the system reported a jump. Accompanied by a light effect, Ark began to move rapidly to the selected settlement point on the planet. A few seconds later, lightning struck the building under the dome and moved the guy to his destination. In the 22nd century, humanity had no choice but to urgently leave the dying Earth that had once been their home and head for space. After a lot of trial and error, they were able to complete the construction of the station on the moon. Since then, space technology has been developing rapidly, and after the full development of the solar system, mankind mastered the beyond imagination technology of warp travel. It took decades more to make the entire solar system habitable based on the moon alone. However, in the following decades, colonies of people appeared in various parts of our galaxy, and the flotilla of the Earth's world government was now called the Galactic Federation. After a while, she went into outer space, and at the age of 24, she first encountered a powerful opponent. The alien civilization of Rama was based in the Kilton system of the Large Magellanic Cloud, which was located 150,000 light-years from Earth. Their influence stretched from their home planet to our galaxy, and it is clear that the confrontation between aliens and humans was technically driven. As well as the physical backwardness of the second Rams, they turned out to be a rather warlike civilization. The first brave souls who explored the further reaches of our galaxy disappeared forever into outer space after a fierce battle with the Frames. The first space battle that began in this way was bloody and extended far enough to reach the solar system. The spacesuits were a tragic response to those times, as they were invented to equalize the physical fitness of Frames and humans. After listening to this whole story, Ark mentally said how long it has been possible to show a 4D movie like a 4D movie thanks to VR technology, and I got goosebumps from the scene where the whole planet burned down. But I'm here to play, not watch movies. Continuing his thoughts, the guy mentally added, I can't just skip all the lore like I did at the very beginning of the game, because now a clue may appear from nowhere. The suit gives the same physical capabilities as the alien's silence. When Ark finished his thoughts and looked up, he saw a large number of people in front of him and said, stop. Continuing to stand in the central square of the city of the discoverers of Nepal on the planet Istana of the Galactic Federation, Ark added in surprise. Shouldn't there be few people here? Continuing to look around Ark, it seems that there are more NPCs than players here. If this is a city with a low population density, then in other cities there is probably nowhere for an apple to fall. Moving forward, so as not to stand still, Ark merged with the crowd and said something to the effect that I was worried about whether he would be pushed around on the hunting ground. The next moment, taking a sheet from his inventory and spreading it out to lay it on the ground, the guy added that it was still better than no people at all. Immediately after, the guy laid out a plasma blaster on the sheet, a long-range weapon for which ammunition is purchased separately. He also has a magnetron hammer, a medium-sized short-range weapon, and many other different products on his counter. The guy laid out the goods for sale in front of him and shouted, I'm selling weapons for beginners at 20% less than the market price. Trying to attract the attention of customers, Ark again exclaimed, come, don't hesitate, the prices will please you, and then thought it would be better for business if there were more people. The next moment, recalling his past, Ark clenched his hand into a fist and shed a tear, thinking, I've suffered so much at R14 humping there, so first I have to earn some money. As soon as he finished his memoirs, the first customer approached him and said, welcome, to which Ark replied, welcome. Pointing to his friend who was on the sheet, the man asked if you really sell a 10th level gravity sword at this price, to which he replied, yes, that's right, if you want to see other products. Surprised by such prices, the buyer fell to his knees looking at the goods and exclaimed in amazement that he could not believe that a charity event gravity sword for 3 gold in a local store owned by the NPS costs as much as 6. Having made the purchase, the man shed tears of happiness and headed away from the arch, exclaiming joyfully, I will also take a mine with an electromagnetic pulse. Thank you very much, and thank you for the purchase. Waving happily to his customer, Ark mentally said, I really am very grateful for your purchase. Looking at the crowd in front of me, which had already gathered and was shouting out a level 10 weapon for such a price, I completely forgot to buy it at R14. Smiling happily, I added in my head, thanks to you. Even more customers gathered around, and at the same time I got to learn more about the local stores that hold NPCs. And now, let's go back a little bit before we left R14 tentacles waving goodbye to the Gerenians, who exclaimed, You've got things to do. Wow, cool. Can I come with you? Arriving at the right place, Ark received a notification. Welcome you to the Pioneer Trading Building. We offer a 50% discount for all newcomers to the station. Seeing exactly where they arrived, one of the octopuses asked, "We are here for shopping, Uncle Ark. Yay, shopping." To which he answered with a sly smile, "That's right. My uncle will buy some food now." The next moment, imagining his cool image in his head, he added, "Because my uncle now has a lot of money, you can call me Sugar Daddy," and then mentally added as much as 89 gold for the skin and meat of space bugs, plus the reward for quests and the profit from our hunting ground. Pulling off his black sunglasses, Ark smiled slyly and asked me for all the weapons and shields from your shop, of all kinds and colors. He continued to point at everything he saw, saying, "Hey kids, choose one toy each. Uncle will buy whatever you want," after which they joyfully shouted, "Hooray, hooray, hooray," and Ark mentally added, "I've earned much more than the other players who are leaving the station, but I plan to earn even more." Continuing his thoughts while shopping, Ark mentally added, "I've learned something from running the hunting grounds. Most people leave the training area as soon as they reach level 10 with one single dagger to hunt bugs with." Continuing to smile happily as he continued to trade, Ark mentally added, and then faced with the harsh prices in the game world, and regretted his choice even though he could have bought something with a 50% discount in the training area. Continuing to rejoice in his successful business, he mentally added, "Even if I sell the goods at 80% of the cost, I will receive 30% of the benefits." But there were those who did not like it. After selling one more item and waving at the customer's request, Ark exclaimed, "Thank you for your purchase and have a nice day," and then heard, "Hey you," and exclaimed, "Yes, I'm listening to you." Raising his head to the next customer, Ark asked with closed eyes if you had found what you were looking for at my prices, which were much lower than that. The next moment, opening his eyes and noticing that all the customers had disappeared, Ark asked the others in surprise. While he was looking at them, one of the group of people asked him, "Hey you little shit, what are you doing on our territory?" And then thought, "Damn, there was no one here but me." The leader of the bandits continued to attack the guy in front of him and shouted, "You have a permit to trade with a donkey." When Ark heard the questions from the people who visited his shop, he was surprised to ask, "What kind of permission you mean?" After receiving Ark's answer, the bandit leader said, "You don't want to do this. I blocked this place while the owner was away and you brazenly appropriated it." At the same time, paying attention to the equipment of the leader of the robbers, Ark mentally said, "I haven't seen such devices in R14. It looks like they are experienced players who have a lot of money." Continuing to look anxiously at the enemies, the boy added in his head, "5 more of them will leave, and another gang will come. Come, it's not good." Trying to somehow solve the problem, Ark threw his hand behind his head and awkwardly said, "Oh, it looks like I made a big mistake. I urgently needed a place to trade and found only this. I'll collect all the goods right away." Starting to pack his things, Ark mentally said, "In any case, I sold almost everything and stayed in the black. As soon as I come up with a plan, something is bound to happen. You need to react with dignity." But despite this, Ark happily added in his head, "I invested 85 gold pieces and got 145 plus so I can roll up without regrets." And then suddenly heard, "Hey, I thought you were just going to leave." Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the leader of the bandits added, "What about the rent of 20 gold pieces?" Ark said in shock. The bandit added, "You still managed to make money by taking someone else's place. We are very generous and will not accuse you of stealing." Stretching out his hand in front of Ark, the man added, "Let's settle this peacefully. Give me 20 gold pieces for the rent." Hearing the bandits' leader's demand, Ark felt some irritation at the amount of the fee and thought they had gone completely crazy. In games of the square, these are public spaces that can be used openly by absolutely all players without exception. Continuing his thoughts, Ark mentally added, "If private trade was banned, robotic police would have arrived long ago and stopped." The next moment, he turned his gaze to the people in front of him and added, "These assholes rely on their strength and weapons to rob us." And then he heard that we accept not only money. Continuing to point at the desired goods, the robber added, "We can take some decent stuff too, like a gravity sword and something else." Seeing something that might interest him, the bandit leader smiled slyly and reached down to pick up the item on the counter. Reaching out to a children's toy that was among the goods, he added, "It's so tiring to choose from a pile of goods, so let's agree on this one. We're still cheap, remember?" Raising the toy ship to his eye level, the man added with a sly smile, "Well, as we agreed." Seeing what the bandit leader Ark had chosen from his wares, he exclaimed in surprise and then mentally added, "I've sold this kind of stuff too." The next moment, immersed in his memories, he recalled how one of the Jarians handed him a toy and said, "Uncle Ark, take this." Surprised at what he was being given, the boy asked what it was and was told it was a gift. Handing the boy a gift, the octopus added, "Uncle Ark bought us toys, and my mom said we can't just take them from you. My mom says you can only get your asses kicked for free." Ark accepted the gift from the octopuses and smiled happily and said, "Thank you. I'm touched, but aren't you sorry to give me my favorite toy? After handing over the gift to Ark and heading back, the octopus exclaimed, "It sucks because no one plays with it. We play with space spinners." Hearing this, the boy thought they just decided to get rid of the unnecessary thing. The next moment, looking at the toy Ark handed him, he thoughtfully spoke about the quest associated with it, and it clearly seemed useless to me. Continuing to think, Ark added, "Looking up at the sky, I forgot that I had brought it with me in my inventory and put it on the counter when I had time to put it down." Immediately after finishing his thoughts, Ark turned his gaze toward where a pair of police robots were flying by. At the same moment, the leader of the bandits said with a sly smile, "Great, let me charge you rent with this thing." Deciding to cheat, Aru stretched out his hand to the bandit and said, "You owe me 80 gold pieces," and heard the surprised exclamation that he added, "What's so strange about that, you idiot?" Holding an outstretched hand in front of him, Ark added with a sly smile, "This thing actually cost 100 gold pieces and the rent is 20. The next moment, pointing his finger at the boy, Ark added, "Or do you want to squeeze 80 gold pieces from me? Let's solve the issue in a reasonable adult way, because only adults can play Galaxy, or did you register under your mother's name?" Without hearing an answer, Ark added, "Well, did you swallow your tongue or was I just kidding? But it looks like you're really a child." The next moment, the whole street heard the guy's angry shout that he had gone completely crazy. Grabbing Ark by the collar and pulling him to his side, the bandit leader added, "You're just a nubile kid who barely hatched out of the training area. You think I'm not going to kick your ass, do you?" Demonstrating his anger, which made the veins in his face pop out, Mild added, "I think if you can't kill the players in the cities, then you're safe. I can let you go around the world, then your illusions about a happy life in the city will be dispelled." Continuing to pull the guy toward him, the bandit leader added, "We've already ruined the lives of several people, so they can't hunt or farm. What's your nickname, you asshole?" In response to Milda's threat, Ark smiled happily and said, looking away, "You don't need to know that. It's more important than that." Looking at the police robots, R said the user Mild threatened me, after which one of the robots said, "You are violating the structure of the Federation by threatening another user in the city of Nepal. Stop committing illegal actions immediately." Hearing the demand, Mild nervously exclaimed to him what you and I were talking about, only after which another policeman added a warning and once again stopped the illegal action. While the leader of the bandits was looking at the police in confusion, Ark suddenly screamed painfully, breaking free from the hands of Milda. Falling to the ground, Ark exclaimed, "He grabbed me by the throat and threw me to the ground. My energy dropped by a third," after which he screamed in fright, turning his head to Ark and turning back to the police, "No, don't listen." Before he could justify himself, the police said disobedience and the use of physical violence were confirmed as causing harm to another resident of the city. Pointing his hand at Mild, the robot policeman added a protective mod according to the legal act, after which Mild exclaimed, "Wait, I'm here." Unwilling to listen to the offender, the police used force and incapacitated the offender. As soon as the man collapsed to the ground, his comrades who witnessed the situation shouted out to Mr. Mild Boss. In the next moment, the police grabbed the downed man by the legs and dragged him away, saying, "You are caught in the act and arrested under Article 27 of the federal law by the security detachment on duty to protect the general peace." Angry at Ark for setting up their boss, the other gang members angrily shouted, "Damn it, it's all because of that asshole." Looking at the empty space where the boy had just been, one of the bandits angrily shouted that he had already managed to escape. Continuing to rage, the bandits shouted, "Find him, at least find out his nickname, and if he catches our eye outside the city, we will tear him apart." Leaving the scene of the incident, Ark hid somewhere in an abandoned building and said, "I just wanted to do my own thing and go where the eye can see." Continuing to examine the toy in his hands, he added unhappily that they had also come up with some kind of rent, but the funny thing was that this toy was here and now. The next moment, after putting the toy on his feet, Ark leaned his head down and felt a shiver go through his body. Feeling anxious after the incident, Ark mentally said, "Now I'm going to have those assholes on my tail." After his experiences were over, the guy, immersed in his memories, spoke in his head, recalling the past in the new world and in general, in all games, there were always such bastards. Continuing to think, he mentally added that they would block a good place or even a dungeon and lynch those who got into them, including the fact that the poor guys left the game. The developers officially forbade this, but it didn't help much. In any case, we are in a low-ranked zone for newcomers, so this bunch is not the strongest of the strong, and I will level up and repay their kindness, but until then, we will have to be patient and careful. At the same time, when he was in the prison cell, Mild angrily shouted, "I'll tear him to pieces." Tilting his head down to avoid seeing the police robots, the prisoner added angrily, "I'm just going to get out of here and make sure you never go into VR again, walk and turn around." At the same time, Ark, looking over a child's toy given to him by the octopuses, said thoughtfully, As he began to disassemble the toy into pieces, the boy added thoughtfully, asking for 20 gold pieces and then suddenly saying that he would accept payment with this toy, thinking that this thing was worth more than 20 gold pieces. Continuing to disassemble and reassemble the toy, Ark thoughtfully added that if converted into pipe cleaning, it would take 5,000 repetitions of the quest to earn that kind of money without taking into account the accumulation of points. As he put the toy back together, he added a description of the thing, which I didn't read, but it looks pretty good up close, and maybe I'm the only fool here. Looking up at the sky, the boy thought to himself, in reality, the last bastards who take away people's money would not suddenly become happier because of a useless toy. The next moment, the guy confidently added in his head that there was probably something I didn't know about, and then I heard a crunch in my hands. Raising his hand and looking at the broken-off piece, Ark said in surprise, and then received a system notification that the toy spaceship had reached its breaking point. As he began to move the broken object closer to its place, the boy exclaimed in confusion that he did not want to stop. The next moment, something strange began to happen to the toy ship. It flew out of Ark's hands and rose to the level of his eyes, enveloped in a strange magnetic field. The next moment, a new system notification appeared, informing that the toy spaceship had been destroyed and transformed into a two-way portal. Looking at what was happening in front of him, Ark stretched out his hand in front of him and felt the object he received, a mysterious memory card. You can connect the memory card to the nymph and access the data. As soon as it was over, the boy looked at the object he had just received and wondered where the Gerans had gotten it from. Somewhere in the real world, following a guy in a wheelchair, a man said, "I'm not sure if this is correct, but I heard from the doctors that there were many cases when VR helped during rehabilitation." Continuing the dialogue with the guy who was walking on with his head bowed, the man added, "I will do everything possible to get you back on your feet. I have enough money and desire to do so, but will it really benefit you?" Continuing the dialogue with the guy in the wheelchair, the man added, "I'm not sure you'll be able to go back there." Arriving at the capsule for immersion in virtual reality, the man added, "I still can't forget the accident that happened a year ago, the day you got injured playing in the new world." Continuing the dialogue, the man asked, using the limited connection to the galaxy, "Are you really going to be okay? Are you going to enter virtual reality again?" With a heavy sigh, the guy said yes, and then he received a message on his phone that said to his father that I was really fine. The next moment, after receiving another message that said there were certain things I wanted to do in this galaxy, he turned his head back to the capsule. As he continued to look at his son, the man said to himself, "I don't think I'm being reckless now, just like I did then." Pressing his lips together and resigned to what had happened, he said, "Let's continue. That's enough. I hope it's really what you want." As soon as the system was activated, a system notification was heard to check new users and create a new account. We wish the new recruit to enjoy the boundless universe and the adventures that await in the future. Meanwhile, Ark decided to check the card he received and said, "It's a mysterious memory card, so you can't even tell it's a quest item. Let's take a look at the contents." Placing them in the nymph terminal, the boy thought, those guys were probably hunting for her. I wonder what was hidden inside. As soon as the map was placed in the yoga terminal, the boy added some information in his head that was the key to completing the quest or a rare skill. But everything didn't go as smoothly as expected. The next moment, the terminal lit up red and a message appeared saying that the memory card was blocked due to damage. When Ark saw the message, he was surprised to say that it was blocked, and then another notification appeared. You must enter the security code or find a way to unlock it. At this rate, an hour passed without any results, and Ark said in frustration, curiously, I was sure I wouldn't get any clues from the devil. The next moment, he thought maybe there was a clue, and at the same time remembering the gift of one octopus, he happily said, "Oh, I won't give the instructions to Uncle Ark." Continuing his thoughts, Ark mentally said, and yet before continuing the game, this game has a disadvantage. You can't just go back to R14. Analyzing the shortcomings of the galaxy, he mentally added that thanks to the settings, you can freely use the Stargate, but you need to get a suit with the support of a sponsor. The next moment, the guy stood up from his seat and, having gained some hope, joyfully exclaimed that it was the sponsor. Sometime later, when he found himself in the building of the Galactic Federation in Nepal, the boy was surprised to hear Burad's voice, standing next to a man in a white coat who added that every time he wrote a report, there were words that should not be missed. Today there is a sea of dogs and cows that want to crawl out into space and become pioneers. Ark sighed heavily and said yes. The next moment, turning his head to the guest, Ponan, who is responsible for the policy of supporting pioneers, said it was funny that such a person was in charge of the training center. He really loves pioneers. The next moment, smiling and staring intently at Ark, Ponan added, "You're just a novice discoverer, but you've already received a letter of recommendation. You're a wizard." And he replied, "I just did the best I could." At that time, holding Ark's dossier in his hands, Ponan said, "Not long ago, R14 made a good first movie. There was a lot of noise. Didn't you ever think of becoming someone like the main character? To which Ark replied awkwardly, I'm a little unsure of my abilities. The next moment, with a shrug, the boy added 14 to R. I thought only about solving the problems in front of me as quickly as possible, to which Ponen replied with a laugh, what a modest man. Though not. Immediately after his words, he suddenly interrupted and looked at Ark again, adding that perhaps it was not modesty, but calmness. Continuing the dialogues with his guest, Ponen said, I'm going to interview you as the original discoverer. The next moment, having gotten into the role, Ponen asked whether he really deserved the sponsorship of the Galactic Federation and whether he could pass the test standing on the other starting line. Looking at the nervous guy in front of him, the man in the bathrobe added, to be honest, I agree with Beard's opinion. Dogs and cows go out into space and pounce on everything they see like moths on light. Listening to Ponen's words, who had just said that they were so helpless and pathetic, Ark only thought to himself, this is the man who is responsible for the policy of supporting pioneers, but now that I have received a letter of recommendation from Burad, I will wait. The next moment, Ark received a system notification that said, recommended by the bureaucracy, you have completed the R14 mission. You are eligible to participate in the Galactic Federation selection process. If you are selected, you will be able to receive great support from the sponsors of the Galactic Federation. Standing near the posters, Ark mentally said, as expected, it was a sponsor-related event, and then heard, well, you're ready for an interview. After receiving a question from the person responsible for the policy of supporting pioneers, Ark looked up and began to think. After some time of reflection, he said thank you very much to the director and Mr. Burad for believing in me and giving me this opportunity, but I just got out of R14 and I don't know a lot of things there. Continuing to play his role, Ark added, as I became more accomplished as a pioneer, I was confident in myself, and it never occurred to me that I would receive approval from you and from Beard. After all his speeches, Ark opened his eye and began to spy on the man's reaction, and saw a smile on his face, after which he said, I can see why you liked him. The next moment, Ark received a system notification telling him that Ponen's friendship level had increased, and then he cheered in his head. Continuing his thoughts, weighing the pros and cons, Ark mentally added, I want to learn about other sponsors and compare them in the whole truth there is no need. The next moment, Ark thought that if the most ordinary words were presented in the right wrapper, the reaction of the NPS would change, and then he asked if he could ask you a question, and then he heard, ask me anything. Having received permission, Ark happily said, you see how we can solve the data problem? And then Ponen's face suddenly turned gloomy. Looking at the guy with a stern look, he asked him if he was talking about hacking the system, and he happily exclaimed that this was it, or if it was possible to learn it. Continuing his joyful words, Ark remarked anyway, since this is a federal government, wouldn't there be such a technical piece of information before he could finish as he was interrupted by Ponen saying, oh, how interesting, looking for a way to hack the nymph to unlock the data. Realizing that something had gone wrong, Ark opened his eyes and looked at the man in surprise and said, what are you talking about? Immediately after the notification appeared, Ponen's bad attitude dropped very low, after which he approached Ark and said unhappily, the Federation both encourages and suppresses the use of the nymph. It is a breeding ground for crimes of varying severity. Continuing to demonstrate his dissatisfaction, Ponen added, I would not have thought to ask about illegal activities with such confidence. Continuing to reprimand the boy who looked at him with a nervous smile, Ponen added that this time his instincts led Burd to write a recommendation to some criminalist. Returning to the industrial zone outside Nepal, Ark mentally said, but I knew there was a way to break the system. As he continued his thoughts, the boy mentally added that the quests for the Galactic Federation's sponsorship contract were still working unexpectedly, but Burad's letter of recommendation had almost worked. Walking through the industrial zone, Ark said, it was hard not to feel that I was starting to lose friendship points because I had started a conversation with a government official about something not entirely legal, and then received a notification to turn right in 30 meters. Continuing to follow the directions of the navigator, the guy added, and yet that NPC saw through me. He's a judge of character. I'm really not the most law-abiding person when it comes to gaming. Continuing to follow the directions of the navigator, Ark mentally added, this does not mean that I will break the rules any more than before Hong Gildong and Robin Hood were not the most exemplary, and not to say criminals. In parallel with his thoughts, Ark mentally said that the way Ponen and the Galactic Federation are depicted in the game is also questionable. After which the man said today, dogs and cows also want to become pioneers. We are the universal elite. Proudly remember that you were given the opportunity to pass the qualifying exam. After imagining this in his head, Ark made a disgruntled face and said, I mean, the corrupt and authoritarian government is just putting on display why I protest against this attitude towards civil servants. The next moment, he found himself in a crowd of people who were talking among themselves about how the suspension of the Galactic Federation's sponsor was how all 4 major campaigns simply collapsed, somehow playing harder than the real work. The next moment, another fragment of dialogue sounded behind Ark. Anyway, it's just a game. Let's not get too serious. You can take any sponsor in the industrial area when you level up. You can change. An industrial zone is a place where relatively small factories and unions are concentrated, and such small organizations can become sponsors of pioneering projects. Continuing his journey, Ark mentally added even if it is difficult to get state-of-the-art equipment from them, or at least money, they can be recommended to those who want to take a less standard path in the game. After a while, arriving at the clogged-in leading point, Ark received a notification you have arrived at your destination briefing is complete, after which he mentally said, let's take a look at another quest received in R14, where it was written in Jackson's letter of recommendation. The next moment, the guy froze in place and said in amazement at the sight before him, from NASA to spacecraft, metallurgy is a big business. Wandering around the steel plant, Ark was surprised to hear the same rather large sponsor say that there was even a quest to recommend a mission with the 7th compartment hidden. Immediately after his words, the boy looked around and exclaimed in his head, "You're kidding, the size of this place looks like an antique shop." Walking further and looking at the mess in this room, he mentally added, "Even the interior is full of old things, but it doesn't look like vintage." The next moment, he began to recall his past where he was on a covert mission, and Ark mentally recited countless times the threat of being killed by octopuses. Immediately after his recollections, the boy froze in his tracks, thinking that the memories were exaggerated, that all these obstacles were for the sake of getting a recommendation to work in an antique shop. Frozen in place with disappointment, the guy with the newcomer's mark said, "If you think about it, it's logical what abilities I showed Jackson." Recalling the past, he mentally added diligence in performing long and tedious repair work. "I am a pioneer," he said, "fresh and clean and not yet tired of work, and that is how workers in a healthy society should be." At the moment when Ark was on his knees in frustration, he heard someone laughing in front of him, followed by a voice saying, "Welcome. I didn't even know that guests had arrived." Raising his gaze to the source of the voice and frozen in shock, the boy heard that "You wish, sir, from NASA, about spacecraft. We will do whatever you want." The next moment, the beast in front of him rubbed his hands together and added, "Whatever you choose, remember that you will have to pay the price accordingly." And then Ark thought that the dog was not a hamster. Pointing around him, the hamster said, "Well, you can look around first. Our assortment is unique, and in addition to the goods in the window, we have a lot more in stock." After hearing this, Ark asked uncertainly, "Excuse me, are you Tori by any chance?" To which the hamster happily exclaimed, "Yes, I am Tori, the director of gear. I am the best engineer in Nepal, I can do anything you want." When he was convinced that it was Ark the hamster, he raised his hand in front of him and awkwardly said, "Excuse me, I didn't come here to shop." Hearing that the visitor was not going to buy anything from him, the hamster smiled happily and said, "I see." The next moment, the smile on Tori's face abruptly disappeared and he spat in displeasure, gripping the weapon with both hands. When Ark saw that a gun was pointed at him, he said awkwardly, "Wait, put the gun away." And Tori shouted angrily, "If you're not going to buy anything, then get out of here while you still can. There's no reason to hang around here. This isn't a petting zoo." Continuing to point the gun at Ark Tori's face, he added angrily, "You thought I was some kind of earthly hamster, so don't piss me off and get out of here." After the conflict, Tori put away his gun and stormed off in anger, while Ark looked on, thinking that this NPC was not a nice merchant, but a real bandit. Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added that I needed to hand him a letter of recommendation to complete the quest, and then said, "Wait, Mr. Tori, please." The next moment, putting his hand to his chest, Ark exclaimed, "I didn't come to you for shopping, I came to you for technology advice, and of course I will thank you for your help." Interested in the guy's proposal, Tori suddenly looked back at him and asked him about the technology. As soon as the hamster's attention was riveted on him, Ark mentioned the memory card and said, "Maybe you know where I can learn hacking." Surprised by the request that the boy had just made to him, Tori wondered what hacking meant. Smiling happily after the situation seemed to have improved, Ark said, "That's exactly how I find myself in a difficult situation." The next moment, the muzzle of the gun was put directly to Ark's face, after which the boy again froze in place in fear and exclaimed, "Wait, Mr. Tori, wait!" In response to the guest's exclamations, the hamster exclaimed with anger on his face, "You sly fox! You thought you could talk me into this hacking." Feeling afraid that the guest knew more than he needed to, Tori exclaimed in embarrassment, "I am a good citizen and I can't do anything like that. The asshole understood me." Continuing to point the gun at the guest's face, Tori angrily shouted, "Who sent you here to drag me into some dark business?" Pulling the trigger on his blaster, Tori added, "Don't move, you bastard, and I'll blow your head off. I'll report you to the Galactic Federation right away and you'll be locked up." At the moment when this hamster started calling the Galactic Federation, Ark thought about what he was so excited about, whether hacking the system was such a serious crime, and then exclaimed, "Listen." The next moment, pulling out the letter of recommendation that had been handed to him, Ark added, "Please listen to me first. I heard about you from Jackson. He even gave me a letter of recommendation." Putting away his blaster, Tori is surprised to hear Jackson say that he's hovering in R14, to which Ark awkwardly replies so correctly. Taking the envelope handed to him, Tori added incredulously, "Don't try to fool me, I'm not a lunchbox hamster," and then said, "Here you go." When the hamster picked up the letter and began to read it, Ark received a system notification that you had sent the item a letter of recommendation from Jackson, and then thought I gave the letter, worried that I almost failed the quest and hoped everything would go smoothly. The next moment, remembering Ponan, he mentally added that Beard's letter only gave me a chance to test, but it did not guarantee me a sponsor from the Galactic Federation. After receiving Ponan's letter, he told him to come back when you have enough experience. Turning his gaze back to Tori, who was looking at the letter addressed to him, Ark mentally said the main thing was to learn how to hack from this hamster, and not to go along with him on the quest to find a sponsor. Continuing his thoughts, he thought he needed to gather more information and calmly find a sponsor better than a small loan shark, and then he heard a small paw slap him on the back and Tori asked, "Your name is Ark, you really got on my nerves." The next moment, with a sinister smile, the hamster added, "I thought you were a spy from the security team," and Ark thought how disgusting he was. Immediately after his words, Tori happily went somewhere, saying that since Jackson vouches for you, it's okay to go and sit down. Hearing this, Ark thought that sometimes VR feels too realistic. Finding a comfortable seat and sitting on it, Ark asked what the story was with that exile, to which Tori replied, "You know, I recently got out of prison." The next moment, looking back at the guy, Tori added, "I was selling some not-so-legal stuff and got trapped, and with the rest of it, my undisputed reputation as a law-abiding citizen was tarnished, which is why I suspected you of being a spy at first." When he heard about the hamster's past, which he arrived at with Ark's help, he was confused and thought that he was a law-abiding citizen, and he was definitely not a bandit. The next moment, stretching out his hand in front of him, Ark added, "By the way, where can I learn hacking? I think if I stay here, I'll only waste your time." And he replied, "Why do you need to go anywhere?" Continuing his speech, the hamster added, "Didn't you want to study with me because Jackson sent you to me for that?" And then Acre had an awkward smile on his face. The next moment, Tori smiled slyly and added, "You know you've come to the best hacker of all time, Jackson. What did he not tell you about the days of our youth?" Bald Jackson and Furry Tori were making a splash in the galaxy. Seeing the ominous shadow of the hamster above him, which seemed to have such a dark past, Ark mentally said, "Wow, what a turnaround." Starting to fantasize in his head about what could have happened in the past, Ark mentally said, "So Jackson and this hamster spent their youth in criminal adventures." Continuing his thoughts about the two past lawbreakers, the boy mentally added that Jackson was now living peacefully, and the hamster was still being visited by the police. The next moment, Tori approached the boy and pointed at him and asked, "Are you ready to start training? The cost of training is 200 gold pieces, and for this money I will personally teach you how to hack." In response to the disclosure of the tuition fee, Ark said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I don't have that much. You can wait until I save up." As soon as Tori heard that his guest did not have enough money, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and he looked at the guy with a scrutinizing eye. The next moment, Tori smiled happily and added, "I know how the original discoverer got so much money." Turning his back on the boy and heading for his things, Tori said, "Let's start training right now." After which Ark exclaimed in confusion that he was right, to which the hamster replied, "I won't get any discounts on my 200 gold pieces. You can just work them off if you have nothing to pay." Hearing Tori's words, Ark asked what I needed to do, and he approached him and stretched out his hand and said, "Don't worry about anything heavy, first give me your nymph." As soon as the guy stretched his hand with the terminal to the hamster, a warning message appeared in front of him saying, "Tori is trying to connect to your terminal," after which he added, "I'll send you a hacking program," to which Ark replied that I hadn't paid for it yet. In response to Ark's remark, Tori replied, "Okay, that's a nice bonus." And then the guy was prompted to allow wireless connection, yes or no. After confirming access and downloading the program, he added in surprise, "Wow, now I can learn how to hack myself." And Tori replied, "That's nonsense." Raising his hand in front of him, Tori said, "You need to learn how to use the tool first. Now, after installing the program, the training begins. I have reset the program, but it needs to be properly configured." Continuing the dialogue, the hamster added that studying is not easy, so you will have to sweat, to which Ark happily exclaimed, "I will try." After his words, the guy smiled happily and added, "I will spend some time, but I will get a unique skill, then I will find a worthy sponsor and will be able to continue playing, although it may not be so easy." The next moment, Ark received a system notification that the quest had been completed, and a letter of recommendation from Jackson, the manager of the 7th Bay, had been sent to him. Immediately after seeing what he saw, he confusedly exclaimed to Tori, "I just wanted to learn how to hack," to which Tori replied, "What is the problem with learning is possible under a sponsorship contract?" After which Ark added, "Stop, you deceived me." In response to the boy's confused exclamation, Tori laughed slyly and said, "You've been fooled, so go and complain to the security team." The next moment, pointing his finger at Ark, Tori added, "How do you explain the presence of a hacker program in your terminal?" After which the guy exclaimed, "You made me do it." Then Tori added the saved data that you had granted access yourself, and we'll have fun in prison. The next moment, after a short dialogue with the boy, the hamster added, "Welcome, gear intern. We are now accomplices, and now it's time to go work off the cost of the lessons." While the cars of Tori's friends were heading toward them, the hamster added, "There's nothing heavy here. Don't shake. You just need to carry metal parts, and even a child can handle it." After a while, having arrived at the Tori headquarters, Chewbacca angrily exclaimed, sitting on the roof of his car, "You're a shabby rat." Leaving the car and heading inside with his friends, the guest angrily added to Tori, "I know you're getting out there." Looking for Hamster in his company, I added Chewbacca, "The newcomers you sent me didn't even last a week, so how long can you send me weaklings?" Hearing his friend's voice, Tori waved happily and exclaimed, "Oh, Clem, you're just in time. I had something I wanted to discuss with you." The hamster added, "This time, I'll give you a real worker." And Jackson sent him to me, and Chewbacca was surprised to hear that. In response to his friend's surprise, Tori confidently replied that he said the young man was persistent and hardworking, after which Clem asked him what he meant. The next moment, looking at the guy to whom Chewbacca pointed, Chewbacca asked, "You're an Earthling, and he won't die until he's carrying heavy things." To which Chewbacca replied, "Hey, why are you so prejudiced against Earthlings? He signed up to work until he gets 200 gold pieces." Hearing Tori's words, Clem took Ark by the collar and said, "I'll believe you. Take this guy." And he replied, "Yes, Captain." Taking the new worker with him, Clem returned to the cars and heard that the Earthling was going to work, and Ark only said in confusion that the sponsor had been fooled by the hack. As soon as the leader returned to the car, the subjects shouted out loading shells and stationery, completed supplies also in place. After receiving a report on the completion of all tasks, the leader and his subjects headed west and shouted out to the squad, "Silverhand, everyone to work," after which Ark thought, "I've found a sponsor and a new job." During the trip, one of the Chewbaccas suddenly spoke to the guy who was in complete shock. "Hey, newbie, your name is Ark, right?" Trying to strike up a conversation with the guy, one of the Silver Squad added, "How did you even get involved with Tori? You look too innocent." In response to Chewbacca's question, Ark said without looking away from his frightened gaze, "Well, I wanted to learn hacking." Hearing how the newcomer was indebted to the hamster, one of the Chewbars laughed and shouted, "Hacking, and you wouldn't know it by your looks. I thought you were just like all the previous workers." Continuing the conversation with Ark, Chewbacca added to me, "And I even had a thought that Tori had slipped me a naive salad again, but you're not that simple." To which Ark remarked, "But it didn't help me, and so I ended up here with you." In response to the guy's remark, Clem replied, "But if you want to learn how to hack, then you've come to the right place for that." Continuing the dialogue with the newcomer, Chewbacca happily added, "And don't hang your head because of the sponsorship contract with Tori. It's just a preliminary contract. You can break it by paying a penalty." Hearing this, Ark exclaimed in surprise that it was true, and then Clem added, "If you don't believe me, look in your nymph." Upon hearing this, Ark immediately looked at his terminal, where a notification said that the training contract with Gear was not fully approved at the moment, and in case of termination of the contract before its approval, you are obliged to pay a penalty. The next moment, leaning over to the boy, Chewbacca added, "Although this is only between you and Tori, you know that this is not an easy job." Immediately after his words, Clem clenched his hand into a fist and added menacingly, "If you run away before you've worked off 200 gold pieces, we'll give you a long and hard talk." As soon as the leader finished telling the newcomer everything he needed to know and sat down, all the Chewbaccas began to smile happily as if nothing had happened, and then Ark nervously said he understood. After completing the dialogue with the leader of the squad, Ark mentally said to the squad, "Silverhand, I'll have to work with them at Tori's request." Continuing his thoughts, he looked at his new comrades who were talking. "I bought this in Nepal. Wow, this thing looks like you," he added. "All the members of the squad are aliens. Their temperament is not as harsh as their appearance." The next moment, interrupting Ark's thoughts, the squad leader Clem exclaimed, "I'm just kidding. Relax. You must be a good guy if Jackson sent you. We always welcome workers and treat everyone like family." Hearing this, Ark awkwardly said super and then thought, "It's offensive, of course, that the hamster set me up, but it doesn't seem so bad if I can buy myself out of slavery with a fine." Immediately after these thoughts, he imagined Tori chewing on a sunflower seed and saying, "See, this is the penalty you paid me, boogeyman." The next moment, continuing his thoughts, Ark added irritably in his head, although I will be able to find another sponsor when I get the skill, the situation in general is incredibly annoying. As Ark continued his reflections, the crew of the Silver Hand Squad had already arrived in the swamp of the southern region of Nepal. Continuing to walk through the impenetrable thickets, Ark said it was immediately clear that this was an alien jungle, although in the center of Nepal the trees resembled those of the earth. Arriving at the base of the Silver Hand in the swamps of the southern district, he heard everything because the city is beginning to be defended from the area where terraforming is possible, after which Ark said that he means what the true nature of the planet Istana looks like. After a while, when he started helping with the transportation of luggage, Ark asked what we were going to do, and he heard a surprised exclamation in response. Looking at the guy in front of him, Clem added in surprise, "And Tori, I didn't even tell you that. So you just got in the truck and came with us." Continuing the dialogue with the guy who was unaware of the work, Chewbacca added, "You don't know about Nekuma either," to which the guy replied in confusion in his head, "Don't drag it out." The next moment, turning to the nymph terminal, Ark heard a Nekuma type unknown in the Galactic Federation's charter, considered a dangerous object, the true essence of energy living beings without a specific state. Continuing to review the information, Ark heard a note that these creatures are not alive. They have the skill of pulling metal devices and equipment when absorbing objects. Nekuma's activity increases if there is a threat of danger. Nekuma generates a new Nekuma. The next moment, the system added the Galactic Federation identifies the Nekuma as a dangerous object and is engaged in controlling their population. Looking at the appearance of this Nekuma, Ark said a zombie robot, after which Clem added, "If you're done with enlightenment, then let's get to work." Arriving at the place where they were carrying the heavy crates, Ark looked around him and said, "So this is a base." And Clem added, "Created to fight the Nacum." Continuing to observe his base, Chewbacca added, "The Galactic Federation hired our squad to hunt Nacum. Otherwise, we would not have gone to such a difficult wilderness." The next moment, noticing the inscription gear on the crates, Ark asked if it was a hamster product, which it was, judging by the signs on the crate, to which Clem replied that we had an exclusive contract with him to supply everything we needed. The next moment, pointing a finger at Chewbacca's arch, he smiled happily and added bullets, consumables, and even people, to which the guy replied unhappily, "He means Mr. Slave Trader." In response to Ark's remark, Clem exclaimed, "What kind of slave trader says we are here as one big family?" After which he noted that companies that say we are here as one big family are on the top of the list of places where you can't get a job. Witnessing the conversation between the newcomer and the leader, one of the workers gestured to Ark and exclaimed, "You're a smart newcomer." Continuing the conversation with the guy, Clem promised that in exchange for this, our squad would give the rest of Nekuma to Tori. He added, "I don't know all the details, but for some reason he needs parts that are magnetized to Nekuma, and he collects them." Hearing his commander's words, Ark smiled gently and mentally said in surprise, Clem was diligently explaining everything, and it was clear that he was trying to help the newcomer get used to it. He plunged into memories where he recalled his first impression of Clem, who called out to him, "You weak earthling! I will eat you before you die from your work, and if you die, I will eat you anyway." The next moment, I compared it to reality, where Clem happily explained that you were tricked into a contract, so here's what you can do. Ask me anything, I'll help you with your work. As Ark finished his thoughts, he heard one of the workers shout out to the commander that the loading of supplies was complete, to which he replied, "Great, rest 20 minutes and let's go." While everyone was resting, Ark looked around the area and thoughtfully said, "This squad is much more organized than I thought, and I will be able to gain experience points by participating." The next moment, he stuck his hand in the mud in front of him and thought, "As long as I'm learning hacking, I can keep pumping." Pulling his hand out of the mud, Ark said thoughtfully, "The nasty swamps where the Galactic Federation soldiers do not go are definitely not suitable for battles." Immediately after his thoughts, Ark confidently said in his head, "This is not a problem for me, and it's all thanks to my special Jaren Gate." The next moment, Ark heard the leader of the squad shout out a general assembly of the squad, Silverhand, and then all the members headed for the leader. Heading to the head of the squad, Ark looked at his joyful comrades and thought they all had a battle ahead of them, but they were determined and not sad. Also hurrying to Clem after the announcement of the general meeting, Ark mentally said that only those who are paid well are motivated. A few seconds later, when all the subjects were lined up in front of the commander, the speaker shouted out to all the members of the squad, the silver hand in place. Hearing that everyone had already gathered in front of him, the leader of the squad confidently exclaimed, "Great people, what a principle we have. Even a wounded man should never lose his vigilance." The next moment, as Clem was walking past his subjects, he accidentally noticed Ark in the line in front of him and blinked in surprise. The next moment, the leader of the squad put his hand on his shoulder, which surprised him and made him feel like something interesting was about to happen. But something unexpected happened. Leaning over to Ark Clem, he asked what you were doing here, to which he mentally replied in the sense, Starting to wave his arms in confusion, Ark said, "We're going to hunt Nacum." That's why Clem interrupted him with a heavy sigh and exclaimed, "Listen, friend." Grabbing Ark by the collar and pulling him out of the line, the squad leader added, "You're in the wrong place. This is where the attacking team is." A few seconds later, after putting the guy on the ground, the leader of the hunter's squad added, "And your place is here." Looking up at Ark, who had arrived at his seat, Clem added, "Here, now meet your colleague," demonstrating some strange aliens where one of them, waving his hands, exclaimed, "Hey, newbie." Clem added, "These guys are cleaning up the battlefield after the hunt." Continuing to show the shocked boy his new job, the leader of the hunter's squad added a team of garbage collectors. The next moment, imagining in his head the main monster destruction squad, Clem shouted out to the attacking team of professionals who would clear the area of enemy creatures. The next moment, imagining a team of cleaners in his head, he added garbage men cleaning up the traces of the battle and collecting trophies so that the attackers could concentrate on the battle. After explaining the main points, Clem said, "I understand. I hope you will take a responsible approach to your duties after hearing what you've heard." And Ark exclaimed, "Wait a minute." Having attracted the attention of the leader of the attackers, Ark asked how big the salary difference between the attackers and the cleaners was. In response to the boy's question, Clem answered by stretching out 2 fingers in front of him, the first 2 fingers being twice as long. Given the markup for risks and border protection, they are also credited with work experience. When Ark heard about the huge difference, he jumped on Clem's back and exclaimed, "Take me to the attack team. I'm great at fighting, and I got a letter of recommendation for R14 for my skills." Continuing to hold on to the back of the leader of the attackers, Ark nervously added in his head, "I need experience points and still need to save up as quickly as possible for the contractual penalty. I can't back down." In response to Ark's request, Clem looked back at him and exclaimed in an angry tone, "Hey, you didn't even know about the newcomer until recently, and now you're rushing to fight a silver hand, not some kind of penalty squad." When he heard the remark, Clem Ark shed tears in his pleading and exclaimed, "How will I know if I don't see them? I am really good at fighting. If you don't take me, you will definitely regret it." Trying to somehow convince the leader of the squad to take him along, Ark exclaimed, "I'm sure I'll fight better than the rest of the squad." Hearing the confident shouts of the boy who had given him Tori, the leader of the hunters group spoke angrily. After a while, Clem led him to the cars they were traveling in and said, "Well, let's try it if you're so sure." When he saw that everyone was in place, one of the Chewbaccas shouted out to open the container, after which the other added to everyone's attention, "Be on the lookout." As soon as the container was opened, Clem, who was standing nearby, exclaimed, "Hey Ark, listen to this monster. It's one of the smallest among the Nacum." Looking at the monster coming out of the container, the leader of the hunter's squad added that if you are really strong, you can handle it alone. Continuing to stare at the monster in front of him, the leader added, "To be polite, we didn't even bother to focus on it and we're just going to throw it into the swamp." And the next moment, as soon as the other Chewbaccas began to cheer and shout good luck, Clem looked at his subjects and added, "But your comrades have decided to give you a chance." Immediately after his words, the leader of the attackers turned his gaze to Newcomer and added that if you could catch him alone, you would be accepted into the ranks of the attackers as an equal comrade. Hearing the condition for his acceptance into the ranks of the hunters, Ark pulled out his weapon and said, "Watch him fly to pieces." Watching the behavior of his opponent, whom he had to defeat, the guy confidently exclaimed, "I don't just throw words to the wind." The next moment, as soon as Newcomer left the container, a certain spark of anticipation of an interesting battle passed between him and Ark. As soon as the monster was completely free and realized this, it immediately began to take its true form to confront the enemy. At the same time, putting his hand to his head, Ark said to use the object to assess his opponent. The next moment after the user's command, infrared glasses appeared on Ark's head. While looking at the enemy through the summoned object, the guy received a notification. Night vision is checking the level of the enemy. After assessing the level of the enemy, Ark said hence the 13th level to remove the item infrared goggles. Lighter light. Ark's current level is 15th. At the same time, seeing the actions of the candidate for the squad, the leader shouted out and used infrared goggles plus 1 point. At the same moment, the subject asked the commander if it was enough for him to simply catch the monster, to which Clem replied, "You fool! Isn't an easy victory and surpassing yourself for the sake of it the same thing?" Continuing to observe the guy they were trying out, the leader of the attacking squad added, "It's a shame to waste the sample we got. I hope he will give his best." A few seconds after assessing his enemy, Ark made a leap and rushed straight at his enemy. Seeing that something had finally begun on the battlefield, all the observers exclaimed in anticipation. Evaluating everything their test subject was doing, the other members of the attacking squad cheered as he moved well. Having the skill of walking on the swamp, which due to the movement on the swampy terrain reduced the damage of Ark attacking the enemy, the newcomer heard forward, "We believe in your victory." At one point, while conducting his reflections, Ark said in his head, "I will show you properly what I learned on R14," and then suddenly seeing a red dot on his forehead, he thought in confusion that, looking up at the enemy a little higher, the guy was surprised to hear that it was him. Realizing that he had to retreat, Ark instantly stopped and jumped on his butt, thinking he would shoot shells, but one still managed to hit him. Having been wounded in the leg after the shelling of Nekuma, Ark said in surprise, "I was just crazy. I thought it was just a walking iron." Immediately after his words, noticing that the enemy froze in place, Ark said in surprise that he needed time to reload. The next moment, looking at his life story and noticing that almost everything was in place, the guy smiled and thought the damage was unexpectedly small. To the cheers of his comrades who shouted, "You can do it! Don't be afraid!" Ark said that his attacks look intimidating but are actually full of nonsense. The next moment, Ark reached for his terminal, thinking, "I have a higher level than him, there's nothing to fear," and following the enemy, he received a notification that the buried shield item was activated. As soon as the reloading was complete, Nekuma turned on his laser sight again before attacking and began to look for a place to shoot his opponent. At that very moment, as Ark approached the enemy, he thought to himself how kind it was of him to warn me that I was going to shoot. Get ready. A few seconds after preparing, Nekuma fired his shot, at which point Ark turned his shield around at the last second. Having blocked the attack, which surprised his comrades, the boy smiled slyly and started to walk towards his opponent, hiding behind the defense. Deflecting all the shots of Nekuma, Ark, as soon as he got close to his enemy, he said, "I'm going to kick him in the neck." Once he was within reach of his dagger, the guy made several swings with the blade and, having harmed the monster, shouted and finished it off. Seeing that the enemy's defense was steadily falling, Ark mentally said, "That's great, just a few more attacks and that's it." At the same moment, to the cheers of his comrades, the good leader of the attackers, writing everything down in a notebook, said he knew how to use a high-tech shield plus 3 points. The next moment, Clem imagined in his head the consequences of misusing the shield and how to use it correctly, and said, "Nowadays, many people use it on the wrong side." Continuing his thoughts, the leader of the hunters added that they don't even think about those who will clean up the battlefield at the same moment. Laughing, Ark said, "Well, I know how to use a shield." Immediately after his remark, recalling his experience in the last game, he confidently exclaimed, "I've trained in the new world and fighting with a shield is a breeze. I can easily become an attacker." The next moment, peeking out from behind his shield, Ark continued to strike his opponent more and more. At one point, unable to withstand the pressure, Nekuma pulled out his daggers and made a strike, but Ark easily dodged it with a shout of breaks. After an unsuccessful enemy attack, the boy seized the moment and counterattacked, after which he received a system notification that the small Nekuma shield was destroyed. Feeling a lot of self-confidence, Ark exclaimed, "Let's not drag this out too much and get it over with." But his dagger stopped in place when it came into contact with the enemy. Surprised by what happened and looking at the enemy's health, Ark said in surprise that why such a small amount of damage, and then felt a return blow. Seeing that their test subject had just suffered a serious blow, Clem suddenly grimaced and stopped writing down the score on his paper. At the same time, finding himself on all fours in a battle against the enemy, Ark wondered what the hell was going on and how it had happened. A moment before, the enemy Ark hovered over him and exclaimed irritably why the vibration suppression system was not working. "I paid 1 gold piece and 50 silver pieces for the dagger." The next moment, when Nekuma started hitting Ark with everything he had, the guy painfully exclaimed, "Hey, wait, stop, you hit a bone." After all the boys shouting, he suddenly felt a powerful charge of energy that had just flown over him and destroyed Nekuma. As soon as the battle was over, the leader of the attacking squad said to Ark, "You're not serious about the features of your weapon." Holding a gun with smoke coming out of the muzzle, Clem smiled slyly and shouted out 100 points for this and eventually 196. Continuing the story about the results of the battle, the squad leader added shields that repel attacks from high-energy missile shells with microparticle lasers. Continuing his story, Clem added that low-energy devices such as swords and daggers are very helpful in destroying such shields, however. The next moment, Clem folded his arms in front of him and added, "This is the first time I've ever seen a fool try to get a dagger inside a shield. Who do you think you are, Don Quixote?" Ark thought, "I've done something like that before." The next moment, putting his hand to his chest, Ark added, "I know it's arrogant, but please give me one more chance. If I combine different weapons, I can do it." When Clem heard the boy's request, he exclaimed in displeasure, "You fool! You think Nacum is free? We can't waste test samples because of you." And then his subject suddenly exclaimed. Having attracted the attention of his leader, his friend leaned over to him and remarked that he was moving very well and clearly had a flair for the game, so maybe we should give him a chance. After which he asked him in surprise, "Do you think so?" After a while, taking out an elongated revolver from his inventory, a multi-shot weapon with 6 bullets in the drum of the 10th level restriction, Ark bought it at station R14 for sale. It also perfectly pierces armor with excellent mechanical performance. Holding the weapon in his hands, Ark fired it at the target in front of him. After making the shot, Ark began to break out in a cold sweat, and Clem, who was watching his skill, exclaimed in disappointment, "Wow, that's amazing." Continuing to look at the results of a direct hit from a distance of 10 meters, which Ark successfully failed, Clem added that even with his eyes closed, you can hit from this distance. The next moment, he put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said, "Try your best to join the garbage team. Your first mission is to collect Nakuma's remains, understood?" After a while, a system notification sounded near the prison building, informing that the bail of 30 gold pieces had been confirmed. While the prison exits offender system added, Mild caught red-handed for using violence in the outskirts of the city's request for parole was confirmed, after which the subjects bowed their heads and exclaimed, "Boss, you're back." The next moment, another system message was heard and demanded understanding and tolerance from every interaction with other players, after which Mild asked his subjects if they had found the bastard, to which Mr. Mild replied, "We have not yet." Listening to the system notification, which said, "Let's create and maintain a culture of mutual respect and enjoy the game together," the subject added, "We almost completely searched the industrial block." Continuing to report to the leader, another subject said he could hardly have gone to another city, so soon afterwards, Mild, who was shaking with anger, said find him. Remembering Ark, who had set him up so badly and because of whom he was thundering behind bars, the bandit boss added this bastard. "I will cripple him so that he leaves the game, and in reality I will pursue him in nightmares, you understand?" At the same time, the attacking team sent a drone to the monster's habitat, after which a system alert sounded that reconnaissance drone number 3 was approaching a small target. Continuing to announce the alerts, the system added and lured to the trap, after which Clem shouted out to provoke the object with a laser beam. After receiving the command, the reconnaissance drone fired a shot at one of the nacum that was located below it on the lawn. The next moment, Nakuma, who suddenly sensed danger, sends a signal and calls his relatives from all over the neighborhood to come to him. At the same time, the reconnaissance drone intercepts Nakuma's signal and amplifies it, spreading it even further. In this way, he attracts other Nakumas to the source of the sound like bees to flowers, and when hundreds of Nakumas gather in one place. Waiting for the right opportunity, the squad leader shouted out a massive plasma weapon attack to disable the shields. Continuing to carry out a special operation to destroy the monsters, the leader called out to the second group of attackers to their firing positions. In this way, the attackers destroy a large number of nacum at a time, isolating them as if they were fish caught in nets, and then move on and repeat the tactic. Or, as soon as the attacking squad finished its work, the leader of the group of garbage collectors shouted, "People, now it's up to us, let's avoid any injuries today." Having set out to do his work with his comrades, the leader added a silver hand forward, after which Ark, who was walking behind everyone else, spoke forward in frustration. The second stage of the plan is the release of garbage collectors, who collect the remains of nacum scattered in the swamp and look for parts of value. While picking up the lost parts from the swamp, Ark received a system notification informing him that he had received a medium-level part using the swamp movement skill, which reduces energy consumption. The next moment, as Ark began to clean the resulting part, he heard the leader say, "We wipe the assembled elements to a shine, remove dirt and other unnecessary plaque from them." At the moment of cleaning the part, Ark received a system notification thanks to the maintenance skill. The cleaning efficiency was increased by 30%, and also thanks to the Jackson's toolbox item, the efficiency of using the maintenance skill was increased. It is not known how the toolbox helps to clean items, but in the game it is a common thing. At the same time, seeing the result of his friend's work, one of the garbage collectors thoughtfully said, "It's just incredible." The next moment, removing his hand from his face, the foreman of the garbage crew, Hex, said, "It looks like he was born to be a garbage man. It's a pity that such talent is just wasted." The next moment, the foreman leaned over Ark and asked him what he thought about his position here. Without getting an answer from the boy, Hex added, reaching for his face, "You still regret not being in the combat unit. You don't think you have an unrivaled level of skills in our part." Immediately after his words pointing to the perfectly polished things Ark had done, he exclaimed, "Just look at the potential of this." At that very moment, having received a system notification, "Accept the offer to complete the quest scavenger." "Yes, no," Ark mentally said to me. "He offers me the same thing every time at this place." The next moment, smiling awkwardly, Ark said, "I'll probably still test my skills," and was told, "Think as much as you want, you'll come back to us one day, I'm sure." When Ark returned to his training ground, he failed again and spoke to me as if I had been cursed, because even in reality I wasn't that bad. Continuing his thoughts, Ark mentally added, "I spend every free minute at the shooting range, but there is no improvement at all." And then Tori looked out of the corner of his eye and shouted, "Hey student, you've been searched, get back to collecting parts." After a while, one of the subjects shouted out the ammunition and supplies loaded into the car, after which the leader shouted out a great forward silver hand. Once again, having set out on a journey, Ark conducts his reflections in his mind, saying in game time we return to Nepal to replenish supplies only once a week. The next moment, recalling the moments of replenishment, Ark mentally added, on days like this the hamster is teaching me hacking, and I think I have about 10 more lessons to go before I get the skill. Sitting in the car in a bad mood, Ark told me that I just needed to learn how to shoot properly, and then Hex asked if you were too focused on it. In an attempt to somehow recruit the alien's missing potential, he added shooting weapons, which is the job of the attackers. The era of division of labor has arrived, so just enjoy the position of the best garbage collector. After hearing what Ark had said, I thought that the peculiarities of the game genre suggest that in the future I will often face armored opponents, and if I don't learn to shoot, I'd better stay a garbage man. While Ark was pondering, one of the garbage men said to the foreman, the truck body is 95% full, isn't that too risky? To which Hex replied curiously, concentrate on the most valuable parts first. After receiving the leader's instructions, the subject remarked that this time they caught a lot of newcomer. The attacking team did a great job, we must not lag behind, collect only the most expensive items. When Ark went to gather resources after the hunt, he mentally said that he needed to learn how to shoot in close combat with a dagger at all costs. Continuing his thoughts, the boy thought about whether he would be able to get closer, and then heard someone shouting, Ark, what are you doing? Hearing someone scream, Ark suddenly looked back after hearing the cry of save yourself to find out the reason for the commotion of his comrades. As soon as his gaze returned, his friend added a derby, and then Ark saw newcomer appear in front of him among the debris. Derby is what is left of newcomer. They appear from abandoned parts. They are newcomer's own recreations of himself, assembled from the remains. Newcomer, who still has energy left, remagnetizes nearby parts and rebuilds his body from them, a sci-fi version of the revived dead from the New World. At the moment when the cleaners noticed the danger, one of them contacted a group of hunters and shouted, attacking aloe attacking. This scavenger's reception in the Foxtrot neighborhood appeared derby. Hiding behind an obstacle to avoid danger, the leader of the scavengers added, I see 3 enemies, call for reinforcements. While one of the garbage collectors was running away from the enemy and came under fire, Hex exclaimed that 10 minutes without weapons, we are all dead. The next moment, feeling his leg hit by one of the derby shells, the member of the garbage collector team fell to the ground, losing control. Immediately after that, the janitor tried to get to his feet and turned his head back to see the monster in front of him, which had already started to aim at him. At the moment when the enemy fired, Ark appeared between them and used his shield to save his friend, after which he exclaimed that he was a newcomer. Continuing to cover his comrade, Ark shouted out to him to move, to which he confusedly exclaimed, yes, and then the boy added, then run. Trying to hold back Derby's onslaught, he added a shield that would not be able to repel attacks for long. Hearing this and getting to his feet, the scavenger ran away and exclaimed, thank you, Ark, you saved me. As soon as all those who could interfere left the battlefield, Ark shouted out to use his infrared goggles and the summoned object appeared on his face. After analyzing the characteristics of the enemy, Ark mentally said that he was level 30 and much stronger than newcomer, whom I had fought before. The next moment, noticing that the enemy had almost no defense, he mentally added his shield was almost out of commission. It seems that when they revive, they do not reproduce all the energy then, even with my shooting skills. As Aru prepared to fight his enemies, he suddenly saw them running away from him and exclaimed in surprise, hey, where are you going? After the boy's question, Hex pointed to the car and exclaimed, the truck, they can feel the parts in the back. Continuing to watch where the enemies were headed, the leader of the scavengers added that if they reached them, they would become much stronger, and even the attackers would not be able to cope with them. Hearing exactly where Ark's enemies were headed, he looked in their wake and angrily muttered that they were absorbing parts and that I would be left without a reward because of them. Continuing to raise unnecessary noise and panic, Hex follows the rising monsters, shouting out, these monsters are heading for the truck. Waving his hands in fear, the foreman of the garbage collector group added anxiously, if they see the details, they will become incredibly strong, run to safety. The next moment, suddenly noticing something strange about the guy who was heading in the direction of the enemies, he exclaimed in surprise, what are you doing, Ark? He replied, I'll distract them. Continuing to follow the enemies as they headed for their truck with the collected parts, Ark angrily said in his head, you don't think I'm just going to let them eat the parts? Heading towards the enemies who wanted to destroy his fruitful work, Ark angrily added that 3 to 4 newcomer account for about 1 useful part. If you calculate the amount of reward for so many parts, it is literally a drop in the bucket of an incredibly small amount. At the same time, when the leader of the garbage collectors squad saw his comrade's intention, he exclaimed in surprise that his subject was trying to buy us time. The next moment, as he approached the enemies, Ark pointed his multi-shot revolver, which he had always practiced with, at them. Without wasting a single second, he opened fire on the enemy to save the fruits of his hard work. After firing a few bullets at the enemy, the guy exclaimed irritably, "Get the hell away from my money, you stupid gizmos." Observing that the monsters simply ignored him and continued their hunt for details, Ark again fired several volleys, shouting, "Hey, look here!" Having failed to achieve any result with his actions, the guy gritted his teeth and mentally said, "Damn it, they don't even consider me a threat." In an instant, the red beam of the monster's eye appeared from under the truck, and then it quickly began to crawl out of the hiding place. Noticing that the enemy's hand was reaching for him, Ark shouted in surprise that he was under the truck and then pointed his gun at the enemy. As a result of the unexpected attack, Ark pulled the trigger and shot the enemy directly in the head. The next moment after the shot, Ark received a system alert. The shot hit the enemy's weak point, and his energy dropped by 150%. Surprised by what had just happened, the guy said in his head, "I fired and hit, the answer was very close, if the problem was an accuracy." The next moment, Ark took the dagger in his other hand and crossed the weapon in front of him, adding mentally, "Then there's enough damage at a distance from which I can't miss. The gun is not my only weapon, and I also have a dagger that can pierce armor." After completing his thoughts and noticing the enemy's movements, Ark smiled and began to close the distance while simultaneously blocking the enemy's attacks. Having shortened the distance to the desired distance, Ark struck at the opponent, after which the newly received notification energy dropped by 150% level increase. After the battle with the enemy, whom he managed to defeat, Ark stood over his motionless body, catching his breath. The next moment, smiling happily after realizing what had happened, he said, "I did it." But his joy did not last long. A few seconds later, he heard a noise and another enemy appeared in front of him. When Ark came to his senses after the joys of his victory, he confidently said, "There are only 2 more enemies left." However, this time his confidence was at an all-time high because he had learned the secret of success and then said, "Go ahead and attack." Hearing Ark's words, one of the mechanical monsters turned its gaze to him, choosing a target for destruction. Pointing at the guy, the monster fired a shot, deflecting it with his shield, and Ark mentally said to calmly deflect the shield. After the enemy's shot, he took his shield and jumped back to avoid a physical attack and mentally added a dodge. When the enemy's attack flew by him, hitting the ground and not harming him at all, Ark thought like this. The next moment, having made a leap and counterattacked the enemy, Ark mentally said and then attacked at close range. Having harmed the enemy and slipped behind his back, the boy said, "It turns out it's not so hard." Looking back at his enemy and smiling slyly, he added, "It's like a sword fight in a new world, only with a science fiction twist." At the same time, somewhere near the battle site, one of the garbage collectors shouted to the foreman what was going on, and he said he did not understand. Trying to understand what they were seeing with their own eyes, the leader of the group of garbage collectors heard that it was some kind of fight without rules. At the same time, after spending some time in battle against the enemy, Ark pointed his barrel at the enemy and said it was time to rest. The next moment, when Ark was under his enemy, he raised his weapon and fired at the enemy's weak point. When the energy level of the second enemy dropped to 0%, he collapsed to the ground right in front of Ark, who was watching to see if he was definitely finished. When part of the threat was eliminated, Ark happily turned his head in the direction of the truck and said, "So that means there's only one Nakuma left." His joy did not last long, however, as the last enemy had just ripped the roof off the truck, getting to the valuable parts. The next moment he burrowed into them, disappearing from the sight of Ark, who stood there bewildered watching what was happening. A few seconds later, when he heard a loud rumble from inside the truck, Ark smiled awkwardly and said, "It seems to me that it's not." The next moment, when he saw a giant mechanical monster appear in front of him, the guy added in disappointment, "It's all very bad, my money." Using the infrared goggles to determine the level of the enemy, Ark mentally said that the 45th level was not really the one that ate the parts. As soon as the enemy completed his transformation and spotted the target, he immediately prepared all his weapons for battle. Noticing up to 10 lasers pointed at his body, Ark smiled awkwardly and mumbled something that made me want to go home. Realizing that he would have to survive this situation, the guy quickly activated his shield to avoid damage from laser attacks. Continuing to keep the pressure on the gate, the boy received a system notification warning of a drop in shield energy. The shield can no longer protect against attacks. As soon as his shield broke down and the next enemy attack knocked him back, Aker received another notification, with 30 minutes left before the shield reset. Landing on one knee and resting his hand on the ground for balance, Ark thought, "He has an order of magnitude higher power. I lost a third of my energy." The next moment, looking up and seeing a mighty giant in front of him, he thought, "I wonder if I will have enough energy before the attackers arrive." Continuing the hard fight against the monster Ark, catching his breath in a free moment, he thought about how many minutes had passed before the attackers arrived. The next moment, Looking at his enemy who was aiming at him, the boy mentally added the perception of time so badly distorted that he did not even know how much time had passed. Also, having lost the protection of the arc, standing in front of a giant monster, I mentally added that I would have to get out of it without a shield until help arrived. If the Nakuma shot at me, I would have nothing to defend myself with. Looking at his energy reserve, of which he had a little more than half, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Is it really over for me?" At the same time, trying to somehow save his friend Hex, Ark shouted, "You can retreat! Save yourself!" Trying to get through to his subject, the garbage foreman added, "Derby is only interested in details, so you have a chance to escape. Your life is more important than the reward." Continuing to stand in front of the enemy, Ark continued to hear Hex shouting, "Get down on the ground. Just accept the fact that you can't win today." However, despite all the shouts of his foreman, Ark was not going to do as he was told, and then he pulled out a toy octopus. While his comrades froze in place in amazement, not understanding why Ark put it on his head and spoke so much better. After receiving a system notification, the Jaren commemorative badge item restores life by 1 unit duration, 10 minutes. Ark smiled and said, "I wanted to quit the game, but it looks like it's not necessary." Receiving treatment at 1 unit per second, the guy confidently added that sometimes you need to sweat to enjoy the process. Starting his thoughts, Ark mentally said, "At first, the gameplay was annoying and seemed to slow me down. I was destroying monsters with one wave of my hand and then losing everything I had earned in a few hours. Absolutely everything in the galaxy annoyed me." At the moment of his reflection, Ark tried to close the distance with his opponent and used a jerk to head towards him. When the monster saw the enemy coming, it aimed a laser beam and opened fire at Ark. At the same moment, dodging any attacks of his enemy, Ark took advantage of the low traction on the marshland and slipped under the Nakuma. After leaving the area of destruction and being under enemy fire, Ark suddenly exclaimed, "Well, of course, the answer was right in front of me." Starting his thoughts, Ark mentally said an attempt to simply dodge a series of shots would lead to nothing because it is enough to shift the sights by a millimeter to continue the attack. The next moment, Ark looked around him and added, "Moreover, in such an open area, I won't even have anywhere to hide." Immediately after turning his gaze back to the enemy, he added in his head, "However, if you keep your distance." Taking the weapon in his hands, the guy smiled and mentally added, "You can easily find his blind spot with such a size. He himself covers me with his body as a shield, however." Before he could complete his thoughts, he noticed the enemy's activity and quickly jumped out of the way to avoid the enemy's attack. Continuing to avoid the enemy's attacks, Ark had to cover a considerable distance and jump many times. Gritting his teeth as he dodged the enemy's attacks, Ark mentally said, "I'm protected from his gun, though." Continuing to monitor his opponent's further actions, he mentally added, "However, it is difficult to dodge other attacks at close range." After suffering some damage from his enemy and seeing that his health was reduced, he said resentfully, "Why the hell does such a small scratch do so much damage?" Once again under attack by the enemy, which he managed to block, Ark thought, "As with the small Nakumas, I will repel attacks until I am resurrected as a fairy." Receiving treatment from the Jaren's gift, Ark smiled and said in his free moment how it was good to not get close and attack from afar. The next moment, with a sly smile, he mentally added that I'll try a different tactic, after which he quickly bounced away from his opponent. When Ark saw that he was in the enemy's line of sight and the enemy started to aim at him, he thought to get as close as possible. As he continued to wait until all the laser beams were converging on him, he mentally added to wait until he finished aiming. Seeing the moment when he finished aiming, Ark shouted now and then instantly rushed to his opponent, avoiding his shots. Continuing to reduce the distance between himself and his opponent, the guy mentally prayed and quickly approached when the shot started. As he approached the enemy and began to block his attack, Ark mentally added when he would finish shooting. Holding back the onslaught of his enemy with his dagger, Ark mentally added that he needed to wait for a recharge and then attack. As the enemy's long-range attack ended, Ark prepared for a counterattack and thought that the damage would be negligible due to the huge difference in levels, however. Continuing the battle against his enemy and at some point reaching the point where the monster fell to the ground, Ark mentally added that he could gradually increase the damage and deal a crushing blow to it. The next moment, pointing his weapon directly at the monster's head, Ark fired almost at point-blank range and mentally set another powerful attack. Having found an opportunity in which he could defeat the enemy, Ark continued to repeat his tactics, mentally saying, "I will be able to." Once again, I set off from the enemy with a sly smile and a shout. "I know what to do, yoo-hoo." Ark mentally added that maybe I could not just stall for time but defeat him myself. Having received a boost of motivation and the opportunity to defeat the enemy, the guy thought to move to the distance of the attack. He had just moved a few meters away from the enemy when he suddenly heard his comrade shouting "Ark" from above, and then the guy looked back up into the sky. When his gaze was behind him, Ark saw that Nakuma was directly above him in the air, and was already falling down. The next moment, there was a hard landing right on the arch, accompanied by a loud crash and a lot of dust. Lying on the ground, Ark looked at his health, which was at a critical point, and said in surprise, "I didn't expect him to be able to jump. It's a punishment for overconfidence. If it wasn't for the Jaren badge, I would have died." The next moment, I noticed a warning in front of me that said the abnormal condition of complex fractures reduced the ability to move by 92%, and Ark said thoughtfully, "And the rest of my attempts were fruitless." Turning his gaze to the Nakuma who was preparing to finish with him, the boy said, "It was pretty fun though." Smiling awkwardly, the guy added tiredly, "I've even worked out a strategy, so next time it will work out because it's more interesting to practice it on the boss." No sooner had the monster crushed Ark than a shell hit him directly, and a powerful explosion sounded in front of the guy's eyes. The next moment, Clem hovered over the arch and said, "When you squeaked that you were going to be a fighter with a single dagger, I didn't take you seriously, but you weren't so simple." Continuing to listen to the words of my leader who was saying, "Your approach, I liked, thank you for protecting the garbage men," and then he asked in surprise what Commander Clem was doing. The next moment, turning his head to the head of the garbage collectors, Clem asked the foreman, "Hex, would you be very upset if I took away one of your subjects?" To which he replied and added, as if nothing had happened, "Well, fine." After agreeing on everything with his friend, Clem happily announced that on the next mission, the newcomer would go with the attacking team, after which his subjects joyfully shouted hooray for the newcomer. "Welcome, friend." Continuing his speech about the retraining of the newcomer, Clem added that it is necessary to give people the opportunity to develop their talents. If the attacking team becomes stronger, it will be safer for the garbage collectors to work. After hearing his friend's words, Hex put his hand behind his head and said awkwardly, "It's a shame to lose such a person, but I suspected this would happen." After a while, when Ark was given first aid and placed on a stretcher, he heard one of his new comrades say, "You're a graded bastard," and then thought, "I finally managed to get into the attack team where I'll get experience points and a bonus for dangerous work." Having healed all those wounds, Ark turned to Tori and said happily that the attackers would get twice as much for the collected parts. Joyfully heading home, the boy added, "I will raise the required amount in half the time and say goodbye to the nasty hamster just as quickly." Continuing to enjoy the life that is going well for him, Ark happily added that he would like to learn hacking and escape, and he does not want to have a fraudster as a sponsor. The next moment, he heard a voice behind him exclaiming, "What kind of nonsense are you talking? What a stupid bastard you are." And then everything inside Ark shrank. After receiving a notification of damage from the crushing blow, 150% of Ark fell to the ground and then heard you. It was not difficult to find your nasty voice a mile away. Looking back and seeing Miles attacking him, Ark exclaimed in confusion that it was you again, but we were still in the city. In response to Ark's words, the bandit leader smiled ominously and said, "Don't worry. The security squad is not coming to this area." The next moment, pulling out a dagger in front of him and showing it to Ark, Mild added, "I will destroy you over and over again until you leave the game ready to have some fun." After a while, when he heard a noise coming from somewhere in his store, Tori suddenly turned his head back. Moving to the next room where the noise was coming from, the hamster angrily shouted, "Hey, shut up if you're not going to buy anything, then get out." Continuing to express his displeasure, Tori added, "What are you doing in someone else's shop?" Before he could finish, Mildy looked over at him and said, "I'm not sure." Hearing the voice of his sponsor, Ark looked at the hamster with eyes full of hope and exclaimed, "Tori, you came to help me." The next moment, the hamster quickly fled the scene of the crime, exclaiming, "Oh, I won't bother you. Take your time. Feel at home." Seeing what had just happened to the shopkeeper and hearing his words, absolutely everyone froze in amazement. The next moment, as soon as one of the bandits' hands touched Ark's shoulder again, he thought irritably, "You shameless, disgusting rodent," and then said, "You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this moment." While his two henchmen were holding the archmage, Mildy said in a haughty tone, "You weaklings who just arrived from R14 probably don't realize that using a fairy is very expensive, not like in the training area." Continuing to gloat, the leader of the bandits, with a sinister smile on his face, added that resurrection alone would cost 20 gold pieces, and if you die several times, you would quickly find yourself in debt. Gritting his teeth in anger, Ark felt the same thing happen if you visit the fairies too often. "My favorite thing is to look someone like you straight in the eye when you decide to leave the game." The next moment, swinging his dagger, Mild exclaimed, "Well, get ready, my boys. We'll show you a warm welcome at the nearest fairy." Preparing to strike, Ark buried one eye and mentally said, "What a shame to die at the hands of these idiots." And then Clem's voice suddenly sounded, saying, "Wow, you're a famous newcomer." As soon as the bandit stopped, Chewbacca, sitting on the car, added, "How did you get caught by such fools? You were completely different when you fought Nakuma." Seeing that his comrades had appeared at the best possible moment, Ark looked back and exclaimed with joy at Commander Clem. At the same moment, Mildy looked up in surprise and saw the brothers with guns and a lot of heads attached to the car's antenna. The next moment, the deputy jumped out of the car and pointed his guns at the bandits and said, "Let's get to the main point." After which the commander said, "What questions do you have for the Silver Hand squad member?" At the same moment, the subject looked out from behind his leader and exclaimed, "Commander, these guys have gray IDs. What's the point? Let's teach them a lesson." To which Clem replied, "I agree with you." The next moment, pointing his weapon at the bandits, the captain added that they had attacked a member of the Silver Hand squad, so why should he listen to their excuses? At the same moment, Ark joined Chewbacca and said, "Wait, Commander, I don't want to involve others in my personal problems." To which he replied that he did and then added, "I'll handle it myself." After agreeing with his comrades, Ark stepped forward and spoke to Mildew. "I'm sure you've realized by now that you're only provoking conflict. Okay, we're at odds, but your actions can hurt others." The next moment, the boy approached the bandit and asked him about peace, to which he replied that he was not going to make peace. After Mild decided to rough up the guy, the sound of a safety being removed was heard behind his back, after which Mild scaredly mumbled, "On what terms will we put up with it?" When Ark heard about the terms of the peace, he took out a spaceship from his inventory and said, "I'll give you this. You wanted to take this thing from me on the square." Holding out his hand with the ship to the bandit, Ark added 100 gold pieces and it's yours. "I'll even forget that you stabbed me with a knife." And what he heard in response was, "Are you kidding me, you bastard?" The next moment, as soon as the muzzles of the guns were pointed at him again, Mild mumbled in fright, "Yes, that's a great offer, thank you very much." After exchanging the goods and receiving the money, Clem looked in the wake of the angry bandits and asked if that was all there was to it, to which Ark replied, "I think so." The next moment, with a sinister smile, the guy confidently added, "The deal is just great," after which the commander asked if it was for real. Immediately after Ark mentally spoke, the toy spaceship returned to its original state after opening the two-way portal from which the memory card had fallen. Continuing his recollection, he mentally added that even when he pressed the switch he had discovered earlier, the portal from which the memory card had fallen did not open. This spaceship was really broken. Without removing the sly smile from his face, Ark added, "I just got 100 gold for a useless item that took up space in my inventory." And Clem said, "I don't know what happened there, but I hope you'll be more careful in the future." At the same time, a ship has just arrived at Station R14, with new pioneers who have registered for the game. After a while, the newcomers, along with everyone else, found themselves in a glade of space bugs, where again angry shouts of "Man, get in line" could be heard from the crowd. "Stop pushing around on the hunting ground." The next moment, one of the team members called out to the newcomer, "Hey Bait, let's move," to which he replied in surprise. Not understanding what was required of him, the guy asked in surprise how to move, after which someone shouted, "Dodge!" Before the newcomer could do anything, he was crushed by a space duke right in front of his comrades who tried to help him with directions. After a while, having received a considerable number of rejections when he asked to join the team, the boy put his head down and sat on the bench and sighed heavily. The next moment, he heavily raised his hand in front of him and said, "I've been in a wheelchair for a year and I just forgot how to control my body." Immediately after his words, he looked up to where the name of his idol was written on the sign and added, "At this rate, I'll never catch up with him." Looking at the plaque that said the first master of missions on R14 Ark, he added, "Maybe it's worth giving up," and then thought everyone around him said it was impossible. Continuing his thoughts, the boy added, "Mission Master Ark. It's unlikely that Ark from the New World would have come to the galaxy, but I'm sure he's here somewhere, but I can't catch up with him with my current skills." The next moment, an octopus touched the guy's hand and said, "It looks like you're in trouble, Mr. Discoverer," to which the guy instantly took his hand away and exclaimed that he was in trouble. Immediately after this boy's frightened reaction, many pioneers shouted out to the crowded hunting ground. Looking at the frightened guy who was all alone with an octopus, I asked if you wanted to quickly level up for just 30 gold, and I could help you with that. When he received an offer from a Jaren to level up quickly, he immediately remembered Ark from the New World and thought about what the best player in the New World would do. The next moment, seeing him heading off into the sunset, the boy mentally added, but the basis of his fame was actually his irrepressible perseverance. Continuing his thoughts, the blonde man added that he did not miss even the slightest opportunity, but rather, he was a man of unquenchable perseverance. Immediately afterwards, the guy confidently thought, "So I can't ignore the offer of this NPS," and then shaking his tentacle asked him if you're not a scammer, and he replied, "Oh, what nonsense, we Jarens don't profit from others." At the same time, when Ark witnessed the situation that developed during the division of parts, he simply did not know what to say. However, Clem, who exposed the scheme, had something to say about it, and he exclaimed, "You rat, you decided to deceive us." Continuing the conversation at the gear factory where the trophies were evaluated, Clem added, "You have nothing to chew on. So you decided to take a bite out of our reward? You have a conscience. The next moment, Tori exclaimed, "Listen, Clem, this is a private conversation between me and my student, and if you hadn't interfered, we would have worked it out between us." Continuing to justify myself, the hamster added, "I am a caring teacher, and I take only 1/4 of the cost of the parts that my student collected, parts that he risked his life to collect." When Ark heard what fate was being taken from him, he was surprised to hear that he was holding an object in his hands. 1/4 of it was really that expensive, and then Clem said, "Ark, you still haven't learned to estimate their value." When he found out that the details were really precious, he turned his head to Tori, who had just looked away, and said, "Oh, it's like this." The next moment, remembering himself and the Silver Hand Squad, Ark mentally said, "In fact, the trophies are the remains of the defeated Nakam. I demonstrated my efficiency in collecting parts and earned a decent amount of money, but Clem noticed that the amount of reward did not correlate with the number of parts collected, which is why he came with me to evaluate the trophies." A few seconds later, when the hamster noticed Ark and Clem's displeased looks, it exclaimed in fright. The next moment, Tori turned aggressive and exclaimed, "I was just teaching my student a vital lesson for the future. In this world, the smart and the handy survive." Hearing this, Ark leaned over the hamster and asked, "What a good teacher you are to take care of me so much, and when you left me to the bandits, you also gave me a lesson." After which he nervously exclaimed, "Come on." The next moment, Clem approached the hamster and said, "Hey, Tori, I don't care about the teacher-student relationship. You can deal with it yourself, but I'm not going to let this go." Immediately after his words, Clem bared his teeth and added menacingly, "A member of the Silver Hand Squad was attacked and was deceived into realizing that this was a completely different conversation." Hearing his comrade's menacing tone, Tori said, "I understand," and then Clem added, "Then let's settle this in a good way." Watching the conversation between his captain, who said he couldn't live like that, and Tori, who just babbled in response, Ark thought Clem was a surprisingly good boss, thanks to his intervention. The next moment, turning his head to the disciple, Tori asked, "Well, my friend, do you have anything to say about this?" In response to his teacher's question, Ark decided not to escalate the situation and smiled happily and said, "No, everything is fine. I've almost collected the amount of money for hacking and only 2 lessons are left." After the conversation ended, Ark thought to himself, "I'll be saying goodbye to this crook very soon, but every time I do, I have the same thought." During a hacking lesson, Ark heard a question that was answered by the computers we use in class. Peering at the flooded monitor, the boy added, "Aren't these computers outdated in a world where supersonic travel and holographic displays are possible?" To which Tori replied, "They're just a shell, my friend." Immersed in his thoughts, the hamster added an augmented reality interface for working with artificial intelligence to the Nymph wrist terminal and more. Continuing his lesson, Tori folded his hands in front of him and confidently said, "The shell can be anything, but the filling is the same." Summarizing his hacking lesson to the boy, Tori confidently added a signal passing 1, not passing 0, and that's it. If you know the basics, you will succeed. Listening to his teacher speak about the two-way tunnel device batteries installing the kernel, Ark thought Tori, who in life tries to fool everyone in hacking lessons, was turning into a serious specialist. Continuing to learn hacking, the boy mentally added heavy conversations about the past that cannot be retold. It seems that the AI developers have invested in this NPC properly. A skill that I will learn from the best NPC engineer in the galaxy will open a new path for me, but what one? Sitting in the classroom, Tori Ark mentally said, "In hacking classes, we are essentially solving puzzles. The first lesson we started with a kindergarten level was simple, and these tasks were humiliating for adults. And now it's the 19th lesson." Waiting for the student to solve the problem, the hamster angrily exclaimed that your eyes and hands work separately. Looking at the screen full of different hieroglyphs, Ark mentally added, "The tasks have reached the level of an adult and now humiliate me with their difficulty." Having picked up the joystick to solve the task he was assigned this time and having completed the task, the boy mentally added that in practice all the tasks turned out to be minigames. As soon as the new record appeared on the monitor, Ark looked back at Tori and smiled happily, saying, "I have a new record for whoever is slowing down here." In response to the student's words, Tori knocked him on the head and exclaimed, "You solve problems quickly for 12-year-olds and think you're a genius." To which Ark replied, "For 12-year-olds, don't make me laugh. This is clearly not a child's level." After which Tori added, "Well, now we at least know your level of intelligence." After a while, when he went hunting with the Silver Hand Squad again, a mine explosion sounded in the swamp. The next moment, Ark received a system alert that said an electromagnetic mine had exploded, and the strength of Nekum's shields had dropped by 82%. Immediately after the leader of the squad dropped to the defense of the Nekum, he shouted out to the attackers to move forward, and then all the soldiers rushed into battle. As soon as the hunt began, all the soldiers took their positions and opened fire on the monsters. At the same time, breaking through closer to the enemies, Ark said that this was the 21st time he had gone on a mission, and there were only 214 Nacum left alive. Breaking through the enemy line with his dagger and his revolver, Ark approached the target and fired almost at point-blank range at the enemies. At this rate, he received a notification informing him that gaining the short-range passive skill reduces recoil by 5% when shooting at short range and increases attack power by 10%. Seeing the new gain, Ark said in surprise, "Wow, there is even such a thing?" And then firing the next shot, he added, "I can feel this gain by 10%. After completing the hunt, Clem watched his subjects gathering the remains and said that the number of Nacum had greatly decreased, to which Ark replied that it was quite possible that we had been mowing Nacum for 2 weeks without a break. When the commander heard this, he said, "You turned out to be a nimble kid, and you'll keep waving your gun like a dagger," to which he replied, "Well, I like everything." The next moment, raising his hand and using the terminal, the nymph Ark said to open the player's data. Looking at his profile, the guy mentally said, "I've done my best," and the level has risen to 27. At the same moment, Clem interrupted his thoughts, grabbing him by the head and asking if Ark had dealt with Tori. In response to the commander's question, Ark nervously said, "Wait a minute, Commander, my skull is about to crack," to which he replied, "You're so weak." Clem asked, "You've learned how to estimate the value of trophies," and he replied, "Yeah, Brigadier Hex taught me." While training and inspecting the trophies, Ark heard from Hex, "Don't you want to return to the scavenger team? You're clearly a talent," and Ark received the metallurgy skill. When Clem heard that Ark was fine and wouldn't be fooled, he said, "Good, now you won't be fooled by tricksters like Tori." Continuing the dialogue with the Chewbacca subject, he added, "Be careful with him. You never know when he will decide to set you up, and the fact that he called us to Nepal is interesting." After hearing his leader's words, Ark said in surprise, "Commander, you sound like you're going to die." After receiving a remark from his subject, Clem slapped the guy on the back and exclaimed, "What are you talking about, you stupid piece of shit?" The next moment, standing over the boy with a stern figure, he added, "Don't you know how superstitious I am? And if you say something like that again, you're dead," as Ark, standing on all fours, said heavily. The next moment after the harsh statement, Clem looked away and said, "I just think it's time for us to leave Nepal and go in search of new hunting grounds." When Ark heard his commander's words, he was surprised to hear that it sounded like the same event with the forced dismissal. Immediately afterwards, an image of Jackson appeared in his head, pointing a finger at him and saying, "You're fired. I can't let you keep making money when you already have a dagger." Waving goodbye to the squad with a silver hand and hearing "good luck and see you later," Ark thought everything was planned so that I wouldn't stay here forever earning money from catching Nacum. Continuing to wave his hand, Ark mentally added, "Which means I got just enough to close the contract with Tori and complete my studies," after which he said, "Fate is merciless." Imagining in his mind his comrades disappearing into the fog, Ark mentally said to the outgoing squad, "The silver hand appeared only to complete the quest with the sponsor, and they would return to Nepal when another player came." Having finished his thoughts, Ark mumbled something that looked like a futile fuss, and then heard a notification of an invitation to chat. Seeing that he was invited to the chat, a silver hand and a message from the commander of the army if you need help, "But if you call for trifles, we will kick your ass," Ark happily exclaimed, "so they will come to the rescue if I call in a desperate situation." Thus, the reward for the silver lining of the relationship with the NPS was an invitation to a group chat, and now it was time for the last 20th lesson in the Tori quest of hacking lessons. Hearing his student's surprised voice, the hamster said, "How are Nakumas related to hacking?" and then said, "You know something at least." Picking up one of the monster's parts, he added the parts that were attached to the Nakumas, which store useful data for hacking and are very necessary to penetrate the nymph's defense system. Continuing the dialogue with the student sitting at the computer, Tori added that Nymph is a technology of the Galactic Federation. Its functionality is severely limited by this boogeyman, so you can learn to hack it with it. Interrupting his teacher in the middle of a sentence, Ark, who was trying to complete the mini-game for the 84th time, exclaimed in frustration and realized, "Shut the fuck up. It's so annoying." Trying to pass the Ark level with my eyes running across the screen, I mentally worked through 9 hours and 21 minutes of continuous attempts, and now I'm at the last level of difficulty and mini-games require as much physical skill as possible. At one point when Ark pressed a button on the joystick, he saw the screen go black in front of him, and then he suddenly exclaimed, "Wow." Feeling very stressed, Ark exclaimed in embarrassment, "I'm out. I've almost finished the game," to which Tori laughed and replied, "Calm down and look at the screen carefully." Noticing the inscription in the corner of the monitor, Ark said in surprise, "I wish I could look into the face of the person who created these mini-games." The next moment, Tori said, "Now it's enough to download the resulting OS to your nymph," and Ark replied, "I'll do it now." Having received the hacking skill, Ark raised his hand up and heroically said in his head, I have received a rare skill of 4 levels of difficulty. Only his teacher, who stood behind him and watched this process, did not understand his joy. The next moment, he threw his arm around the boy and smiled happily and said, "I'm glad we're in the same boat now," to which Ark tiredly replied with a reluctant smile. Tori continues to smile happily. "You know how kind I am, but I have a surprising number of enemies, and some of them are trying to trap me into getting close to me. But if you install the invader program on your nymph, I will finally believe in your sincerity." When Ark heard what else the teacher wanted from him, he looked at Tori and said in shock, "What else?" In response to the student's question, the hamster replied, "You've already installed illegal software. You can report me to the Federation and we'll be cellmates." After which Ark exclaimed in confusion that the same thing should be warned in advance. The next moment, remembering the memory card, Ark mentally added, "Even if he had told me about it right away, I would have gone to him as a student anyway." Holding the memory card in his hand, from which he needed to retrieve information, Ark nervously said, "It's time to find out what's on the memory card." Reinserting the memory card into the nymph Ark terminal, I mentally said, "I worked like a horse for 2 weeks for this moment." The next moment, a warning appeared in front of the guy, saying that the data on the memory card was protected by software. Enter the access code or use a program to crack the invader. The next moment, another notification appeared, asking him to start hacking, and the guy confidently replied that he was going to do it. After confirming that the memory card had been hacked, binary codes appeared around the guy, and then a notification appeared that the hacking procedure had begun. Having received a notification that the hacking procedure had begun, Ark said in amazement that it seemed to be working. The next moment, seeing the change of location in front of him, he mentally added the same opening of a minigame about cyberspace, which was to be expected from a rare skill. They made hacking not as boring as in reality. Continuing to watch the hacking of the memory card, Ark said reminiscent of the last player's throne, or a ghost in armor and what the game is all about. Hearing the sound of something new, Ark looked up and saw a button above him with the inscription "Start." Sometime after the hacking began, Tori asked him how it was going, and he said, "Don't say anything, you're distracting me." Continuing to hack into the system, Ark received an error message, "Unverified login attempt," after which he angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, I already got it." Performing simple steps to unlock the memory card, Ark nervously said in his head, "The opening of the minigame looked so promising, but it turned out to be a mistake." Passing the level of the arcade game did not require running an obstacle course. He mentally added the simplest nor classic arcade game with primitive graphics. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction with what he had to do in the hacking process, Ark mentally said running and jumping was too easy a game. The next moment, as Tori approached his student, he said, "Try turning on the high level of detail. It will help you concentrate, although it may make it harder to dodge," to which he replied, "I'll figure it out." Immersing himself in the game again, the boy mentally said, "It's a little tiring, but it's fun to see this in a VR game of the future." After a while of trying, Ark received a notification that the level was passed and the mysterious memory card was unlocked. Also, after receiving a warning about the danger, Iker smiled and said the warning looks frightening. Such details add to the atmosphere of the game. The next moment, reaching for the confirmation button, Ark said, "I've been waiting for this moment to start reading the data." After a while, when the reading reached 100%, some unknown inscriptions appeared on the entire screen of the terminal, and he exclaimed in surprise. When Tori went outside and saw a large pile of boxes on the doorstep, he called out to his student, "Hey, Ark, take this to the warehouse." Continuing to get angry, the hamster exclaimed with displeasure, "Whoever delivers the boxes to the entrance and runs away could have brought the same complete disrespect to the warehouse." The next moment, looking back at his student, Tori added, "You agree with me, how can I, a small and weak hamster, carry these giant boxes? They are trying to humiliate me on purpose." Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, Tori added that they were just jealous of my charisma and coolness. And then, not hearing anything in response, the hamster looked at Ark and said, "Huh." As soon as the boy turned his tired face to him and said dejectedly, "You're here," Tori asked him in fright. "You opened a nuclear battery. What happened to your face?" Rising from his seat and heading for the boxes, Ark answered disappointedly, "No, there's just a problem that there are parts with atomic charges." In response to the guy's question, Tori confidently said, "You forgot my slogan. We make everything from screws to spacecraft. Of course we have nuclear batteries." Immediately after his words, the hamster added angrily, "So it is better not to touch the boxes in the warehouse that are marked as dangerous goods. Our peaceful death is the worst thing that can happen." To which Ark, dragging the box, replied, "You can't scare me with death. I have a ferry." The next moment, remembering what was happening to his terminal, Ark thought about revival through the ferry and wondered if it was possible in this situation. And now, let's go back 7 hours, when Ark broke the memory card, and the next moment his terminal started to generate a lot of errors, including that strange font. As soon as his terminal went out, Ark tapped it with his hand and exclaimed that he meant to show status data. Continuing to try to launch his nymph's terminal, Ark nervously exclaimed, "Please!" And then noticing the action, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's working!" His joy did not last long, however, as soon as the terminal turned on and showed a red plate with incomprehensible inscriptions. Seeing exactly what happened to his terminal after all the effort, Ark mentally said, "This is what I got as a reward for my efforts to open the memory card," a complete breakdown of the nymph. The next moment, grabbing his head and starting to tousle his hair, the boy mentally said no more access to information and notifications, and then received a notification of an abnormal state of panic. After this incident, Ark left the game completely devastated, panic-stricken, and angry, and lay there for 7 hours unable to even move. After a while, Ark stood up with the help of the nightstand and put his hand to his head and said, "I think I'm a little bit conscious, damn full immersion game." The next moment, taking the virtual reality helmet in his hands, Min-Hoo Youngwoo said, "Maybe I still have not gotten rid of the New World mindset, why I take some small obstacle to heart." Starting the game again and receiving notifications with incomprehensible inscriptions, Ark said, "Oh shit, why the hell is everything so bad?" Once in the game, after calling up the inventory and taking some things from it, Ark mentally promised that at first, logging in and out of the game worked fine, but all system messages appeared with errors. Continuing to test Nymph's work, he added in his head, "At first I was worried that I wouldn't be able to play properly, but it turned out that all the other functions worked fine." The next moment, looking at his terminal on his hand, the boy mentally said, "Of the rest, only the Nymph's information system is broken. And I can't read the system messages either, because they go through the information system." As I continued to drag the boxes to the warehouse, Ark said the player's points and status view, as well as information about quests, were no longer available to me. Immediately after recalling the revival system, he mentally wondered if the nymph was needed to resurrect through the ferry or if the breakdown affected only the system messages. As he dragged the boxes into the warehouse and put them on the ground, the boy said thoughtfully, "I won't know until I die once." When Ark finished dragging the luggage, he looked at Tori and asked her what those boxes were, and she laughed in response. Having opened the contents of one of the boxes, the hamster said that these were hypothermic explosive bullets. Their tip heated up to 30,000 degrees so they can pierce any shield or armor. The next moment, opening other boxes with other goods, Tori added superconducting graphene coils, new parts with an incredibly wide range of applications. Continuing to be happy with the product he received, Tori happily added that the patents for the drawings and schematics were definitely worth the money. After hearing what kind of goods he had received, Ark asked if he had to cheat to get them, and was told in an offended voice that he had cheated and that he had just paid for them in an alternative way. When Ark heard how Tori managed to get these items, he was surprised to hear that there was an alternative way to get them, and the owner, who did not understand anything about trade, said that he would not sell them to me, so I had to think about it and pay for them in another way. Continuing my story, I told Tori that business is currently good for those who buy premium spacecraft, and then wait until he declares bankruptcy after taking out an installment plan and buy up all these goods and patents at auction. Continuing on, the hamster added that, in a world of fools who do not understand the true state of affairs, whoever has time to do so has to wear slippers. The next moment, the boy remarked that this path would definitely not lead to anything good, and he heard laughter in response, after which Tori said nothing good. Looking back at Ark Tori in a menacing tone, he added, "Have you ever done slave labor in a prison on an ice planet? Have you ever broken a nymph in an attempt to illegally modernize? Have you ever heard pirates discussing selling you into slavery or making soup out of you? And what do you even understand human beings?" After the hamster's words, Ark approached him and angrily asked what he had just said, to which Tori replied, "Calm down, I didn't mean anything." The next moment, Ark looked at him with a menacing look and exclaimed, "That's not what I'm talking about, nymph. Illegal modernization." Hearing the reason why Ark was so sad, Tori laughed for a long time and finally calmed down and said, "I'm opening the secret passage, you fool. You should have told me right away that your nymph was broken, and I thought you had something wrong with you that made you suffer all day." Opening the passage down and looking inside, Tori added, "Consider this your initiation into hacking. Repairing the nymph is not a difficult task, so don't worry," Ark replied. "It really can be repaired." As Tori walked down the stairs and confidently continued on while Ark was just coming down, he said, "Of course." As Ark continued to follow the hamster, he heard, "I'm not going to help you just like that, so you have to help me too." Seeing some notifications that appeared in front of him, Ark mentally said it was very likely that this was a notification about a new quest. Throwing his backpack over his shoulders and following Tori, Ark asked what I could help you with and what we were doing in the basement, and was told that it was an underground passage I had made myself. Arriving at a place that looked like a tunnel of his own making, Tori waited for Ark to add, or to be more precise, Anticipating an interesting trip to the ruins, the hamster said, I'm here excavating ancient ruins. When Ark heard where they were going, he felt some anxiety and nervously asked to excavate the ruins. In response to the boy's question, Tori smiled slyly and said, Actually, I've settled in Nepal to prepare for the excavations, and I was able to dig a passage to the ruins on my own, but I need your help to carry out the excavations. Sensing something interesting that awaited them ahead, Ark nervously thought ruins hidden dungeon artifacts, and then heard you help me with this and I will fix your nymph, and Ark confidently exclaimed yes. Having received a shovel and started digging, Ark asked why the Galactic Federation was so concerned about the nymph's management. They could simply strengthen the terminal's security. Why send people to prison? In response to the boy's question, Tori confidently replied, Isn't it obvious that you pioneers all asked the same thing? After which Ark asked in surprise if it was obvious. Then Tori said, I'm surprised, and I'm even more shocked at your ignorance. The Galactic Federation is in a state of battle with the Rama Nymph civilization, and the Rama Nymph is not just an identity card, but also a terminal assistant for warriors. And they don't teach anything like that at school anymore. After hearing the answer to his question and receiving a counter question, Ark awkwardly said, Of course they don't teach. The next moment, Tori added that the nymph synchronizes with the user's physical condition and affects the game settings, so you can check the status of all players' body indicators and adjust them as needed when using various tools. Continuing the story, the hamster added that until the Discoverer chick grows into a space warrior, the nymph acts as a tool to control all player data. Shrugging in front of Ark, Tori added, I suppose you could approach it from the point of view of copyright infringement, but in the Galactic Federation, falsifying data in Nympha is considered desertion, and if you're unlucky, they might think you're a spy or working for another secret force. After listening to the explanation, Ark asked, continuing to dig, that you take such risks in hacking inspires respect, and you have no guts, to which Tori replied, I am a free artist, and it is humiliating for me to act according to someone else's rules. Hearing this, Ark was surprised to hear that he was so freedom-loving, but didn't want to join in and work with a shovel, and he said, We agreed that I would give you 30% of the profits if you dig. Starting to recall everything he had to go through, Ark mentally mumbled, I don't know how other paths are built, but all the quests I've completed have one thing in common. Recalling his first mission with Jackson, where he scrubbed floors, and his second, where he worked as a garbage man, Ark mentally added the #1 feature of routine work to the #2 feature of physical work. After a while, continuing to dig, Ark heard Tori's exclamation that said, Let's have a bite to eat, and mentally added the #3 feature of endless physical labor. After pausing and starting to regain his strength, Ark said, I have a feeling that VR games are needed to guide people to the right path. Sitting at his workstation, the boy added unhappily, Thanks to the amount of routine work I have to do, I'm starting to feel like I'm becoming a decent worker, and maybe the games are really a plot to build a hardworking society. The next moment, imagining the scale of the tunnel in his head, Ark thought, Tori has dug a passage hundreds of meters long by himself. My job is to keep digging and get to the ruins as soon as possible. The next moment, when Ark received a system notification, he said in surprise what was going on, and then mentally added, I can't check the quest status and read messages because of a breakdown. The next moment, when he noticed a certain shine on his working tools, Ark said in surprise, Wow. Once again, Ark started to work and felt some relief, exclaiming that digging was much easier and faster. Now I understand. As he continued his work, happily humming the song, Baby Mole is the best digger in the world, the boy thought. I've been digging for so long that I've gained the appropriate skill. But at one point, when he rammed his shovel into something hard and it bent, Ark asked in surprise what had happened. When he saw a strange door with a yellow and black ribbon in front of him, he was surprised to find that it was the ruins. The next moment, after dropping his tool, Ark exhaled with relief and mentally added just enough to make the shovel unusable. Arriving at the place where Ark had finished digging, Tori laughed and exclaimed, You finished pretty fast, no wonder Jackson praised you, to which he replied, What was written in the letter of recommendation? In response to Ark's question, Tori said Jackson asked that you are a hard worker and can do the same type of work for a long time, to which Ark replied that I was hardened by boring games. After a while, watching the hamster inspect the entrance, Ark asked, Do you know how to get through this door now? I'd need a plasma cutter, and then he heard it. After showing the guy the lock that would open the door, Tori smiled slyly and said, I can hack this terminal. When Ark heard his friend's words, he was surprised to hear that he could hack this pension, and he replied, Of course, and we will get to the treasury. Imagining a certain scenario in my head, Ark said, Of course I knew that in science fiction there would be no tombs like in Indiana Jones, but I would have to break the lock on the door to access the treasure trove of ancient aliens. While Tori happily exclaimed, the boy added, I wonder if it's just a game, it's not worth going into details, because VR makes everything feel too real and I forget that I'm in a game. Following the hamster through the open door, Ark mentally added that access to the treasury could be gained by hacking the terminal, which was clearly a convention of the game added for the convenience of users, after which Tori asked, "Are they say you hunted Nakam well?" When Ark received a question from his friend, he answered in surprise, "Well, I fight pretty well." And then the hamster exclaimed, "Then it's your turn." And the boy added, "I thought so." Looking at the wide passage that led them on, Ark said in surprise, "You could have gotten here on your own, Tori, and dug a hole and broken the door to the treasury." Continuing the dialogue with his teacher, the boy added, "But there is a clear reason why you took me with you," after which 2 red beams lit up in the tunnel. The galaxy and the new world in general have similar game attributes. Ancient ruins or dungeons have always been protected by a guardian monster. The next moment, a large robot appeared in front of the arch and announced that trespassers had been detected in the restricted area and should leave the area immediately. Continuing to announce the warning, the robot added that in case of disobedience, we will immediately disobey. But before he could finish, a bottle hit him and caused a malfunction in his system. At the same moment, Tori shouted with joy. The grenade hit the electrical circuits and blocked the signals. Looking at the neutralized enemy, the hamster added, "He is still paralyzed and will not be able to call for help. You have a chance to defeat him one-on-one." To which Ark replied, "One-on-one, you are not going to help me, I understand, of course." Hearing his teacher's exclamation, my faithful warrior Ark rushed forward and said there was no reason to be so dramatic. On his way to his opponent, the boy decided to conduct an initial analysis and asked him to put on infrared glasses. But as a result of their use, it did not help him in any way. After which he mentally said, as I thought, "Access to information is blocked because of the breakdown of my nymph." Realizing that all he could do in this situation was to hope, Acker rushed to the goal and thought it would mean finding out how strong his opponent was. Ark mentally added, "I can only get closer to the enemy and start attacking him." After striking the enemy and landing on the ground, Ari laughed joyfully and said that he was a little higher than ordinary Nakum. Standing in front of the enemy again, waiting for a good moment for the next action, Ark said, "I fought hundreds of them before, and it's not hard to defeat him." The next moment, the boy rushed at the enemy with a sinister smile and shouted, "Surrender and bring me many experience points and a useful item as a bonus." At the moment he was about to strike, the robot suddenly pulled back, and Ark exclaimed in confusion. Raising his gaze to his opponent, who was increasing the distance between him and the other, Ark added with a sinister smile, and he was running faster than a Nakam because he had wheels. A few seconds later, when the enemy started firing at him, Ark said, shielding himself with his shield, he was quite maneuverable and much smarter than those tin cans because he knew how to use a kite. However, this action did not last long. As soon as the enemy began to reload, Ark made a leap and headed towards the enemy and said, "But tell me." Finding yourself in front of the robot dungeon guard Ark, looking at your opponent with the eyes of a predator, added to how long you can kite in such a narrow corridor. Immediately afterwards, when he was near the enemy, the boy used a dagger and stabbed him, knocking off his energy shield. As soon as the enemy's defense was destroyed, Ark pointed his revolver at the robot's wheels and fired. When the robot dungeon guard lost the ability to move, Ark said, holding his weapon at the ready, "You are cornered." The next moment, the boy took a few steps toward him and pointed his gun at the robot guard's head, and then he mumbled his last words of sleep. As soon as the last shot rang out, Tori rushed to Ark, laughing and exclaiming, "You're a good boy. No wonder they called you the thunderstorm of all Nakum," to which he replied with a shrug, "You're a weak treasure guard. Maybe there's not even much to eat here." The next moment, seeing the hamster run off happily exclaiming, "I'm coming to you, treasures," Ark mentally spoke to the remains of the robot, "I'll figure out who I am to throw valuable parts around." I got some interesting details from the robot Ark and was surprised to think they look much more solid than the Nakum. Because of the broken nymph, I can't estimate their value. Suddenly, at the moment of disassembly, Ark felt some shock when he saw the inscription, "This android is on a mission on behalf of the Galactic Federation. Damage or breakage to the robot is punishable in accordance with the laws of the Galactic Federation." The next moment, the boy exclaimed in embarrassment and then turned his gaze from the teacher to Tori, who exclaimed in fright. Having attracted the attention of the hamster, Ark exclaimed in fright, "This android is the property of the Galactic Federation from where he is in the ancient treasury. He is here as a guard because we are in a science fiction treasury," to which he heard in response, "What are you talking about?" Immediately after, Tori confidently added, "Of course it was a robot guard of the Galactic Federation," and Ark mumbled in confusion. The next moment, turning on the flashlight and shining it on the wall with the Galactic Federation logo, he added, "Didn't I tell you we were in the basement of the Galactic Federation's storage facility?" Continuing to illuminate the logo on the wall, Tori confidently said we were in the basement of the Galactic Federation's storage facility, after which Ark said in confusion that, the next moment, smiling happily, the boy said, "So you called the vault a treasure trove?" And the hamster said, smiling happily, Search for a vault. The next moment, the Tory terminal heard a vault, a room where valuable exhibits of a museum or exhibition are stored. Originally a room for storing any valuable items, after which Ark grabbed his head and exclaimed, "Please give me some time to realize this fact." The next moment, turning his gaze to the destroyed guard robot, Ark asked, "So this basement is the vault of the Galactic Federation Museum, and we illegally entered and destroyed the guard robot?" In response to the boy's question, Tori smiled happily and said exactly that, after which the boy added, laughing awkwardly, "But you said we were going to explore ancient ruins." Having received a question from his accomplice, the hamster smiled ominously and said, "You just misunderstood me." Hearing this, Ark stared at the hamster in front of him and said, "Actually, it was suspicious from the beginning." Continuing his thoughts, he mentally added that even if the shantytown where Tori worked had heard rumors about the treasure, why had no one else tried to get to it? The next moment, recalling the moment when the hamster broke the lock, Ark mentally added how Tori was able to break into the ancient terminal using modern methods. Immediately after mentioning the Guardian robot, he mentally added why ancient Guardian robots speak modern language and look as if they were designed only yesterday. Having finished all his memories, the boy smiled happily and said in his head that it was not a special idea of the developers of the science fiction game. The next moment, grabbing the hamster by the collar and lifting it up in front of him, Ark asked, smiling happily, "So you were deceiving me from the very beginning?" To which the hamster said, wheezing heavily, "Wait, let me try to explain everything." After which Ark added, "Besides, you suggested that I explore the treasury as soon as you learned about the breakdown of my nymph, so that you could be safe if I turned you into the Galactic Federation." Trying to somehow justify himself to the guy who found out the truth, Tori scaredly exclaimed, "Ark, calm down. Violence is not the best way out. Or rather, not a way out at all." After listening to all the exclamations of his accomplice who had deceived him, Ark continued to smile happily and said, "We'll divide it in half." Hearing the guy's condition, Tori said in confusion that Ark replied, "I'm talking about the treasure we're going after. If we divide the benefit in half, I'll turn a blind eye." Continuing to look at the hamster with a fearsome look, the boy added menacingly that you were trying to set me up, thinking I would work for you just to repair the nymph. Barely holding back his tears, Tori exclaimed, "Listen, but I poured my heart and soul into the reconnaissance and development of the plan, so I definitely deserve 80%. Hearing his friend's words, Ark smiled happily and pulled out his revolver, saying, "The gun should help you be more cooperative." After finishing their argument, the pair of robbers continued on their way, and then another robot guard stood in their way. Noticing it, Tori used his terminal to do everything he had planned to fix the problem. The next moment, all the cameras suddenly broke down and attracted the robot's attention, at which point Ark mentally said, "I've thought it over and decided once again." Taking the jar with the virus that Tori had handed him, the boy walked from the back to the robot guard. As soon as he approached and put the jar on the robot detected it, but was unable to inform anyone about the danger. After the side problems were fixed, Ark started the battle and dealt with the robot guard. When everything was completed, he returned to Tori and showed him the like, thinking that this quest could be used to confirm the sponsorship contract, which I was about to terminate. After a while, continuing to run with his friend further, Ark heard I knocked out all the defense systems until the next turn. There would be no guards either, which he answered, "Obviously, you had been preparing for this hack for a long time." Continuing on, Ark watched the cameras turn off and thought he was systematically disabling the security systems on our way and determining the location and strength of the guards. As he continued walking, Tori Ark mentally added, "He's definitely a greedy crook who shouldn't be trusted, but other than that, he's a professional." Imagining their relationship, the boy mentally added that his fame as a famous burglar was really deserved and that he and I were holding each other hostage. Noticing the robot guard on his way, Ark mentally added that the main thing was to be attentive, and then whatever this hamster was up to, he would not be able to do. The next moment, as soon as the robot security guard noticed that intruders had appeared on the territory, Ark had already managed to destroy it and then thought he would not be able to let me through. After removing the threat, Ark gestured that everything was fine and added, "In that case, why would I need another sponsor?" Seeing that his friend was not very happy with everything that was happening, the boy mentally added a 200 gold penalty. Moving on after destroying the robot, Ark said, "I like working with you, teacher. Consider 50% of the loot an investment in the future because from now on, I will help you earn much more." After a while, a hole appeared in the main hall of the warehouse, from which a spyglass emerged and began to look around. Moving on, Tori, who was leading it, skillfully avoided the laser beams that filled the entire perimeter. At this pace, he got to the floor plan of the room, then found the nymph and started disabling the defense. After evaluating the defense of this team, Tori said haughtily, "It's only a third-level defense wall," and said that such nonsense would not stop me. When Ark heard this, he asked, "What could stop you?" And the hamster replied that nothing and no one could stop me from hacking any device in the Galactic Federation if I wanted to, and then the defense turned off. After disabling the defense, Tori said, collecting the spyglass, "By the way, don't fantasize about future trophies so as not to be disappointed." And he heard back, "Okay, I'll just follow you." A few seconds later, when Tori got out into the hall, he raised his hands and loudly laughed and shouted, "Here we are!" And on the spot, Ark nervously shouted quietly in case we were heard. The next moment, the lights suddenly turned on in the warehouse room, and Ark covered his hands with his arms and screamed, "We're caught!" and then heard a boogeyman. With a sly smile, the hamster added that no one heard us, so I just turned on the light, and then the boy asked me in surprise what he was really doing. It was so dark here. Immediately after turning his head to his accomplice, Tori said, "This room is mothballed, so with the security system turned off, we are completely safe. You can even blow up a bomb here and no one will know." The next moment, laughing again, Tori said, "But this room is at our disposal, so pack everything you see." Hearing his teacher's order, Ark began to take out weapons from the walls and asked if he had time to do it in an hour, and was told that because the key to the security system was set for exactly 1 hour, it was easier to move faster than to program the key. The next moment, looking at Tori, Ark asked, "We need to concentrate on the small but valuable details, take as much as we can carry," and was told not to worry, "I have a plan, just pack whatever you want." Hearing his teacher's instruction, Ark imagined him on a drill where he shouts out to load everything here and on the horses, and he mentally added a machine hidden in it. Immediately after starting to rush around the room and pack everything, Ark mentally added, "Well, in any case, this is an event in the game. It is highly likely that there will be some kind of surprise." Starting to smile slyly, Ark mentally added, "As I said, if it's a game, I'm ready to go against the law for the sake of profit. And in the galaxy, as elsewhere, you just need to avoid the eyes of other NPCs. Then there will be no special punishment, except that the number of crimes will increase." The next moment, he imagined a pile of money in his head and added, "I'll cash in all the items I steal here to move the plot along faster." After collecting all the valuable things, Tori let Ark know about the treasures in detail. Although the story about the ancient treasury was a lie, all these items are of real value. Hundreds of years ago, the Galactic Federation still possessed incredible technologies, and a confrontation between the Federation and the Rama civilization began on the planet Istana. An incredibly large number of combat robots, which neither the Federation nor Rama can reproduce today, landed on the swamps of Istana. Most of the treasures have become mere junk that has already lost its original functions, but with some luck, some elements will be found that are partially or fully functional. Even ordinary parts can be sold to collectors for a decent amount of money, but the cost of working parts will be simply outrageous. And it is these particularly valuable working parts that are stored here in the Nepalese storage facility of the Galactic Federation. After finishing his story, Tori said, "Here's the plan I told you about. The trophy combat suits after the WoW." And Ark looked at them in surprise and asked if they were still on the move. In response to his student's question, Tori looked at the plan and said, "I hacked into their base a few days ago to check if they work in these suits so we can safely take out the entire vault." When Ark heard his teacher's words, he looked at the combat suits and asked if we could wear them, and the teacher exclaimed, "Of course." Having received permission from Tori Ark, I looked at the combat suit in front of me and thought happily, well, finally, I feel like I'm in science fiction. Sometime after collecting the items, Ark heard, "Hey, take it easy. I've already told you that depending on the degree of preservation of the trophies, their value can either rise or fall." The next moment, Tori added with a shrug, "I can even add non-working parts if they are intact, but they are much more expensive than broken ones, and I want to make some extra money, so be careful." In response to his teacher's remark, Ark put all the trophies in a pile and exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "It's easy to talk to you." The next moment, Ark asked, "Are we sure we can take everything with us?" He spread his hands in front of him, demonstrating the amount of luggage. These things weigh a lot, and was told that these things are on the move. Continuing to look at the robotic suits, Tori added that they are larger than current combat suits, but do not require special skills. Even with one such suit, you can take out the entire vault, but the escape route is quite narrow, so you need to divide the load into two. Continuing to look at the suits, the hamster added, "While I prepare the suits for launch, tie 2 bags together. Time is running out." To which Ark replied, "Yes, yes, 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 yes." The next moment, the boy turned his gaze to the teacher and mentally saw Tori busy preparing the combat suits for launch. He also mentally added, he was also closely watching all the trophies we were packing in the bags, probably afraid that in addition to the trophies I was packing in the bags, I would hide something else in my pocket. Immediately after finishing his thoughts, Ark sighed heavily and said in his head, "How much this upsets me." The next moment, Ark smiled slyly, turned his head away from Tori and mentally added that the NPC was able to figure me out so easily. Continuing his thoughts, Ark mentally said, I've been noticing small details that I can hide in my pocket, but so far I haven't seen anything worthwhile. Trying to find the precious trophy, Ark mentally said he needed something light and precious. And where was it? The next moment, a glare caught his eye, after which he turned his head to the statue and said, huh. Having noticed something interesting in the character's chest, Ark mentally added that it was a model of the warrior of the Rama civilization, made very perfectly by the way. Immediately afterwards, looking again at the shimmering stone, the boy mentally said, this thing on his chest must be precious. While Tori continued to activate the costumes, Ark reached for the stone in his chest and mentally said, the mannequin is here as an exhibit and if there is nothing of value in it. Continuing to follow the hamster, which was trying hard to activate the costumes, I mentally added that there was no point in creating it correctly. As soon as Ark touched the stone in the dummy's chest, system notifications immediately appeared in front of him. Not understanding what they said, Ark mentally said, if system notifications appeared, then this is really some kind of special item. My intuition is good. When the boy took the stone out of the mannequin's chest, it began to glow brightly, blinding the arch, and then the system notifications reappeared. As soon as the bright light disappeared, Ark looked down at his hand, which no longer had the stone in it, and wondered where the trophy had gone. While Ark was trying to figure out what had happened, Tori looked back at him and exclaimed, hey, stop doing stupid things and help me. As soon as Tori activated the robot, notifications appeared checking access rights and starting the reboot protocol. Continuing to smile happily while Ark understood nothing, more notifications appeared checking the system battery charge 74%, checking all engines, checking weapons. After a while, when almost all the checks were completed, notifications appeared that said the control panel was checked, the sensor status was normal, and the combat systems were ready. When the robot was activated, a new notification appeared that said that the check of all systems was completed and the user hatch was opened. When the hamster jumped into the pilot's seat, Ark looked at him and thought, I'm looking at Tori climbing into a big battlesuit after hacking the security system, and made the final decision. At the same moment, activating the robot and adjusting it to his body, Tori exclaimed, see the incredible power of the 3,000 gold combat suit. Smiling awkwardly at his teacher, who had taken possession of a powerful battlesuit, Ark mentally added the decision to keep the contract with Tori. The next moment, when he saw the man lift the bags of luggage with ease, the boy thought, because with his help I can get incredible trophies that no other sponsor of the Galactic Federation will give me, I choose the path of a rich criminal. After loading the trophies, Tori smiling happily exclaimed, your suit is also activated, so jump in it quickly. There are only 30 minutes left before the security system is restored. Having received instructions from his accomplice Ark, climbing into the suit, teacher Tori exclaimed, I understand you well. As soon as he was in the suit, he received a notification, after which Ark said, damn, the system messages are not displaying properly. When the suit closed on the combat robot, Ark happily exclaimed, I did great. I think I did it. Heading to the luggage pile, the boy confidently said, now I'll grab my share. But something went wrong. Losing control and seeing the red alert, Ark exclaimed in surprise that I couldn't read anything, and then there was an explosion. Seeing what had just happened to the second robot, Tori exclaimed in surprise, hey, what are you doing? To which Ark replied, I just took a step and it exploded. Continuing to reprimand his student, Tori exclaimed that he was a fool, or that he should be more careful with the equipment. You can't break such an expensive suit. It's not about money, of course, it's important, but it's not the point. At the same time, a warning was issued throughout the Federation's base that a fire had broken out in an underground storage facility and that 2 trespassers had been detected, sending all the officers on duty to the scene. When Ark heard the security guards coming, he was confused and asked if we had half an hour before the security system was turned on, and Ark replied that it was the fire alarm, which was turned off separately. Hearing Ark shout out that the suit was not moving, Tori exclaimed that if it was broken, he should throw it and hiccup and they would be back soon. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the shout of one of the guards, who called out to the Galactic Federation guards to stand still. Hearing this, Tori took off running and shouted, damn it, they're already here! And then Ark shouted after him, hey, stop! The next moment, while trying to leave the suit, the boy was confused and thought, where the hell is the emergency opening button? And what happened? When he felt that the suit was locked and wouldn't budge, he screamed in fright in his head, I'm trapped! Immediately after realizing what kind of ambush he was in, Ark shouted out to Tori, help me! I can't get out of the hatch without opening it. Before he could finish, the hamster kicked at his slippers and exclaimed that you were saying to hold them off so I could escape, thank you. The next moment, when he reached the place where the underground tunnel passed, Tori aimed his gun and prepared to shoot. As soon as the device was charged, the hamster made its way to the retreat without hesitation and exclaimed, well, Ark, as a final word. As he jumped into the hole he had just made for himself to escape, Tori shouted one last time to his comrade, I'm counting on you. When the hamster ran away, the Federation guards shouted, "Don't move, Trespasser A," at gunpoint. Trespasser B ran away. After which Ark thought, once in a game, I heard these words, "Friendship with scoundrels is mutually acute." Having fallen under the power of justice, Ark mentally added that this means that even when villains join forces, they are ready to set each other up at any time. As soon as Ark fell to the ground in his combat uniform after a powerful discharge, the guard shouted out, "Trespasser A is immobilized. Trespasser B is in pursuit." Continuing to report to the others after neutralizing one intruder, the soldier shouted out, "The intruder is not armed, but he is wearing a combat suit, so he may start to fight back, so be careful when chasing." A few seconds later, the guard shouted out that some of the exhibits had been seized, apparently because they could not be taken away because the passage was too narrow. At the same time, the blonde arrived in Beard and heard, "Wow, you're pretty strong for a first-timer. There are a lot of good guys lately. You did a great job hunting down the space bugs." Hearing this, the guy bowed and said thank you for your help and then said, "Oh, and by the way," interrupting the gratitude of the pioneer to the visiting bureau, he added, "If you decide to use my letter of recommendation, you may meet your colleague Ark." Hearing this, the blonde exclaimed in surprise, "Are you sure about this?" To which he replied, "Yes, yes, give him my regards if you meet him. I think you could be friends." After receiving some wishes from Beard, the boy happily clenched his hand into a fist and thought, "I knew my gut feeling had not failed me." As the announcement rang out in the hall, the second mission master R14 appeared. He mentally added, "Soon I will catch up with you, Ark." Continuing his journey, the boy tried his best to remember his style of play and where he went after completing the educational quest, and the clues he collected led him here. While walking down the road, the guy bumped into a girl, after which she exclaimed, "Oh, I'm sorry," to which he replied, "It's okay." While the girl was apologizing awkwardly, the blonde took hold of his head and sighed heavily, thinking I still had poor coordination. In fact, it was a miracle that I made it through the training zone. After the trauma he received in the new world, it became incredibly difficult to move even in VR because control in virtual reality still requires signals from the nervous system of the brain. Holding his hand on his forehead and smiling awkwardly, the boy said, "Do I really want revenge on the Ark that made me this way so badly?" Immediately after these words, the same image of the guy who froze over the defeated appeared in his head. Looking at the facsimile image of the guy he was so eager to find, the blonde man added, "To tell you the truth, I don't know what drives me." Continuing to recall the moment of his defeat in the new world, he mentally added, "I don't know, that's why I'm following him." The next moment, taking a letter of recommendation from Bird out of his pocket, he mentally added, "I only have hope now that when I meet him, I will be able to understand what I really want." Arriving at the robot from whom he could get information, the blonde man said, "Hello, I'm the Galactic Federation Information Center, terminal number 106 of Nepalim's Central Square. How can I help you?" And then said, "Let me think. Find information on the location of the gear of the Tory metallurgical plant." After receiving the query, the robot said, "I am looking for information on the keywords of your query. 32 main results. 2,043 related search results. The last update of the information on the query was recorded 7 days ago by standard galactic time." After hearing the results of his request, the guy said send the latest information to my nymph, and then heard the sending was completed. After receiving the information, the blonde man smiled and mentally said, "We'll meet soon, and we'll be there for sure." The next moment, his nymph displayed the information gear enterprise closed. Director Tory was sentenced to hard labor and confiscation of property, after which he said in surprise that, at the same time, a couple of prisoners who were caught at the scene of the crime were now in shackles behind bars. Not wanting to look at the traitor, Ark suddenly asked you what you had caught, and all he heard in response was pitiful crying. Continuing the dialogue, Ark added, "You left me and ran away with such zeal that I thought you were going to the other side of the universe." And then Tory whimpered, "You couldn't leave me." The next moment, Tory added compassionately, "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Ark turned his head to him and asked, "Why are you sorry?" Immediately afterwards, he wondered if his conscience and responsibility had awakened, and then the hamster exclaimed that he should not have thrown my precious treasures away. Continuing to scream and recalling the moment of his escape, Tory added, "No matter how bad it was that you left my trophies, it just doesn't make sense. How could you leave valuable things because you couldn't take them away? How did you have the conscience to do that?" Continuing to bulge his eyes with anger, Tory added to the one that fell into my clutches, "I will never drop a single coin. I at least surrendered with honor without giving up the trophies." After hearing his teacher's exclamations, Ark smiled happily and thought to himself that I could continue to treat him with distrust. What a relief I had thought I had begun to make mistakes in people. The next moment, Tory angrily told me that I shouldn't have hired you as an assistant from the very beginning, to which Ark replied, "You're a rat, and your conscience is obviously buried deeper than the sewers." Continuing a verbal altercation with his cellmate, Tory angrily exclaimed, You ruined the plan I've been building for several years. You'll answer for it. To which Ark angrily replied, "You're just an NPC who appeared only a month ago." After which he received a system notification that he had been mistreated by an NPC. The next moment, another message appeared. The Galaxy team is working hard to provide the best gaming experience for all users. So please do not disclose the Galaxy NPCs, their origin, or information about the non-game world. And Ark exclaimed, "That's enough? I still have something to say to this rat, even though I've been following your orders all this time. Don't you dare underestimate me." Immediately after Ark added "listen to this," the Iron Man planned everything. "I naively believed that we were going to explore the ruins," and then Tori shouted out, "This Earthling had met me from the very beginning to learn about illegal technologies and then caught me in the act." Trying to somehow justify himself to the police, Hamster added, "I'm the victim, planned everything. Ark, poor me, poor Tori penetration, and attempted theft from the Victory Memorial Museum, complete confiscation of property in favor of the Galactic Federation revocation of license to own business and to participate in tenders sentenced to 2 years of hard labor in the orbital prison Stella." Continuing to resist, Ark responded by shouting, "He made it all up. I was constantly forced to do manual labor and then he deceived me by offering me a reward for excavating the ruins." Ark is suspected of collusion with Tori. Confiscation of all money and inventory in the player's status. Does not show information about imprisonment, forced labor for the benefit of society in the amount of 3,500 points. At the same time, a system notification appeared on the blonde nymph saying that data processing was completed and the last changes were made 7 days and 14 hours ago. After reviewing all the information he had received through the information center, the blonde man, dripping with sweat, said confusedly, "So Ark was there now." Upon hearing the request, a system alert sounded with information about the prisoner Ark punishment community service for 3,500 points, place of imprisonment, planet Beltana star system, Bellin. Continuing to report new information, the system added is located at a distance of 12 light-years from Istana. It was a large colony of the ancient Murat civilization, the administrative center of the nearest star systems. After the fall of the Murat civilization, the planet was abandoned for a long time. With an average temperature of -50 degrees Celsius, the planet has a harsh climate with periodic severe ice storms, and for these reasons it remained abandoned for a long time. However, 2 years ago, huge reserves of valuable energy sources, including iridium, were discovered at Beltane. The Galactic Federation and the Rama civilization have landed their troops on Beltane, founded colonies, and are now fighting for sole possession of the planet. The balance of power on Beltane is now Rama 62%, Federation 38% battlefield for resources in the first season of the galaxy's icebound planet Batana. Contribute to the victory of the Federation, and get unique trophies, a place where there will be a heated struggle for the superiority of the Federation. Participation in the battle can take place in different ways. When finding rare story branches, you can get more unique prizes. We hope for your participation. Walking along with other prisoners, Ark said unique prizes check status information about participation in the battle. Looking at his status, the boy saw the name Ark Level 28 Company Galactic Federation Storyline Branch participation in the battle called up to the squad of criminal. The next moment, another system notification added a reward for the criminal squad to receive body armor until the 30th level of body armor was applied and the prisoner's movements were limited to the work area, after which Ark promoted and this reward was unthinkable. Immediately after, the guy mentally added, "Because of the shameless rat, I lost all my wealth, but there is something good about my nymph. She is back to normal, thanks to my participation in the battle." The next moment, he remembered the moment the door opened in front of him and the system informed Ark, prisoner number A20497, to proceed to the body armor. Looking inside the room where the door had just opened, the guy said that it looked frighteningly horrifying. Heading inside, he heard the body armor the prisoner needed to maintain a normal body temperature to survive in the extreme conditions of the planet Beltane, and to better synchronize with the suit, the nymph's integrity was tested. As Ark looked fearfully at the devices in the room, the system added a completed full data check and the prisoner's nymph erased all illegal data not approved by the Galactic Federation. Once in the capsule for body armor, the guy realized where he was and exclaimed in confusion, "Wait, I'm not ready for this." The next moment, as soon as the door to the capsule closed, Ark mentally said, "All data has been erased, no one warned me about it." Immediately after, remembering everything he had to go through, Ark mentally said all my efforts to learn hacking skills were in vain. While Ark lost all motivation and just laid on the floor, the system reported Nymph Integrity Check completed, Nymph OS updated completed backup of previous version data completed. Hearing what happened to him, Ark tiredly said in his head, "Damn, maybe I really need to quit the game." Ark's motivation was so badly damaged. A few seconds after the door opened, Ark received a system notification that the prisoner's body armor had been applied. When Ark saw that the notification came to his nymph, he was surprised to hear why everything was working fine. And then he received another notification. The nymph's OS had been updated, and all system errors and data errors had been removed. The next moment, Ark remembered the words of Tori, who had told him that the nymph's breakdown was a serious problem. Imagine what would happen if the Galactic Federation found out about the cause of the breakdown. I can fix it, of course, but hearing these words from his accomplice, Ark mentally said, that is, I could have just waited until I reached level 30, and then, through the fulfillment of the sponsorship contract, I would have received the body armor and repaired the nymph without any problems. Feeling a fierce rush of anger that overwhelmed him, Ark suddenly shouted out Tori, I'll bury this rat. As soon as Ark burst into a rage of hatred for Tori, he immediately had the desire to play on. Interrupting the guy's scream, one of the police robots said, shut up, you damn criminal. And then another added, walk steadily to the Stargate. Continuing to move in the car, Ark sighed heavily and said, with the exception of leveling up, I'm basically back to square one at the very beginning of the journey. The next moment, the system reported the nymph FAQ question. I received a wearable, but all information about my skills disappeared when I updated the nymph OS. When you receive a wearable, all previous information is stored in a kind of backup folder. Check the application installed on the nymph. After receiving the information from the nymph's help desk, Ark was surprised to hear that and started looking for the app. Finding what he needed, the guy happily exclaimed in his head, I found the backup folder alone. By clicking on it, Ark received a system notification restoring the following skills: passive combat performance, close range shooting, maintenance, digging, trophy evaluation, active hacking app invader. Seeing this, he happily shouted hooray in his head. Rejoicing at my return, the guy mentally recited all my skills, and even the hacking app were restored, and he scared me so much by saying that all the data was erased. The next moment, reaching for the second folder, Ark thoughtfully said, well, then, in this folder, it looks like all the skills are restored. Noticing the icon of a toy with the caption, 04 Ark's logbook, I mentally said, I see the icon of a toy spaceship given to me by the Jaren children. Finally, I can find out what all my efforts have led to. As Ark prepared to open the folder with the spacecraft, he said with anticipation, if there's nothing special in there, I'm going to be very disappointed. Logbook 04. We've been flying for a very long time. During the previous warp jump, we passed the last frontier where we could see the nebulae and star systems we know. Ahead is only endless outer space beyond the galactic disk. Endless darkness without any glimpses of a star. Journeying into the unknown to meet a distress call from the depths of space, the best of the best have been selected for this mission, especially the combat team. After launching into space and leaving the ship, one of the astronauts suddenly lost control and went airborne. The next moment, an alien suddenly appeared from this person, pierced the suit and began to crawl out, then immediately disconnected the coupling channel. After this incident, it was decided to temporarily abandon spacewalks, and there are still regrets that this decision was made too late. Until now, Nakuma Ikirium and all the other monsters were just a horror story told to each other by the team members. But how can experienced professionals trained for spaceflight believe in such a thing and probably just translated old ghost stories into a modern way? Human consciousness is sometimes very funny, that's what I thought. But unfortunately, it turned out to be not just horror stories, but fortunately, the monsters were not disembodied ghosts. They needed a physical body to attack the astronauts, and the monster could be harmed with firearms and bladed weapons. Boatswain Karenin and Second Captain Ashlyn are veterans of combat experience, and in the circumstances, the author also had to learn self-defense techniques. He was very grateful to them for the efforts they made to train their staff to use their weapons more effectively due to their skills. After finishing reading the logbook, Ark said unhappily, it took me 24 minutes to read it, and it was like watching an episode of a TV series that ended at the most interesting part. The next moment, remembering the spaceship, the guy added unhappily, I spent so much effort hacking the data and all I got was a logbook. It just doesn't make sense. Immediately after completing the complaints, Art suddenly received a system notification informing him that he had gained knowledge from the logbook archives and had acquired 2 new skills. While continuing to receive notifications, Ark saw the user's active bullet accumulation and burst firing. One burst can have a maximum of 3 shots. When the trigger is pulled for the 4th time, all bullets are fired simultaneously. The total damage from the attack will be 250% of the normal damage. The destruction efficiency is increased by 200%. Using this skill puts a heavy load on the weapon and speeds up its destruction. The required endurance level of 20 cannot be used with missile systems and other large weapons. The active user's sonic sword uses stamina to briefly convert force into a sound wave that is launched by the sword. The sonic sword can also strike in the energy field, which is why it can be used to harm supernatural entities. The sound wave knocks back opponents lighter than the user by 5 meters. The required stamina level of 30 can be used with any sword. Looking at the description of what he received after reading the logbook, Ark smiled slyly and said that he had 2 3-star skills, so he knew what this toy spaceship was for. Without removing the sly smile from his face, Ark mentally added, "It's not very pleasant to realize that I am now a criminal, but in general, everything is fine. The contract with Tori is no longer valid and I still have the hacking skills, so I will use the new abilities and level up to the maximum in this battle." After a while, when the car arrived at its destination and the door opened, the head of the car shouted, "Welcome, you useless parasites on the body of society! Welcome to a place where your death will at least be useful." Leaving the car, Ark heard other shouts from the commander in the battalion under Baratul's leadership. "Even such lowlifes as you can prove your worth." Continuing to wave his hand at the raised platform, the man added, "You all hope to earn points of social benefit and get out of here. So get it through your heads that the road to freedom will be full of brutal trials." Continuing to shout out Baratul, the commander of the 2999th Battalion of the Galactic Federation's Starfighter Unit, added that only those who give their best every day on the battlefield will be able to earn pardon and rehabilitation in society. Standing in front of the platform and listening to Baratul shouting out to the rest of us who will whine and feel sorry for ourselves and remain useless garbage who are forever locked away on this planet, Ark mentally wondered if he was calling for discipline or if he wanted to scare us. The next moment, Ark turned his head to one part of the army where the prisoners were talking bored and as quickly as possible, and mentally set on one side the criminals who were sentenced to labor. Immediately after turning his head to the line where the soldiers were clearly standing, he mentally added, "And on the other side, the regular troops look harsh." Turning his head back to Baratul, who was speaking before them, Ark mentally muttered, "I don't see any real users here." Continuing his thoughts, Ark shook his head and added that maybe it was because the battle had just begun, and then he accidentally noticed the player and exclaimed, "Ha!" Looking at the girl, who was not an NPC, Ark happily said in his head, "I have found a new friend in this battle." After a while, having met the player Ark, he heard my nickname Arya. "I am here because I have chosen the path of someone who serves the Galactic Federation in the 2999th Battalion for information gathering and strategic planning." Continuing the dialogue, Ark asked how things are going with the social benefit points in this position. "I could not imagine that you can do office work in the game, and I heard in response that it is perfect for me. I am not agile enough to jump on the battlefield, and this work is my joy." Without returning her gaze to the boy, Arya added, "You took a rather unusual route in this battle. I thought everyone would choose a mercenary. I didn't expect to see someone in a band of criminals." To which Ark awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry." The next moment, smiling happily and extending his hand, he added, "I'm more suited to an active with freedom of choice. I want to have a good time in this battle. While I level up, I'm glad to find an ally." After he gestured with his outstretched hand to start a friendship, the girl looked at him with a cold stare but said nothing in response. The next moment, closing her eyes and sighing heavily, Arya said, "I'm glad to meet you, Ark, but we can't be friends as users. Each of us has a different role to play here." Hearing what the girl had just told him, Ark, realizing that he had been denied friendship, said in surprise. The next moment, Arya put her hand to her temple and said, "I try to keep a clear distinction between my virtual reality character and my real one. Personally, I like to immerse myself in my assigned role in the game, so while I'm happy to meet a real user, I'll ask." Immediately after her words, the girl turned and walked away, adding to address me only as Aaron, the Senior Information Gathering and Strategic Planning Officer. "Imagine that I am also an NPS." Hearing this, Ark said in confusion and then mentally added, "She's one of those who takes her role as seriously as possible. I've met such players in the new world, they immerse themselves in the game 100%. Continuing to watch the girl in the wake of Ark mentally added, "Our style of play is radically different, but maybe people like her enjoy the game more than anyone else." After a while, someone shouted out to the battalion, telling all members of the criminal squad to gather on the parade ground. Hearing that they were called to the parade ground, Ark mentally said it was time to get properly pumped up. Demonstrating the plan of action, the commander said, "Ram's reconnaissance unit is now in Square D23, an open area where the enemy is easy to spot, but there is a chance they are trying to lure us into a trap." Moving the pieces on the map, the man added, "So first, we'll send a squad of criminals there for reconnaissance." Immediately after announcing his plan, Commander Baratul smiled slyly and exclaimed, "If you want to become normal people, then go to battle." With his hands in front of him, the commander added your task to serve as a bait and lure out as many enemy forces sitting in the ambush as possible, angering them properly. The next moment, clenching his hand into a fist, The man exclaimed, "Trust the fairy invention of the Galactic Federation. Don't feel sorry for yourself and rush into the attack. You will be revived later anyway." Hearing the battalion commander's shouts, all those present for some reason did not feel inspired, and Ark thought that when creating Bara Tool, they had obviously forgotten to put eloquence into it. However, there was nothing to do, so all the prisoners went forward in 30 minutes to the cordon of square D23. Walking along with the others, Ark muttered a check of the strength of the inventory, and then heard an alloy dagger 97% revolver, 99% shield, Burda 99%. Having received the information, Ark said, "Well, that's cold," after which the system reported the strength of the inventory as normal with 60 bullets for the revolver in stock. Continuing to walk forward with his weapon in hand, the guy mentally said, "I thought that a bunch of users would participate in this event, but I belong to the 1% of real players in this battalion, and there are only 2 real users among hundreds of non-player characters." Thinking of Arya, he mentally added one of the people who works at the headquarters. "So in fact, I'm the only one on the battlefield, and most likely the opponents will be of a similar level to me." With a sly smile, Ark confidently said in his head, "I can score 3,500 points of social benefit without any difficulty." The next moment, he began to imagine his battle with the enemies. He mentally added an equal opponent. "I can win, even if he, as an NPC, has a special strategy. If there are no other players among the enemies, I can easily turn them into points of social benefit and new skills." Without removing his sly smile, Ark mentally added, "And along the way, I'll gain experience points and pretend that I'm just farming in dungeons." Before he could complete his thoughts, he was interrupted by a strange whistle that suddenly sounded ahead of him, rapidly increasing in intensity. The next moment, a rocket fell in front of Art, followed by an explosion that threw him back. Lying on the ground, covered by Burda's shield, Ark received a system notification that the shield had reached maximum damage and had 30 minutes left to recharge. When Ark came to after the sudden shelling and put his hand to his head, he mentally said, "I clearly did not expect this." The next moment, looking in front of him, the boy mentally added that it seems that the game's creators did not plan for players to have peaceful fun here. Getting to his feet, Ark kept his gaze on the snowstorm ahead and mentally added, "As if in a theme park, the level of difficulty of an ordinary dungeon, they want our suffering." At the same time, a huge monster appeared somewhere in front of other prisoners who were also on their way to reconnaissance. Seeing that their way was blocked by giant monsters, the criminals began to run away quickly, scared, shouting out to the Carrack detachment, "Let's run away." Ark froze in place and looked up in front of him, thinking that the developers probably don't want players to have fun here while pumping skills. Watching the monsters standing in front of him, he mentally added, "They want us to plunge into the feeling of helplessness on the field of a brutal battle at this event, and then promise you'll be mocked." The battle for resources is a confrontation where a whole range of different emotions should be felt. A sense of unity with your teammates that creates excitement, and experiences that are different from the usual monster hunting. The itchy anticipation of waiting for the reward after so much suffering is different from what the player felt in the training area, and so on. In the face of the 2 giant monsters, Ark said, "But it's a complete ass." Having been hit in the face with a club and sent flying, Ark mentally added that what was happening on Beltane seemed to be designed to bury all the advantages of this game. After a while, Ark regained consciousness and heard a system notification that the fairy system was restored, all indicators were returned in accordance with the last save, and the cost of using the fairy was 100 points. The next moment, the system added a limit to the balance of points. So you can continue to use the fairy, but if you do not serve your sentence, you will not be able to rehabilitate and get parole. The amount of work is 3,500 points. The amount of points is now minus 100, and you have to score another 3,600 points. Hearing the words of the system, Ark asked if the battle on Beltane ends before I get the required number of points, and he heard in response that you will be sent to another battlefield where you can continue to score points. Hearing this and looking in front of him where the other prisoners were reborn, Ark said it as he thought that the game is set up to harden players through suffering. After a while, having gone to perform another task, Ark was able to breathe a sigh of relief, as it turned out that participation in the battle was not the only way to accumulate points. Digging snow in the place where they had been sent, Ark drove the shovel into the ground and said with a sigh, "To be honest, I was hoping that I would use the digging skills I had learned earlier, at least a little." The next moment, turning his gaze to his other comrades, Ark mentally mumbled that when the fighting was over, the prisoners would be sent to hard labor. After a while, having obtained iridium of the 3rd standard of purity, Ark mentally added, "And here is the reason why Beltana was at the center of the events of obtaining the valuable iridium material." After a while, when Ark arrived at the base, he exclaimed in confusion that it was not enough iridium, which was complete nonsense. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the guy added, I brought 120 kilograms of debris with me, to which he was told the plan was to extract not 100 kilograms of debris, but a certain part of iridium, private arc. The next moment, opening the daily ration window, she added, "The debris you brought contains only 94 and 5/10 grams of the required material. Unfortunately, I cannot say that you have fulfilled the mining plan, so I cannot give you food today." Hearing this, Ark completely turned sour, and then a system alert sounded. His happiness level dropped by 20% and a penalty for a lowered happiness level was imposed. After a while, outside the walls of the base, Ark received food from Aaron and said, "Thank you very much. I can definitely eat it," and heard in response that the personnel do not regret the rations. They lie about the lack of food and force the convicts to work for food. As soon as Ark took the first bite, the girl added, "I learned something about the percentage of iridium in the rock on real Earth, which is about 8 to 10 billionths of a percent. So the fact that here we got 90 grams of pure material out of 120 kilograms is a miracle, hundreds of times more than on Earth." After hearing the message from the girl, Ark, continuing to eat his rations, asked in surprise, "Didn't you say you wanted to clearly separate reality and the game world?" In response to his question, Ark heard only a very long, heavy sigh, and then nervously thought, "Wow, what a sigh." The next moment, Irina grabbed her head and said, "When you're doing useless things, sometimes you want to escape from reality?" And then Ark said, "But we're already in the game." Immediately after remembering my commander who exclaimed, "We lack officers and advisors," "I order you to take over the management of supplies," Irina girl added. "This NPC is constantly throwing new tasks at me. I will soon go crazy." The next moment, mentioning the prisoners, she added that most of the NPM prisoners cannot fulfill the daily plan, and as a result, they do not receive food and then go to the battlefield hungry and weak. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Irina added this vicious circle. They die, are reborn through a fairy, and go back to fight, their exhausted faces looking too realistic. The game developers are thieves, and Ark said, "If you're so worried, maybe you should take a break from the game." In response to the guy's question, Irina replied that it was interesting to play my role in the tragic event, and the reward was not bad, but I was more surprised why you, Ark, continued to play. When Ark received the question from the girl, he laughed awkwardly and remembered Moon Ji-hoon and the main villain, saying, "Well, I have my reasons, even if it looks strange." The next moment, Ark stood up and smiled happily, adding, "Besides, there are no real users on the battlefield except me, so I think this is a great opportunity to get cool prizes." Hearing the confident words of her interlocutor, the girl turned her gaze to him and said, "Ark?" in surprise. The next moment she started mentioning the fighters in this battle. She added many other users here, but it looks like you haven't met them. When he heard that there were other players, he said in surprise, and then the girl added, "You're not alone here. Try to stay on the battlefield longer and see." Square D is the 34th outing of the Outlaws since Ark joined them. Just like the last time, after the criminals appeared on the battlefield, it began with shelling from the ram side. A few seconds after everything had quieted down, Ark crawled out of the snow, smiling slyly, and said, "The shovel was useful though. You won't get killed if you bury yourself in the snow." Continuing to recall the consequences of the shelling, he mentally added 80% of the damage caused by the blast wave and debris. The chances of survival are incredibly small. The next moment, recalling his actions, Ark mentally added, "That's why I dug a trench and hid to avoid being shot at and injured by the debris and blast wave." Continuing to recall his cunning ways of surviving the enemy's attack, Ark mentally added, "Thanks to the body armor and Burid's shield, I was able to reduce the damage from the shelling to almost zero." Crawling out of his hiding place and taking out his weapon, Ark said, "The enemies are gathering little by little, and last time I died senselessly." The next moment, pulling out his weapon in front of him, he confidently promised, "But now I am full of energy and determination to fight." While Ark was making his loud speeches, a considerable number of enemies were already lined up in front of him to hear his voice. Seeing them in front of him, the guy shouted out infrared glasses, and then the object he had summoned appeared before his eyes. After assessing the abilities and levels of the enemies, he mentally said Karak is a living weapon of the Rama civilization. They are about 20 levels lower than me. Continuing to think about the enemies, Ark mentally added physically. They are strong but not enduring and maneuverable. Their shortcomings are compensated by their numbers given that individually they are all weaker than me. The next moment, as he rushed into the crowd of enemies with cold steel to fight his way to freedom, Ark confidently said, "No matter how many of them I defeat, I will defeat them all." Continuing to wave his weapon at the enemies, Ark mentally mumbled that they were essentially just walking weapons, and they didn't have the strong armor of space bugs. Having made another cut cutting the enemy into two parts, the guy mentally added, "I don't even have to use a gun, the dagger will be enough." At the same moment, noticing that someone was destroying enemies on the battlefield, one of the players was surprised to hear that it was someone, and then he heard that it was unlikely that the opponent's pawn would fight against their own. unless there were such strong guys among them. Continuing their dialogue while watching the arch, another player added, "No, all our puppets after the shelling have already recovered from the ferry is clearly not a pawn." Taking a closer look at the guy who was slaughtering enemies left and right, one of the players thoughtfully said that it was probably a real player. Hearing his friend's guess, one of the players shouted out laughing, "No way is the real player among the pawns. How did he manage to get there at all?" The next moment, a system message sounded and Rom's troops began to move, after which the players cheered and shouted hooray. Then the system added a maneuver group, starting the countdown to the attack. As Ark continued to fight against the enemies, the countdown began, which was led by the system 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the command to attack was given, all the players rushed to the battlefield, jumping out from behind Ark and heading forward. When Ark saw a whole crowd of people who had just entered the battle appear in front of him, he said in surprise. The next moment, one of the players asked him if he was a real player, to which he replied confusedly, "Well, yes. And what did you hear in response?" "Wow, you're seriously crazy." Then, looking back again, the girl added, "Judging by your costume, you don't survive a massive attack, so if your life is precious, retreat." After giving the order to retreat, Ark gave a shout of, "All right, people," and then the maneuvering group headed for the enemy. After listening to the words of the other players, Ark was surprised to think that I had just realized how everything really works here. Remembering the commander, he mentally said that the Baratul battalion, where Irina and I were, was not really in the center of this event but played a supporting role. Continuing his thoughts, he mentally added that it was similar to the way in the formerly fashionable LOL games, where minor pawns ran in the background while the real champion player confronted the boss to determine the outcome of the battle. Immediately after recalling the exclamation of the man who had told him your task was to serve as bait, he mentally added, "In fact, Baratul had said so explicitly at the very beginning." Realizing how everything works here, Ark said unhappily, looking at the player's trail, "Damn, I don't like this." Catching up with the other players and starting to squeeze into their ranks to move on, Ark said, "I'll show you who's a useless pawn here." Squeezing between the players, Ark smiled happily and said, "You shouldn't take away my opportunity to fight because I lured the opponent out, so let's respect each other." At the same time, the bravest players rushed into battle, breaking up the crowd of enemies that appeared after the pawn squad. Everyone was using their potential to the maximum, which is how a man in armor confidently charged at enemies, firing lasers. Suddenly, he noticed that someone had just run past him and rushed forward to face his enemies, who were still numerous. This someone was Ark, who waved his revolver and dagger, laughing loudly, and exclaimed that now it was safe to break through. Continuing to confidently swing his weapon, the boy thought, "If I have such good comrades behind me, I'll have to go with them." Hearing the surprised voice of one of his comrades behind him, who said, "Wow, how hard Ark is trying," he mentally added, "Even I can fight enough now." Sometime later, after all the monsters were destroyed, Ark noticed a new wave of enemies heading towards him. Seeing a crowd of enemies in front of him, who were talking to him, Ark confidently added, "I finally met the main army of users from Rama's camp." Confidently squaring his shoulders, Ark exclaimed, "Now I feel the beauty of the battle, so let's go, people." A few seconds later, one of the enemies pointed a finger at him and laughed out loud, along with the others. The next moment, deciding to look back to see what had made them laugh so much, Ark said, "What are you looking at?" As soon as his gaze turned behind him and he noticed only the emptiness of the snowy mountains, the boy said in surprise and then mentally added, "Where is everyone?" Once at the ferry, Ark received a system notification informing him that all indicators were restored after the last save and 100 points were spent on using the ferry. Hearing that he had been reborn again and had regained all his vitals, Ark bowed his head down and said in his head, "It was predictable." Recalling how he was beaten by his enemies, he mentally added, "The band of criminals was defeated long ago and our army fled somewhere. I could not have defeated a bunch of heavily armed enemies, especially on my own." After a while, leaving the ferry, he mentally added, "It was obvious that I would wake up in the ferry, after which he heard, 'Private Ark, you did a great job.'" Continuing to announce what she had been ordered to do by the command, Irina added, "Thanks to you staying on the battlefield and covering the retreat, we were able to save the soldiers and reduce losses." Holding the tablet in her hands, the girl added by order of the commander, "You are rewarded with a refund for the last use of the ferry," after which he received a notification, "You received 100 points for achieving the last hero, the sum of the accumulated points minus 45. Immediately after the announcement and the awarding of bonus points to Ark, the girl became quiet and looked away from him, maintaining silence. The next moment, Ark, who had been completely unresponsive, noticed that a shield had just stuck in the ground near him and bent. Following the action, the girl said irritably, feeling an irresistible desire for more damn trolls. As soon as she turned her head down, Ark muttered in surprise in his head, looking at Aaron suddenly unaware that she knew bad words. When they were left alone, the girl folded her arms in front of her and said, "You probably already know this, but we are slowly losing the battle because we retreated that time, and the place where we were mining iridium was threatened by the enemy." Gritting his teeth after hearing that, Ark said unhappily what the other players were doing and why they left me alone and ran away. In response to the boy's question, Irina turned her gaze to him and said they had no reason to fight to the end. Recalling the mercenaries who took part in the last battle, she added that they did not need to try hard in the battle for resources, and that particularly stubborn players simply died after a collision with the enemy and paid a fine to the ferry. But if you send pawns and then attack, you can easily gain experience points and earn extra money. Continuing her speech, the girl added that if we lose in this place, we will all be redeployed and the war is not real anyway. After listening to everything Irina Ark told him, he exclaimed in displeasure that they were completely crazy about the gameplay. Imagining in his head an approximate gameplay where the player joyfully shouts out endless lives to the top, he mentally added, "Let's say something I can understand. In all games there are loopholes. I also look for them and use them to the fullest." The next moment, remembering how the prisoners were being framed, Ark muttered in his head, but such trolling was not the only way Rama could arrange a shelling before the main attack. Immediately after mentioning the full ammunition and equipment that can provide fire training, she added that we also have artillery that is on standby. Continuing her story, Irina added that there is not much time for help, but there are Federation spacecraft in Beltana's orbit that can help from space. Talking about some features that players do not use, the girl added that the decision to call for help depends on the user who is on the battlefield. Immediately after, the girl, imagining how it would happen, added that if the players followed the idea of the game, they could easily slam the Karaks and in addition fire on Ram's artillery, protecting our squad of criminals from it. After hearing additional information about the Federation's capabilities, Ark was surprised to hear that they were following the plan and why they were not doing it. After receiving a question from Ark, Irina answered that if you destroy the Karak squad, you will have to fight the main forces of Ram, and Ram's artillery must spend charges on the squad of criminals so that users can safely fight the Karak. Sometime later, after Ark finished the dialogue with the girl, he headed to the group of players who were just having fun after their escape. Seeing the guy who was in the criminal squad nearby, one of the players of the flexible squad exclaimed that he heard who it was. Pointing at the Ark that stopped in front of them, the player confidently exclaimed, "I'm a pawn from the criminal squad." Approaching the arch, the players laughing joyfully exclaimed, "When I saw you, I could not believe my eyes." After which the fat man added that the strict lady from the strategic department was also funny, after which the first added a bunch of criminals went crazy. The next moment, a girl approached Ark and said, "How did you end up here?" Ark smiled slyly and said, "I broke the law, it's obvious, but I just got an unusual role." Hearing this, the girl grabbed her stomach with laughter and exclaimed, "You're a tough cookie. I can see you're having a blast here." Immediately after putting her hands to her sides, she added, "But it's probably not just criminals who need to earn points to get out of here. We're losing here, so most likely the points earned go to resurrecting the ferry." The next moment, leaning over the arch, the girl happily said, "Let's make a deal." And he was surprised to hear her say what a deal. Then the girl pointed her finger at Ark and said, "The outlaw squad doesn't get any prizes in the battle for resources, but we can help you get out as soon as possible if you pay us." When Ark heard the girl's demand for their help, he was surprised to hear her say that I was a criminal. "Where did I get the money to pay?" And she exclaimed, "Don't slow down." The next moment, demonstrating a zero gesture in front of her, the girl smiled slyly and added, "I'm talking about real money, Korean or dollars, and I'll give you the details." With a disgruntled face, R looked at the girl and said, "As soon as you pay, we'll start helping you in the next event." Seeing that Ark turned his back on them and walked away, the girl exclaimed in surprise at his back, "Well, you're not interested." Having walked a few meters away from the players who offered him help for real money, Ark suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, "Hey bums." The next moment, turning his head half a turn, Ark added in a menacing tone, "I understand that you don't care about the gameplay and just want to make some money, but maybe you should stop making money off of others." Seeing how the smiles suddenly disappeared from their faces, Ark confidently added, "You don't need to set up those who are serious about the game." The next moment, the girl made a sarcastic smile and said Chivo, after which her friend added, "I've got a moralist too." In response to these words of his opponents, Ark did not say anything at all, but simply walked angrily on without looking back. After a while, when Irina arrived back at the base with the mined ore, she said, "Good job, Private Ark. Confirm receipt of provisions." After he received a notification received, drinking water. Pack 10 pieces, dry rations, 15 pieces awarded 1 point of social benefit. The next moment, the girl added, "I'm glad you've adapted to iridium mining," to which he replied, "I realized I needed to bring more than 150 kilograms of debris, but these guys." The next moment, he turned his gaze to the other prisoners who had failed to meet the norm and heard that they were unable to earn enough to eat. The next moment, one of the prisoners held out his insulating jacket and said, "Commander, if I give this jacket, how many packages of food will I get?" To which Aaron replied, "You will get 2 packages of water and food." After exchanging the provisions for things, the girl said that if everything continued in the same way, they would go to the battlefield, either exhausted or frozen from the very beginning. The group of criminals was able to repel the attack of the Carracks, but they were still able to repel the attack. Continuing the dialogue with Ark, Irina added that now we are retreating and losing iridium mining sites, after which Ark said it all because of the troll players correctly. The next moment, returning his gaze to the girl, Ark added, "I have already met Ram's warriors and I am confident that with the help of air power, we can concentrate the enemy's troops and fight them one-on-one." Continuing to talk about his plan, the guy added, "I have no desire to cooperate with those players, especially since they have no backup," Aaron said. "You're too confident for someone who has died so many times and ended up in a ferry." The next moment, the girl added a style of play that was clearly not for me, to which Ark remarked, "Commander, you're discussing gameplay in the presence of NPCs." Starting to bite the glove, the girl said thoughtfully, "I'll think about what I can do to make playing great but winning even better." Hearing this and giving a fist bump, Ark exclaimed happily, "Of course, I don't like trolls interfering with serious play either." Starting to develop a plan of action to defeat the enemy, Irina said that first of all, they needed to deal with the provisions. Emphasizing her friend's skills, the girl added, "Ark, you have enhanced digging and jewelry valuation skills, so you need to use them to the fullest." Recalling the girl's words during the excavations, Ark recalled how she emphasized quality over quantity. Now, the squad of criminals is starving because the places of the highest grade iridium have been captured by the enemy, while the current mining sites are still open. Remembering the girl's words and getting to the wonderful minerals, Ark happily said in his head, "You can try to dig deeper to find more pure iridium." Taking the valuable mineral in his hands in a considerable amount, Ark joyfully exclaimed, "I can see the first-class iridium now." No sooner had he enjoyed his discovery than he heard a noise above him, and exclaimed in surprise what it was. At the same time, on the surface, the prisoners, fleeing from the monsters that suddenly attacked them, were scared and shouting, "Rama is attacking them. They got here to see what our troops are doing." At the same time, watching from afar as the monsters destroyed the prisoners who were excavating, one of the players said, "Wow, what a wonderful sight." Immediately after, the player added, "But we can really not interfere," to which I heard in response, "Of course, this is not even a real battle of the imagination as the angry girl and the harsh pawn boy." Imagining the expressions on the faces of the people he was just thinking about, the fat man added that in games, it's not about winning, but about having fun. On the side of Rum are the Caracas. On the side of the Galactic Federation, criminals act as the first line of defense. They go into battle first and are later followed by players who are simply NPCs who support the front line in AOS games. Such characters are called pawns. The Carrack units and the criminals are at about the same level, and as the fight continues, a prisoner shouts out, "Try a pickaxe!" In an ordinary situation, it would have been an absolutely equal confrontation in an ordinary situation, but at one point, the prisoner froze. The next moment, he received a notification that his happiness level had fallen below 10%, his hunger was felt, his winter clothing was below 10%, and he was feeling frostbite after the Caracas had dealt him a crushing blow. As soon as the fighting on the front line ended, one of the players saw this and said that it looked like the squad of criminals had already left. So let's get down to business. Rushing into the battle when all her comrades were killed on the battlefield, she confidently called out to her comrades in arms, "Let's go earn some money." Sometime after the end of the battle, system notifications appeared point of the resource collection area. At 02, the destruction of Ram's unit was confirmed in the enemy unit. There were no survivors. At the moment when the ferry began to see prisoners en masse, Aaron sighed heavily and said, "We've lost all the places to extract resources." The next moment, Aaron received a notification on the Nymph, which informed her that the Galactic Federation headquarters had reported that the level of resource collection in the squad was critically low, and if the situation did not change, the squad's rank would be downgraded. With a disappointed sigh, the girl looked away and said, "There's no more hope." Even Ark couldn't take it anymore and quit the game. Immediately after her words, she began to look for him with her eyes among those who had been reborn and mentally added, "I don't see him among those who had been resurrected in the ferry." The next moment, she bowed her head down and thought it was no wonder that even the excitement did not help her survive the game where our allies were putting packs in the wheels, and then she heard Ark shouting to him, who had just entered the warehouse. When Irina heard the boy's voice coming from the doorway, she instantly turned her surprised gaze in his direction. At the same moment, holding a giant piece of ore in his hands, Ark slyly smiled and told the customer to order a giant piece of iridium. After a while, after placing the ore in the capsule, the system reported that the composition analysis was 55%, 7,900%. After the analysis was completed, Erin exclaimed in surprise when she saw the results. 1 in 9 kilograms of pure iridium. Continuing to look at the giant piece of ore, she added, "How deep did you have to dig?" To which he replied with a sly smile, "I just got the hang of shoveling and found it, so I know how to dig." Recalling the moment of the shelling when he thought he would probably have to hide here until everything calmed down above, Ark said, "I came back alive because I dug deep." Hearing this, Irina looked at him, smiled, and said, "Wow, your playing style is just incredible." In response to the girl's remark, Ark organized a sly smile and asked, "So how much food and points will I get for this?" After receiving the question from the boy, Aaron said, "Private Ark, even if you bring 10 tons for them yourself, you will also receive 1 point," after which Ark exclaimed in surprise that he was serious. The next moment, leaning on the boxes of provisions, the girl added, "But in exchange for this, you can get as much provisions as you want, which will definitely help you survive and score more points in the battle." Approaching the boxes of provisions that the girl Ark opened for him, he looked at the contents and said, "I'm amazed," he said. Immediately afterwards, feeling strange sensations, he mentally added, "I feel them burning me with their eyes." Continuing his reflections on the feelings of other prisoners, he mentally added envy, hatred, respect, fear, and all the rest. Continuing to feel how those people think I'm lucky, I want to eat outside, I want to freeze, Ark thought dejectedly. Why they had to make NPCs so human? The next moment, Ark looked at Aaron and said, "I understand how hard it is for you to do your best in your role, and I don't know if you want to talk about it." Immediately after, Ark asked what else you can get besides water and food, to which I replied, "You can see the list in Nymph," after which Ark said, looking through the available items, "I fulfilled the norm for 19 days. The list should be large, so I decided what to choose." Looking at what Ark had chosen for himself, Aaron asked in surprise, "I understand why you need so much water and food, but you obviously have other plans," to which he replied, "That's exactly right, Commander Irina. In this game, the NPCs behave surprisingly humanely." Continuing his story, Ark, remembering Tori, added that since the New World, the realism of VR games has increased, and, with the exception of some villains or scum, people tend to be grateful and hope for the best, and today's VR games and NPCs are the same. The next moment, Ark added my plan was quite simple, after which he took some provisions and went to the needy prisoners. Having handed the freezing prisoner body armor so that he would not freeze, Ark said, "Here, put it on," and then mentally told the freezing prisoner to wear winter clothes. Continuing to distribute food to those who need it, Ark said to gather around the warehouse together and then gave the hungry people food and water. As the prisoners began to gather near the warehouse at Ark's direction, they were surprised to hear that the Earthling was really distributing food. Arriving at the platform near the warehouse, the prisoner was surprised to hear Ark say, "You're sharing food, it's true, you're not kidding." When the crowd gathered, Ark shouted out hunger-striking comrades and was interrupted by a shout of, "Let us also." Continuing his speech, he began again, "Comrades from the criminal squad, the supplies I could distribute have already run out, and I have fulfilled the norm for 19 days, but this was not enough for everyone." When they heard that the food supplies were over and they would not receive anything, the prisoners sighed heavily because they had come here in vain. The next moment, Ark suddenly exclaimed, "But from now on, I will continue to share the food. You all saw the giant piece of iridium. If you help me, I will make sure that you do not starve and can leave the battlefield. You can score points and go home." Continuing his motivational speech to the criminals, who seemed to be interested, he added, "Let's all be free." Raising his shovel above him, the boy confidently added in front of the hungry crowd, "If we unite, we can do it. Let's all go home." A few seconds later, Ark saw everyone leaving and was notified that the criminals had dispersed, and they were disappointed to learn that they would be given food and drink. At the moment when Ark was upset about Aaron's failure, her speech was impressive, but could she charm the hungry and cold people? To which he replied, "You know how to support in a difficult situation." After Ark's remark, the girl added that for us it's just a game, but for NPCs the only reality is that you better take the tools and become stronger so that at least you can leave this place. When Ark heard the girl's words, he laughed and said, "It's okay, this plan has failed, but everything will be fine anyway." Continuing to sit on the box, the boy added, "I think this game is starting to become predictable." And then someone approaching the players said, "Here you are, Ark." When he heard someone shout his name, he suddenly jumped up from his seat and looked in front of him, along with Aaron, who was standing next to him. Not far from them was one of the prisoners who said with a stern face, "We had to die a lot while we were looking for you." Continuing the dialogue with the guy who had recently spoken, the criminal added, "So this lady from the supply department is in cahoots with you." Hearing the alien's words, Ark asked in surprise why you were here to fight, after which Aaron added that you were accusing the commander of fraud. Immediately after receiving the questions from the Earthlings, the prisoner approached Ark and said, "We came to find out what you are up to." The next moment, turning his attention to those who had arrived with him, the criminal added, "I brought along those who are also interested in your plan, and there are still guys who are ready to grab any chance they can." Immediately after hearing this, Ark turned to Aaron and said, "You know, the game is getting predictable. I didn't get a lot of points, but I created an event to improve relations with the NPCs, and thanks to them, we are." The next moment, turning his gaze to the criminals in front of him, who were interested in his plan, Ark confidently added, "We can win." Sometime later, after the team of criminals went to extract resources, the attack began again. Only this time Ark was joined by 12 prisoners whom he provided with food, water, and warm clothes, so now they do not suffer from cold. Looking at his comrades who should be 100% loyal to him, Ark mentally said they were 100% ready for battle, a squad of criminals full of energy. After a while, one of the criminals who was standing guard noticed enemies near him and shouted out that a group of Karaks was approaching from the direction of the ram camp. Hearing the message from his comrades, Ark mentally said, remembering the players, "Of course, those trolls have calculated everything and therefore continue to rest and bide their time." The next moment his men started fighting, Ark mentally said that the criminals should fight back. When Ark saw the results of the battle, he was surprised to hear that "You did much better than I expected," and then he said, "Of course we did. Because we are not here for good behavior. We are well-fed and warmly dressed, so these cockroaches are not a hindrance." Having dealt with the enemy who was preventing them from fulfilling their main goal, Ark pulled out a shovel and said, "Well, let's get to work." When he started excavating for the mineral he needed, the boy received a notification that his shovel was magnetically coated with 97% power. While the miners were actively working, Ark mentally said 3 shovels of a higher level, for which he had to give most of the reward to those entrusted with using them, responsible for the extraction of resources for all. Continuing to dig further, Ark confidently exclaimed, "Instead of those troll players, I'd rather trust reliable NPCs." At the same time, the volunteer unit continued to rest, waiting for the prisoners to finally lose and they could go into battle. Suddenly, one of them rose to a sitting position and said something thoughtfully, saying that they were late, to which he heard a yes in response. After answering her friend, the girl looked up at the sky and added as usual at about this point. Interrupting his girlfriend's words, one of the players added time to the chaos and death, after which a signal from the nymph sounded. Immediately after this notification sounded, an urgent message was sent to Baratul's battalion, the recipient of the volunteer army, and the fat man said, "Oh shit." The next moment, the terminal sounded for the soldiers who were beating the drum to refuse to fight, to flee from the enemy, and other literary terms I will make you regret it. Baring his teeth at the members of the team's volunteer squad, Baratul angrily shouted, "Get off your asses and go to battle," and the message ended. After receiving the message, the fat man got to his feet and asked in surprise that we were already leaving, and he was told why Ram's minions were so slow today. Arriving on the battlefield after being expelled, the 3 players froze in their tracks at what they saw in front of them. It was there that one of the prisoners, waving a pickaxe at the enemies of the main force, angrily shouted, "Disappear." The next moment, his persistent attacks were able to destroy the energy barrier that covered the enemy's bodies. Immediately after this barrier was destroyed, the next attack came at the enemy, who did not expect any resistance and was easily defeated. Still amazed at what was happening on the battlefield, the girl said in confusion what we had just seen. At the same time, the space prisoner, raising his pickaxe above him, confidently shouted my name, Aslan, Aslan, the Sidelin Lion. When Aslan continued to shout out, "Who wants to get more? Try it," the girl added confusedly. Our henchmen managed to destroy the enemy. It wasn't even the enemy's pawn. Continuing to follow the battle where the prisoner bravely confronts the enemies, the girl said in confusion to the user-controlled ordinary warrior Rama. The next moment, when the 3 enemies crushed the criminal and pierced him with their lightsabers, the girl added what was happening. Not knowing where they were, the girl said confusedly, "Where are all the Karakas for us? Or rather, why?" Turning her gaze to the main enemy forces that were heading for them, the girl added frightenedly, "They are here!" Having defeated the last of the prisoners, the main forces of Rama's army rushed into battle against the hired players who appeared on the battlefield. Seeing that they were rapidly advancing, the girl pulled her sword from behind her back and drew it out in front of her, preparing for battle. But this onslaught of enemies was not at all like the one with the Karakas. Here the opponents were much stronger. After some time, the enemies defeated her comrades by stabbing them with swords from the very beginning, because they did not understand what PvP was. They fought only with Karakas and earned small achievements, but this time, when these monsters were not present, they quickly lost the battle against the main enemy forces. From the very beginning, these weak players had no chance of winning, and so they said goodbye to their lives. When the fairy girl regained consciousness, she received a notification your body was restored to the time of the last save 72 hours, 43 minutes, 29 seconds ago. Not realizing what had happened, the player heard a noise coming from nearby and turned her head in that direction to see what was going on. At the same time, while throwing their comrade in their arms, other prisoners joyfully exclaimed, Aslan had done it, he had captured the warrior Rama. Receiving numerous applause, the prisoner raised his hands in the air and smiled happily as everyone shouted his name. The next moment, Aaron looked at Aaron and told her that the first hero of our battalion to defeat the warrior Ram was a criminal. Immediately after Irina read out her first achievement, she heard a player's voice call out to her from nearby. As soon as the commander's gaze turned in her direction, the revived girl asked unhappily, "Why are you saying this in front of me on purpose?" In response to this question, Aaron smiled happily and said, "Yes, only 0 destruction, 0 support, and 1 death. Congratulations on your achievement." When Ark returned from the mission, he was eating a snack of dry rations and exclaimed with anticipation, "Oh, those kids must have gone completely nuts." In response to the guy's question, Aaron looked down and said no. Unfortunately, they were still shining outside and I gave them a little bit of a hard time. They were uncomfortable in the joyful atmosphere of the criminals. Recalling the behavior of the players who had failed on the battlefield, Irina added that they simply gathered together and left. Hearing this, Ark smiled slyly and said it would be much better if they did not participate in this battle so that players motivated to win would come here. Hearing the exclamation of his comrade, who waved his hand and shouted, "Here they come, Ark!" The members of our team, who were responsible for gaining time, fought and held on to the end, and then returned through the ferry. The next moment, 3 prisoners appeared at the entrance, bringing with them 3 large chunks of first-class ore, and Ark mentally added that thanks to their sacrifice, the team members responsible for the mining had been able to return safely and not die. Bringing with him 3 pieces of iridium, Ark joyfully announced that there were enough minerals to supply everyone. Having received a considerable amount of provisions, Ark said thank you to everyone who participated in this. Let's honestly share the supplies with everyone. And then he heard that maybe we can exchange the remaining points for shovels with a magnetic coating. Hearing this, another prisoner remarked that adding tank refuelers would make it harder to get the last few to the miners, after which Alan said guiltily, "I'm sorry." Starting to recall the reason for his proposal, the miner exclaimed that I was in the miners' team and the mist Caracas attacked me. Continuing his story, he added, "In a hurry, I hit him with the magnetic thing I had in my hands like, 'Stay away from me.'" Immediately after his words, the miner continued his story, and after a short pause, someone interrupted him and asked what happened next. Continuing to recall what exactly happened to the enemy, the miner was surprised to notice that you saw this magnetic thing digging in the ground, remembering your hit. The next moment he added the same thing happened, and with a grunt, Ark exclaimed seriously, after which Aslan exclaimed in displeasure, "What a fool, give me the fucking pick." After a while, when the prisoners received their new weapons, they hugged them saying, "My love, my joy is priceless." And so the magnetic-coated shovel became a standard tool for our team. At the moment when the criminals set off for the battlefield, a system alert sounded that Rama's squad was approaching. When they heard to dig into the ground to avoid being destroyed by shelling, the prisoners started their combat mission instead of gathering resources. Hiding underground, one of the criminals shouted out the falling enemy shells, after which loud explosions were heard throughout the area. As soon as everything's quieted down, the prisoners crawled out of their holes and shouted out the ointments, smiling with joy. The next moment, seeing a crowd of Karaks heading toward them, the criminals rushed to meet them and shouted out many points of aura achievement. Continuing to wave their shovels, the prisoners shouted out to finish everyone off. The first extermination was a waste. At the same time, watching the fighting, Ark was amazed to think that it was completely unexpected. The combat power of a manned detachment of criminals in full combat readiness, as originally calculated, was equivalent to a working detachment mixed with the first attack, but this is not the case. Surprised by what he saw, Ark thought, "Isn't this a combat unit where one man can handle a dozen Caracas?" The next moment, when the enemies began to flee, the criminals shouted, "Hey, where are you running to?" Looking at his comrades who had defeated a bunch of enemies, Ark mentally added a Karak to the outnumbered squad of criminals, as it was balanced from the very beginning. Sometime later at the base, Erin, holding a folder in her hands, said, "Gentlemen, I want to tell you a few things first." Turning her attention to the prisoners, she added, "Due to the improvement in resource extraction and combat actions of our soldiers, the battalion command changed the status of the management to the elite of priority support." After hearing this, the prisoners joyfully started shouting this dream, "Yahoo!" Then Aaron added that in the future, the detachment will also issue combat rations to officers, and the distribution of daily necessities will also become much smoother. The next moment, after everything was said, the girl turned her gaze to the green one and spoke, and Second Private Aslan stepped forward. Stepping up to the girl, the prisoner asked in a disgruntled tone that it was another disciplinary statement or something like that. The next moment, the girl reported the order of the Beltane Galactic Federation Command Number 48, 124 Sender Military Administrator Recipient, Aslan Private of the Criminal Detachment. Continuing her speech, she added that the recipient officially confirms that he has fulfilled all the requirements for pardon by exemplary service and spirit of bravery. The next moment, looking up at the prisoner, the girl smilingly added, "Congratulations on your release, civilian Aslan. I'm sorry to see you go." Seeing the tears in Aslan's eyes after hearing this, Aaron added, "Please don't come back here again." As he began to say goodbye to his comrades, Aaron, standing by the side of the bar, said that despite the fact that he has the appearance of an alien, he is so realistic that he sometimes scares. And this is what VR has been known for since the New World. The next moment, their dialogue was interrupted by Aslan's voice, which was interrupted by Arc Lieutenant Irina. Standing in front of the people, he added guiltily, "At first I was rude to you because I am an Earthling and an officer, but I am coming home thanks to you." Immediately after his words, Aslan nodded his head and said, "If you have a problem in Sideline on the planet Istana, find me." The next moment, a notification suddenly appeared in Arc and Irina's terminals, informing them that the quest chain Aslan was registering a debt. Demonstrating the new news to Arik, Aaron spoke on a planet called Hanan. At the same time, an event dedicated to the Battle of the Factions seems to be taking place. It seems that a very good player from the Rama faction is participating in it. Showing the footage of the person they were talking about, the girl added a separate code for the Red Knight to the report through the combat suit settings. Ark smiled happily and said, "I can't tell you how grateful I am to him." Aaron asked in surprise, and then he added, "He's not on Beltane, he's on another planet." Continuing to look at the dossier, Ark added, smiling happily, "If there was one here, I would never have thought of sending someone home. And not only me," after which the girl said there is another side, "but know that the load on the front line here is increasing because of the Red Knight." Looking through the lists of prisoners, Irina added that most of the support that was going to Balthan is now going to Hanan solely because of a user called the Red Knight. Saying goodbye to Aslan, who shouted, "I'll go first," Ark mentally said pardon to his fellow soldier, "Amnesty," and I learned a lot from that. The next moment, looking at her tablet, Aaron remarked, "It's nice to have a relationship with NPS Aslan. As an officer, I get extra promotion points." Hearing this, Ark was surprised to ask for a promotion, after which the girl added that the higher the user's rank, the more powers he has. Continuing to talk about the opportunities, Aaron added that you can also become a commander of an army battalion, such as the NPS Baratul. The next moment, remembering other possibilities, she added that you can be a spaceship captain or an admiral who manages the fleet. Now there are mostly NPCs, but over time, more advanced users will appear there. Hearing this, Ark smiled and said, "The genre of the game will change, and I'm glad I didn't go the route of a Galactic Federation sponsor." Hearing her friend's remark, the girl looked at him and said confidently, "I think Ark would fit in quite well." The next moment, the girl turned her head to him and asked if, after the amnesty, it would be too late for you to become my successor, to which he nervously exclaimed, "I am determined and refuse." Immediately after the personal dialogue, Ark added, "Let's get back to business and see who else we can fire. My photo turned out very ugly." Hearing Ark's suggestion, the girl tapped her finger on the screen and said, "If we sort by merit, these 4 are currently the highest. I'm not sure what the awards will be." Hearing Irina's remark, Ark smiled happily and said that he didn't know it well. It was like random loot boxes that drive people crazy. As the points grew rapidly during the battle, and the frequency of using the ferry gradually decreased, the merits needed for criminals to be released accumulated much faster. Hearing the dialogue between his comrades, who were talking, he added, "Leave me alone. I'm just here because of the ferry. Don't think it's a waste of points, or do you like the army so much?" And most importantly, the criminals who were only worried about not starving to death and not freezing could afford to worry about those around them. After a while, Ark gathered his comrades and said, "Let's start with those who can get out the fastest. I think it's best to get out of this hell as soon as possible, no matter how immortal we are. What do you think?" In response, Ark received deafening silence to his proposal from the prisoners, who looked at him with blank eyes. Realizing that something was wrong, he nervously said in his head, "Oops, I think I was a little too quick with the offer." However, this silence was interrupted by one of the prisoners who suddenly said from the crowd, "I agree with the proposal." Smiling happily, he added, "Those who are not long for home are too worried and grab the others by the ankles. Let them strike the last blow and go home." The next moment, his initiative was picked up by the others, who cheered and exclaimed, "That's right. No need to worry so much. Fly home, go. Whoever is the fastest, warm up." Immediately after his shouts, one of the prisoners noticed Irina nearby and shouted, "Hey, there's the head of the strategic department, super." Running up to the girl, the prisoner shouted out, Head of the Strategic Department, Lieutenant Irina. Wait, Head of the Strategic Department, Head of the Rear, Administrative Supplier. There's a lieutenant there. Having attracted the girl's attention, the criminal joyfully exclaimed, "You can tell us which of ours has scored the most points." Smiling happily, they added, "Just tell us. We'll take responsibility and monitor the use of the ferry. We'll kick them and send them home." Hearing this, the girl could hardly contain her smile, which broke out after hearing the words of the prisoners. The next moment, she pulled out her tablet and said, "Paris kita hakad Milan." In these 4 social activities are the closest to definitely coming home, so to speak. After a while, in a dialogue with Ark, Aaron said, "We were thinking of tricks while we were building this plan. For some reason, I feel stupid." To which Ark replied, "I also have the feeling that they made me." Then the girl added, "I also feel like the behavior of the NPCs towards me has changed somehow." Hearing this, Ark smiled happily and said, "We've already said that role-playing in a situation of failure seems to be interesting, but it's not really fun now, is it?" After receiving the question from her friend, the girl smiled gently and confidently said, "No, it's still fun." The squad of criminals Private Paris is pardoned for fulfilling social achievements. Upon receiving his release, he said, "Thank you very much. Next time we will meet in freedom." After which a notification appeared that Paris's quest business was registered. Also, when Private Kid was pardoned, he said, "Ark needs it more than I do, so keep it safe and use it wisely." And then Ark received a notification that he had received the Fade Steel 2 item. The next moment, another notification appeared. The Fade Steel series is a reliable automatic pistol that is loved by pioneers. It has a large magazine capacity but has a low dead weight, which leads to a low percentage of hits when firing models equipped with an intelligent circuit that responds to the user's sensitivity and increases performance. Rate of fire plus 10% accuracy plus 20%. Private Hakad is pardoned, after which he said, "Actually, in the past, I didn't use the ferry often." Then Ark was surprised to hear that he did, thanks to this skill. Although the sentence was large, I was able to quickly accumulate achievements, and it happened thanks to the skill of dying. The next moment, Ark received a notification: "You have mastered a new skill class, total 3 stars, reclusive, drink, chance of detection when using disguise minus 50% attack power 30. Private Milan is pardoned, after which he said to Ark, "If it weren't for you, I would have been here for the rest of my life. My original job was to research artifacts on Tatooine, you know." The next moment, hugging the arch, Milan added, "When you leave, don't forget to find me. We'll meet on the other side of the galaxy, and until then, I'll definitely find something delicious for you." After which he received Milan's quest offer. Thus, starting with Aslan, 5 criminals were released, including additional criminals who joined the team, but 10 remained, not including Ark. Watching the rest of the prisoners saying goodbye to their released comrades, he added in his mind, "These guys are criminals with a long sentence, so they will help me for a long time to come." After a while, taking his seat again, Ark said the reward for participating in the path of the band of criminals was receiving quests or items when the comrades Irina, who helped me, received little in return, after which she remarked, "No, I received decent compensation about this quest in the supply warehouse, felt like I was sent to punishment." Immediately after recalling the current circumstances of her work, she added, "Now they have fun there, and joke with me like real people." Continuing her story, she added, "I also scored a large number of promotion points soon. I will be promoted to captain." Hearing this, Ark happily exclaimed, "Oh, congratulations in advance." In response to Ark's greeting, the girl said that when I was transferred to a command position, I would still be the commander of the criminal squad, after which Ark laughed awkwardly. After a while, when he heard a noise in the sky and looked up, one of the prisoners said, "It's deafening. What kind of flies are those? It's our plane." In response to his friend's question, Ark looked up at the sky and said, "Of course, this is not a normal preparation for a raid." The next moment, he turned his gaze to the bustling soldiers and mentally added the regular army troops who had not played a role so far and who were probably busy as well. Raising his head to the sky again, Ark mentally added an announcement of a new event, anticipating something interesting. This game creates an atmosphere and does not just send notifications. After a while, when all the prisoners gathered, the girl said that starting today, Captain Irina would be conducting the briefing. Continuing her speech, she added, "I am newly appointed commander of your company." Hearing this, the criminals happily waved their hands and exclaimed, "We have been waiting for you, sister." Continuing to rejoice at her assignment, the prisoners added in the supply depot, "There is some stupid tangerine fish," and I said, "I'm coming for you, sister. I was expecting you to come after." Which Aaron remarked, "People call me company commander, not sister." In response to the girl's demand, there was laughter, after which someone exclaimed, "Is it really so tough between us, Commander?" After a while, Aaron began to show the news and said that during the war, the Galactic Federation was defeated and now occupies 34% of the territory, with the rest of the territory being occupied by the Rams. Hearing this, Ark asked why they were scattering their forces. If they had gathered, they could have thrown us back, to which Aaron replied that this was a good question, Private Ark, as opposed to a ground war in Beltane's orbit. Recalling the situation in space, the Federation is holding the lead. Irina added that our fleet is dominating the enemy. Continuing to answer, she added Space Forces Rama was preparing for the possibility of a counterattack from the rear, which is why the point forces were highly concentrated. The next moment, she added that the command took advantage of the situation and created an operation aimed at making a rapid breakthrough through the center of the enemy's territory. Continuing the report, Aaron said Space Air Ground is the biggest maneuver of Beltane, during which 3 armies jointly break through the front. After listening to everything, Ark, who was not happy about what he had learned, thought, as expected, that this was a really new event. After a while being near a car for the transportation of prisoners, Ark suddenly asked Irina what she was going to do with it. Then Ark said, "You're not a soldier in real life by any chance? Or if you look at the time you joined, you're a military man." And she replied, "Why don't you say you don't want to talk about reality?" Looking at the fragments from the report, she added that it will tell you what lines you should say to match your role in the game, to be able to plausibly think about something you just don't know. While all the forces began to move, Aaron added, "But even so, it is so unnatural." Then retraining the girl, Ark said, "Ahem, I am already scared when one mammoth armored car passes by, but how many are there?" In response to the question, Aaron answered, "In one car, several hundred people." Then Ark added, "How many people are here now to date for I didn't know there were so many Federation troops in Beltane." At the moment of lining up, one of the prisoners shouted out to the commander, "I have a question." And when she heard the question, she asked what it was. Then the prisoner added that if we gathered like this and came under orbital bombardment. In response, the girl said, "Well, the ferry on our side will overflow." After which the prisoner added, "Oh, the commander has never used a ferry here before. It's dirty and cold." The next moment, Ark raised his hand and shouted, "Company commander, I also have a question. Can't we request an orbital bombardment? You said we were winning in the space fleet." In response to the guy's question, Irina happily answered, "Well, in general, it is possible when the fleet passes over our heads. But criminals have no right to ask for fire support like that." Hearing this, everyone suddenly laughed and started shouting that it was unfair. "The army came to punish us." "No, you are here to be punished, you idiot." The next moment, Aaron said, "Of course I, as an officer of the Galactic Federation, do not have the authority to request an orbital bombardment in accordance with my own opinion." After which the prisoner asked the commander, "Even you cannot, my cut is impressive." Continuing their conversation while someone was approaching them, Irina said, "You can't do that anyway." Looking out from afar for the criminals and their commander, one of the players said, "Cheerful Ice Girl Pawn User Squad of Criminals." After hearing her friend's report, the girl player, watching the prisoners, added, "Let's leave it at that." The next moment, with a sly smile, she added, "Once the raid starts, we will be able to do a lot." Continuing the dialogue with her wards, Aaron said that as a rule, in a squad of criminals, one can serve only as a private. It is probably nice when everyone is equal and comfortable without any rank. Immediately afterwards, the girl looked at the prisoners and added, "However, this is a serious problem for the company commander." Continuing the dialogue, Irina said without a subordinate officer or deputy commander, the company commander alone must give orders to each of you personally. And then she heard, "Wow, commander, you have a lot of worries when we fought for something like this at least once, right?" After the prisoner's words, Aaron said, "But not when we throw a bunch of criminals on the battlefield so that they are the first to die from bullets. Not now. I don't want that. At least that's how a real squad should act." Seeing the happy smiles on the faces of her subjects, Irina added that although appointments to local positions are not within my authority, I can appoint a temporary deputy commander from among my subjects. This is an official grant of authority. Hearing this, all the prisoners immediately nominated Ark by putting their hands on him, after which he barked in confusion. Immediately afterwards, one of the criminals turned his head and asked him, "Hey Ark, why are you being stupid?" I said, "I don't want to come forward." Immediately afterwards, the next comrade added, "We'll try our best," after which he hesitantly thought about whether the author or the AI wrote these lines. Hearing the nomination, the girl said that Private Ark was taking command of half the company as a temporary deputy company commander, and then he said no. Before he could object, a signal beeped from his terminal on his hand, and then Ark opened it and wondered what this incomprehensible effect of the title was. The next moment, remembering his past, he mentally said, "In the new world, I also gained experience in commanding tens of thousands of people at the same time, almost all human users at that time. It was not really a joke." Continuing his thoughts, Ark waved his head and said that it was so, and added in his head that compared to commanding dozens of NPCs, this type of bonus was just a free benefit. Immediately afterwards, putting his hand to his temple, the guy exclaimed that if no one else could do it, I would do it, to which Aaron replied, "Thank you very much, Deputy Commander Ark. After a while, when all the troops arrived at the position, Commander Baratul shouted out, "Let's move forward!" Continuing to give orders, the squad commander confidently added, "Break through the defense line and defeat the fairies of the Rama race." Upon hearing the order from his commander, one of his subjects was surprised to hear that the Rams would also use fairies, and he replied that they would, but they had different names. After that, Ark looked at his subjects and said the goal of our ground troops was to find the fairy Rama, after which Aaron added this most important object. Reloading her weapon, the girl added the fairy's location cannot be determined from space for orbital bombardment. Ground troops must provide the coordinates of the attack, after which Ark remarked otherwise it would be boring. Sometime later, after the briefing and the mission objective were completed, the gates opened and all the soldiers headed to perform the task. But what Ark saw in front of him really shocked him. He froze in his tracks and exclaimed, "Wow!" As he continued to watch the spectacle, he mentally added a truly impressive sense of space opera realism. "I think I can understand a little now." Staying in one place from the surprise of what he saw, he mentally added that the creator wanted to show this to the players when he planned the Battle of the Factions. At one point, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by his friend, who quickly walked toward him and shouted, "Ark!" The next moment, the prisoner attacked the boy, knocked him down, and fell to the ground, after which an explosion occurred near them. While on the ground, the subject, trying to bring the deputy commander to his senses, exclaimed, "Wake up, Ark! You are stunned with horror!" Continuing to shout to his shocked commander, the prisoner added that if the commander gets to the ferry first, what will we do then? Hearing this, Ark finally began to come to his senses and saw his squad of captured comrades standing in front of him. The next moment, smiling and getting to his feet, Ark shouted, "Well, from now on we are moving in a scattered formation to point A," to which he heard in response, "Yes, exactly," and then added during the movement, "Maintain combat order so that when we meet the enemy, our melee team can immediately gather in a tight formation," after which it sounded so accurate. Immediately after using the nymph, Ark's squad said, "We're moving to point A," to which the girl replied, "Irina's squad is accepted." The next moment after hearing the report from the deputy commander, she looked back at her men and said to Irina's squad, "We are starting the operation according to the plan." Looking at her soldiers in their respective positions, she added support fire from the specified location. Cover Ark's and the squad's advance when Ark's squad reaches point A and takes up support positions. We move undercover to point B, to which she heard back, "Yes, exactly." After a while, the battlers saw how well the game was progressing and couldn't help but notice who was contributing to it. The next moment, one of the players said something strange to our line, after which his friend asked him about it with a smile. Then the first player turned his gaze to the prisoners and added the positions of our henchmen, which were surprisingly successful, holding these points to cut off enemy mobs here, and heard a response of, "Yes, we are moving much easier than in some other raids." Continuing their dialogue, the second player remarked that there are rumors that there were real users among the minions, to which the first replied that this is true. No sooner had he finished his question than a beam of light from outer space hit them directly. Seeing what had just happened in their rear, one of the squad's commanders, Baratul, exclaimed in confusion that it was an orbital bombing. Pointing at the screens where the explosion had just occurred, he shouted out, "Orbital bombing in the middle of our army. What the hell are space troops doing?" To which the battalion commander replied. Continuing his report, the subject added an enemy fast cruiser dug in the orbital quadrant of our fleet reported. Upon hearing the report, the commander angrily exclaimed that, "What the hell does this mean? Explain in your own words before I tear your mouth off." To which the subject scaredly exclaimed, "Well, it's a him." Immediately after collecting his thoughts, he said that this meant that one very fast, very strong enemy ship would be able to bombard our troops at will for the next 5 minutes. Continuing his report, the subject added in embarrassment that in 5 minutes our ships would arrive and drive him away. Hearing this, the squad commander Baratul angrily exclaimed, "You should have told me earlier and you wanted to become Irina's successor, you idiot. Wake up and tell all the members of the battalion." Having turned on the connection with all his subjects, Baratul shouted through the nymph terminal, "There are 5 minutes left. Hold out in this difficult situation for 5 minutes." Continuing to give orders to his men on the battlefield who were being approached by enemies, he added, "Soon the enemy will be on the other side of the fire. Hold on even if your body is torn apart." And at the same time, continuing to move toward point A, Ark and his subjects were doing their best. The next moment, Irina asked Ark, the battalion commander, "But what about the situation? Will you be able to hold your current position?" In response to the girl's question, Ark pulled out a pistol and exclaimed that it was impossible at the moment. The pressure had completely changed, and then he heard there was a plan for what percentage of losses. After the question, Ark replied that if we move to the E1 gathering point, the area will be favorable, and we can hold out for 5 minutes. The loss rate is still below 3%, and only a small part of them return to the ferry. After hearing the report of the deputy commander, she said, "Okay, we will cover the movement to E1," and then shouted to her squad, Irina's squad, "Concentrate all fire on the enemy's approaching Ark squad," and was answered with a yes. While they began to be covered, Ark shouted to his subjects to retreat. Retreat quickly. After a while, the deputy captain arrived at the place of deployment and told Irina's squad that the transition to E1 was completed. Smiling happily, the guy added that in this position we can hold out for 50 receptions instead of 5 minutes. After hearing the report, the girl said, "Irina's squad is currently taking a position for mutual support with E1." And then she said, "But Irina, you said you were not sure of your control, but you seem to be flying. You are a real soldier or a nerd." After hearing a question from her friend, the girl told Ark on the radio about her personal life. Before she could speak, another orbital bombardment occurred right in front of her, a few dozen meters away, silencing her. At the same moment Baratul saw on the screen what had just happened, he heard the battalion commander's message to the commanders. The entire corps was ordered to retreat. Upon hearing the report from his subject, the commander angrily shouted at his subject, to which he replied frightenedly that the situation in the space battle was reported to be bad. Continuing his report, the subject added that one of the enemy spaceships that had entered earlier was obviously a trap to gather our fleet together and strike at once. After receiving a report on the destruction of the space fleet, Commander Baratul called out the Federal Space Forces as stupid space garbage. The next moment, all the troops on the battlefield heard a message from the command, informing all members of the battalion to retreat to the Mammoth Armored Squadron. Continuing to give orders, the man added, "Space debris in orbit cannot do us any good covering the retreat, depends only on ground artillery." While everyone began to actively leave the combat zone, the commander added that artillery fire was left to the crew on the spot, shoot at them, and destroy at least one more while retreating. Hearing the order from the commander, the player from the troll group smiled slyly and said, "Oops, I was expecting this, boogeyman." Retreating to the mammoth armored vehicles with his comrades, Ark exclaimed, "Well, the raid was a failure, but it was fun. It turned out better than you expected." In response to the guy's question, Aaron answered yes. "Thanks to this, I will be able to keep a lot of merit points." After which Ark added, "I have accumulated a lot of experience points, so I can safely return to register with the fairies." As soon as he said this, a shell suddenly fell near him, and the guy was thrown to the side by the blast wave. When Ark regained consciousness after the explosion, he raised his head and looked at the site of the shell's arrival to see his comrades. When Irina noticed a giant sinkhole at the arrival site, the center of which was her friend Ark, she exclaimed in fright. At the same time as the artillery was working at full capacity, a ceasefire was sounded, and our troops were at the site of the attack, so they ceased fire. At the same time, watching the place of arrival of the activated artillery shells, the troll girl, smiling happily, exclaimed, "Hey!" exploded. Once in the fairies system, Irina received system notifications. New structuring completed 45 minutes and 32 seconds to the recovery point. Trying to keep warm, the girl heard, "Be careful and monitor your physical condition for 30 minutes after structuring the fairy system. If you follow the instructions for use, it provides complete safety without side effects." Looking at the freezing girl, the subject said, "We told you, Commander, when we use a fairy here, it's terribly cold." After his comrade's words, another prisoner asked this question, "When my nerves recover, the threshold of sensitivity will decrease. I remember the feeling when I first felt this damn cold." The next moment, one of the prisoners handed Erin a sachet and told her to drink a pack of purified water, warmed up. After receiving help from her subject, the girl, trying to keep warm, asked how many of the company returned to the ferry and heard that almost the entire company had died. The next moment, the prisoner added, "I don't know what idiot was in charge, but our artillery shells hit the center of the company." Hearing this, Irina clenched her teeth tightly and chewed on her pipe. Immediately after, she asked if the Ark Deputy Company Commander was also in the ferry, to which she heard in response to the fortune of no Deputy Commander Sweat, and a few others were lucky. Continuing to report on certain surviving comrades, the subject added that he hoped they had safely reached the Mammoth Armored Personnel Carrier and would be able to keep their combat experience points. At the same time, throwing his comrade over his shoulder, Ark pulled him to the Armored Personnel Carrier and shouted, "Just a little more time to go." When the Deputy Commander saw the vehicle in front of him, he confidently exclaimed, "The Battalion Mammoth APC is close. We will all be back." At the same time, troll players were already standing at the entrance to the armored personnel carrier, activating the artillery and looking for their comrades who were still returning. When she saw the prisoners near the vehicles of the detachment, she said unhappily that not all of them had died. Some had survived, and then heard what we were going to do. He was not going to attack us with a gun. Immediately after the comrades' words, a notification was given that 50 seconds were left before the Mammoth Armored Personnel Carrier was to be sent to all members of the battalion to urgently board. Then one of the troll team members pointed his hand, and activated the laser beam and asked if there was a better idea than just sending him to the ferry. The next moment, the artillery heard a notification requesting an emergency attack from the mobile group of the Detachment 2999 area LU's 20 miles, angle of deviation, activation of battery firepower. Continuing with the setup, the system informed the type of bullet the shielded smoke fuse shell should explode when it reaches a height of 15 meters, the entire battery of fire hide their allied vehicles during orbital bombardment and pursuit by ground forces. At the same time approaching the armored personnel carriers, Ark shouted out to those who were almost there, "Let's cheer up a little more. Don't give up until the end to support the wounded soldiers." And then he heard it right. The next moment, a notification sounded with 30 seconds to go until the Mammon armored personnel carrier departed, after which Ark happily said this time he would be there. Before he could finish speaking, he saw another artillery shelling coming at them and added in confusion. Immediately after he said that, the shells began to explode and disperse thick smoke that covered the entire area of the retreat. In the thick smoke, Ark heard an armored personnel carrier preparing to deploy, and then the nymph went out of commission. At the same time, at the headquarters, the speaker nervously exclaimed that the battalion commander had temporarily lost contact with the retreating troops, to which he replied that he knew someone had launched shielded smoke shells. Continuing to look at his subject, Baratul confidently added an unsurpassed solution. It blocks both orbital bombardment and visual fire. I hope the battalion's lions return safely. The next moment, the commander stretched out his hand in front of him and shouted, "As soon as we get a connection, find out who was controlling the artillery. It deserves a reward." And he heard me say yes. At the same time, trying to get to the armored personnel carriers, a detachment of prisoners shouted, "Damn, I can't see anything," and the deputy commander Nymph said that the communication and GPS were turned off. The system then reported that the shielded smoke shell had the additional effect of causing a magnetic field to explode, which caused an explosion that disrupted communications and disoriented, after which Ark exclaimed, "Thank you for the kind explanation." The next moment, the voice of a subject was heard exclaiming to the deputy company commander. The smoke screen finally dissipated, and then Ark exclaimed where the mammoth armored personnel carrier was. A few seconds later, one of his comrades pointed in the direction with his finger and shouted, "They're over there!" After which Ark turned his head in the direction of the indicated direction. Seeing only wheel marks on the spot, one of his comrades added that he had been there until now. It didn't take Ark long to recognize the situation they were in, except that it wasn't the kind of situation that could take a lot of time. Turning his head to the side and noticing a whole bunch of enemies, Ark muttered a curse in confusion. At the same time, retreating to the APC, the troll team was exclaiming with amusement, "You saw his face, you saw his face. He looked like he had lost everything." When we turn around, let's look at the face of the Ice Maiden. I think she has already crawled out of the ferry. "After all this," the fat man said, smiling slyly, "it's a pity I didn't see her face, as it was vaporized by a cannonball or cracked so badly that we'll see it when we return." As she continued to run into the BRT, the girl said, "Would you be grateful if she had already left the game and not show off and prevent us from earning experience points?" At the same time, while looking at the map, Aaron heard the commander say, "There's something new. You've been looking at the map for a while." In response to a question from the subject, the girl who was given a jacket to keep her warm replied through the screen field that she could not find out the exact location of the arch and other areas where we retreated after the battle is more than 50 kilometers away, and all areas that are closer are occupied by frames. Seeing the unusual appearance of his squad leader, one of her subjects said nervously. At the same time, the girl gritted her teeth in anger and said, "If I had stayed, I would have been able to retreat with support, whether it was artillery fire or orbital bombardment," and then heard the commander say, "You are talking more belligerently than it seems, thinking people are scary." At the same time, the surviving members of the prisoners group continued their journey, firing back at the monsters chasing them. Having shot all the enemies who were following them, the three fighters began to descend the hill. Once on a flat surface, one of the team members said from the chase, "It looks like we escaped," after which Ark said there were only 3 of us left. Looking at the couple of comrades who were with him, he added, "Only Ekem has a Vallard rifle, and you have a melee weapon." The next moment, Ekem smilingly told the deputy that if we were spotted from a distance, we would be dead, and then he said awkwardly, "Yeah, when we see the report you think he's a sniper, but he's not." The next moment, Vallard said, "It doesn't look like you're going back to Fairyland because of the ice storm." And then Ekem added, "Ugh, the enemy scouts didn't find us." And then Ark added, "How can we find out where we are?" In response to the subject's question, Ark opened the map on the nymph and said the screen works, but it is impossible to find out the exact terrain and GPS data. But the nymph has a navigation system, which is why it can know our location from here to the assembly point of our unit. Looking ahead, the boy confidently said that there were only 50 kilometers left in a straight line, after which Velarde asked why he couldn't just go through the ferry, to which Akeem replied that he didn't want to lose achievement points. Hearing the words of his comrades, Ark tried to somehow contain his disappointment and mentally said honestly, "I'm tempted to kill myself." Looking at his level, he mentally added that the experience gained during this raid would be lost a little bit, a real waste, and then remembering the trolls, he added that they were more important than anything else. Immediately after mentioning the troll team, Ark also mentioned the artillery fire that was aimed at his unit and that crater. The next moment, the same sinister smile of the girl who was most likely the mastermind behind the plan appeared in his mind. Continuing to grind his teeth until they chattered, he suddenly heard his comrades start talking to him, shouting out Zam Ark. Thinking that it was because of them, his friend said guiltily, "Don't take everything seriously," which is what we were joking about until the end. So he said, "Guys," starting to head to his base. Ekam said to Zam, "Really so bad at shooting swords, you are much more familiar with the truth," after which Villard said, "Ah yes." The next moment, handing Ark the sword he had gotten, Ekam said, "Then use this better than this stupid dagger." And Ark said in surprise that it was a long sword, to which Ekam replied that he had picked it up on the way. Picking up his friend's gift and making a few swings, Ark said in surprise, "Wow, it's convenient to use," to which he replied, "I secretly robbed a dead soldier. I have a habit of stealing, but when I thought about it, I couldn't get rid of it in a prison cell, and that's the problem." Immediately after his comrade's words, Ark looked back at him and smiled slyly and said, "Habit," to which he replied with an awkward laugh, "You thought I was here for no reason." After finishing the conversation with his comrade, Ark reported the buoy had stopped, after which Ekam breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Let's live for a while longer. The temperature of about -45 degrees is just right." The next moment, looking down at the cliff, Villard asked if this was the right way to return to the squad, to which Ark uncertainly replied yes, it was the shortest way. Again, looking at the large gorge, Villard said this way is the shortest way to the ferry, to which Ark replied, "Uh-huh." And then Ekam added data on the terrain was blocked, the choice is not wide. At the moment when they wanted to leave, Ekam said, "I'll stay on guard and support the sniper fire, and you two go down and find a way around." Hearing the words of Comrade Ark, he came downstairs with Villarde and exclaimed, "We entrust you with Ekam. You are hiding well," to which he replied, "Don't worry." Approaching the crevice and looking down, Ark said in surprise, and then Villard added, "This is the first time I've seen a crack this big." The next moment, Villard turned his head to the side and added, "Look at this crack all the way to the horizon. We'll have to go back several hundred kilometers to find a workaround." After his friend's words, Ark asked Villard how much water and food we had left, and he replied that 5 days should be enough, although he was not sure if it was enough to return to Ecom first. At the same time, there was an enemy near the sniper who managed to quietly approach him from behind. Hearing a scream not far from them, Ark and Villard immediately turned their heads to Ekham's position. The next moment, at the top of the cliff, they saw the enemy holding the body of a comrade on his sword and saying something. Looking at his fallen comrade, Ark exclaimed Ekham, after which Villard exclaimed "Scoundrel." One calmly took off to the ferry. That's what it means. When the storm has subsided, the field of view becomes clearer, and the sensors are unhindered by anything. Rama's army has taken control of the area. Finding himself in a desperate situation, Ark looked back and, looking at the gorge, mentally said that there was a crack of unknown depth behind him. The next moment, turning his head forward toward the enemies, he mentally added an ordinary soldier, Rama, and a dozen Caracas ahead of him. Taking a deep breath, Ark said to his friend Villard, "Can you hold on for a few more turns to keep the Caracas from getting to me?" When asked a question by his commander, the prisoner smiled slyly and spoke in a substitute and easy manner. Hearing the answer from his comrade, Ark smiled and looked at the soldier Ram who was heading towards him and said, "Okay, then I'll take care of this guy." Pulling out his weapon, Ark headed to meet him and said he could also be a user, and then asked him one-on-one if he wanted to. The next moment, Ark said infrared goggles, and then a device for scanning the enemy appeared before his eyes. When he saw the enemy's characteristics, he mentally said, "The 50th level is almost 20 levels higher than me. Can I fill this gap with user control?" At one point, the enemy suddenly stopped and, looking at Ark, took off his helmet in surprise. When you receive a notification of a direct request for a conversation with automatic translation, you allow the conversation to be connected. Looking at his hand, where the nymph was acting as a translator, Ark heard a surprised voice say, "Wow, the message really came from you, Yaya." In response to the question, Ark lowered his weapon and said that yes, after which the soldier Rama added the behavior and level were different. "I thought you were a henchman champion." Continuing to marvel at Ark, the soldier added, "I'm surprised, but you were a player. How come you're participating in a faction event as a henchman?" Ark laughed and said it would take a long time to explain. The next moment, raising his weapon and taking a fighting stance, Ark asked, "Why don't you let me go just because you saw something interesting?" And then I thought the accent was unique. I think it's a foreigner. In response to the boy's question, he took up the fencer's stance and said, "Of course I expect you to play as well as you can. Please play with good manners." Then Ark smiled cautiously and said, "Why not let the minions fight each other and play a game between users?" To which Rama's soldier replied, "There is a big difference in levels between you and me. It will be more fun with a fine." Drawing his sword in front of him like his opponent, Ark mentally said, "I'm glad my opponent is being served with good manners." The next moment, Ark spoke to Velarde. "The negotiations were successful. The Karak will only attack you, so don't worry about me and just fight," he said, and the deputy understood Ram's language. The next moment, the pair of fighters made a gesture of readiness for battle and headed to duel with each other while the henchmen began their battle. At the moment when his comrade began to fight the Caracas, Ark mentally said, "Let's think about what skills I can actively use right now." Watching his opponent's movements, Ark mentally added, "Since we saw each other and started the battle, the Shutterbug's drink is useless. Close-range shooting is a passive skill. There are only 2 skills to activate." The next moment, Ark mentally added the skills he had learned from the toy ship, such as a sonic sword and a burst of fire, and then called out the Burad shield. Continuing his battle against the enemy, Ark confidently added in his head, using these 2 skills to gain time. At the moment when the enemy went on the offensive, Ark shouted out the shield of Burad activation to turn the shield around, but it did not last long. The moment their blows intersected, Ark's shield shattered into pieces, and he received a notification that the shield's strength had reached a median of 30 gyrations before it could be restored. Upon receiving this notification, the embarrassed boy, whose shield had just been destroyed without even feeling it, exclaimed that that was it. Breaking the distance with his opponent and pointing his sword at him, Ark exclaimed, "I made a mistake, I confused it with another game, and then I thought because of my habit of sword fighting in the new grid, I reflexively pulled out my shield." As he continued to wait for the enemy to act, he mentally added in the galaxy, "I forgot that sewing is strong against small arms and weak against melee weapons." The next moment, trying to contain his nervousness, Ark spoke, "I was surprised when the shield suddenly turned into a sword fight between us. If I had a gun now, it would have been over immediately." The next moment, rushing at his opponent again, he managed to smash the shield with a single blow and was told that you were saying obvious things. Taking up a fighting stance and drawing his sword in front of him, the soldier Rama added to this level difference. The difference in performance is simply insane. Seeing his opponent's stance, Ark tilted his head down and smiled slyly, then attacked his enemy with a clear message. After breaking through the opponent's defense, repelling his counterattack and getting close, Ark prepared to attack the confused enemy. Blocking the enemy's weapon at the moment of breakthrough, Ark mentally set a puffed-up cartoon pose, a ridiculous defensive move he just high-level melee, just at the level of a beginner. The next moment, when Ark was on top, he pointed his sword at the enemy, but the latter defended himself with a shield, crying out in fright, "Oh my god!" Seeing another chance, Ark quickly made another strike, but this time he was saved by the shield, after which the attacker exclaimed in displeasure. After breaking the distance with his opponent, Ark said, "Even though I hit the shield twice, it didn't break. The difference in levels is huge." And then he heard, "Damn, how do you do it? I've never seen anyone fight like you." In response to his opponent's question, Ark waved his sword and said, "My level is a little low here, but I used to be a runner in a medieval fantasy VR game where they fight with swords." Continuing to load confused enemy, Ark added, "Taking embarrassing poses, imitating cartoons or movies strangely lose to a beginner." Immediately after his remarks, the boy smiled slyly and added, "If you didn't have a shield, you would have died twice already." At the same time, having finished with the doodles, Villard turned his gaze to Ark and said in surprise, "The deputy company commander is really flying with a knife? I believe in you, deputy." Then again, taking a cartoon pose again, Soldier Rama spoke, fighting a low-level enemy. "I was afraid it seemed like a mockery was completely wrong. It is impressive." Continuing to look at Ark, he added impressively, "I really need to give it my all to deal with you." Immediately after his words, Soldier Rama said, "As a gamer, you have to be polite to ranked players," and then shouted out weapon reservations. After a while, his entire body was covered with protection and reinforced with durable material, after which the soldier shouted out that the combat suit's weapons were deployed 100%. The next moment, activating his enhanced weapon, the soldier shouted out a beam sword energy blast. Immediately after he finished speaking, Ark saw his opponent's sword grow several times larger and become more deadly. Assessing these changes, he was frightened and thought it was hard to call it a sword. It was too big. It would be more correct to call it a ship's cannon. Starting to wave his big bagpipe, the soldier exclaimed, "I'm not good at fencing. I only use objects against runners." Hearing his opponent's words, Ark exclaimed anxiously, regretting his choice to secretly pretend to be a henchman much worse. At the same time, when Velarde saw what was happening to his leader, he exclaimed with concern, "Zam, isn't it dangerous?" To which he replied, "Don't worry about it. I'll do something about it." After knocking his opponent down, the soldier exclaimed in a stern tone, "Even in this situation, you care about the NPS. It's great. It's a virtue of the last runner." As Ark approached this cliff, Rama's soldier confidently exclaimed that it was an exciting match. Immediately after he said that, he saw Ark's strange expression and gave a surprised huff, and then noticed him making his way toward him. As he made his way to the soldier, Rama Ark mentally said, "There is only one chance with my stamina. I can only use this giant ray sword once." Having broken through the enemy's back and stayed on his feet, Ark prepared to use his trump card. The next moment, making a swing with his sword, Ark confidently said, "This game is not just about you increasing the length of your sword." Immediately after his words, using the trump card up his sleeve, Ark shouted out the activation of the sonic sword and then struck. After completing the use of the large mote, Ark received a notification of the sonic sword skill with an additional effect of throwing away surrounding characters and objects. As the soldier Rama fell down, he instantly shouted out a ray sword mode change energy whip. As soon as his weapon changed its shape, the soldier threw the whip to the archway and wrapped it around the boy's leg. Ark, who was about to take a break after his victory, exclaimed in confusion. The next moment, trying to hold himself back on the edge of the cliff, he exclaimed, "You lousy bastard! What about the game of manners?" and was told to fall over. "It's a shame. This game is not good."